All right, testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me okay? And now can you see me okay? We're live here once again on the Ryan Hall Y'all YouTube channel because we've got a 10% hatched risk of tornadoes today in the Ohio Valley up into the Great Lakes region. Okay, so yeah, tell me how the mic sounds. For some reason, every day the mic's in a different mood. It does different things. So you guys just tell me if it needs to go up or down, all right? Thank you for tuning in on this May 7th, 2024. Once again, we've got, a 10% hatch risk of tornadoes today. That's our criteria that we have been, setting for setting for, the qualifier for us to go live. Here we are. We've already got a couple tornado warnings up here in Michigan. We just had one in Indiana. That was allowed to expire. Right now, if you're in Decatur, what is that? Valenia, or Paw in Michigan, you're under a tornado warning right now, and that'll be one of probably many tornado warnings that we see today. Okay, so there's your rotation. It's moving up towards, once again, Decatur, Paw, Almena, Michigan. You guys are... under a tornado warning, and we want you to take shelter now. So before we get into kind of, there's a lot to dive into here. There's a lot we can talk about. There's a lot of different storms that we're already watching and stuff. Before we get into all that, I want to go over the broad, overview of what's going on today. Okay, so this is our Storm Prediction Center risk. The enhanced risk there encompasses most of the state of Indiana, a lot of Ohio, a little bit of Kentucky, slight risk in the yellow all the way down through Tennessee, Missouri, Illinois, West Virginia even, and there's a little pocket of increased, storm potential, I guess, down there in southern Texas. We're going to be covering it all today, and that's why we're here. Once again, this enhanced risk today is kind of driven by our 10% hatched risk of tornadoes. There's a 10% probability of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of any given point in that yellow area. The brown's 5, the green is 2, and then the hatched dotted line zone there, that's where we could maybe see some strong tornadoes producing EF2 or greater damage. Okay, obviously we don't want to see that happen, but it's possible today, so we're here just in case. All right, the ceiling or the favorability for tornadoes to form is actually a lot less today than it was yesterday, but it's still really high, especially for this area, especially for this time of year. So we are pretty concerned about the storms that are be forming today, and we are going to be letting you know exactly what's going on with all of them as we learn more. Every radar scan, we're going to let you know. Let's see here. Let me do one thing real quick. And then obviously we're going to also show you some other stuff here. We've got a tornado watch right now for portions of Illinois and Indiana and Michigan. This is going to go until 9 p.m. tonight. A few tornadoes likely. 17 million people in that watch. Another watch a little bit farther to the north and east. Couple tornadoes possible. This includes Toledo all the way up to Lansing. A little bit of Ohio. We're probably going to get another watch here soon if we haven't already for more southern and central portions of Ohio. Okay, so we already have something from Riley. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, so this is an update from last night. I figured while we were kicking things off here, I'd go ahead and share this. NWS Tulsa has confirmed an EF4 DI. That is a low-end EF4 DI in Barnsdall, Oklahoma. That survey is still continuing, so there's a chance that it could get upgrade to a higher-end EF4, but as of now, that's the official rating as a low-end EF4.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Riley. We're already learning so much about yesterday. A lot of the first light footage and I guess imagery and photos that we've seen is honestly, it looks a lot worse than maybe what we originally thought we were dealing with last night when we saw those initial images coming out. So we'll talk more about that right here in a second. But yeah, we've got a tornado watch. We got a couple tornado warnings. For anybody that's just now tuning in, I want to take you back to those warnings. Couple warnings right now in Michigan. All right. If you're in Decatur, Michigan, you are under a tornado warning. You got to get to shelter. I think there might be a new warning at some point that comes for this broad area of rotation that's moving up towards Fabius or Fabius, Constantine, and Three Rivers. However, right now at this very moment, that circulation is a little bit too broad. It's not tight enough to convince the National Weather Service that it's actually capable of producing a tornado. Lots of supercells forming out here in Indiana, and these guys are actually in a really favorable environment for potentially producing tornadoes. So we've got to monitor these storms closely. Before we get much deeper into that, though, let's talk a little bit more about what happened yesterday. A lot of people were tuned in yesterday. We had a high risk of severe weather. Thankfully, that high risk didn't do the most that it possibly could, but we still had a terrible, devastating tornado that went through the town of Barnsdall, Oklahoma, and a little bit of
new information. This tornado warning has been
Oklahoma.
Upgraded.
Okay, and actually, we just got a confirmed warning on that warning up there on Michigan. So let me take you back to that real quick. Look at that most recent scan there, and let's read the text. Let's read the text. Always like reading the text on these. What do we got here? Radar confirmed. Radar confirmed tornado. Let's see. Okay. So on the last couple of scans right here, we do have what I would believe is a tornado debris signature. So the National Weather Service believes that this is enough evidence right here to kind of tell you guys that we have a confirmed tornado on the ground up here in Michigan. Already, we just started the stream here, and now we've got a potentially a tornado down. Let me pull up some mesoscale stuff. I was hoping we'd have a little bit of time to go over yesterday. Maybe not. If you know anybody in Michigan, let them know what's going on. Let's make sure we share the stream. Get the word out to as many people as possible. Might be getting busy here this evening. Where are we at here? Glenwood, Michigan. Of course, I can't find that. Decatur, Michigan. Okay. All right. So right now, at this very moment, the tornado is somewhere around Glenwood, right? So this is between the town of Dowagiac. Oh my gosh, I have no idea. What in the world is that? Dowagiac and Decatur. All right, specifically around the community of Glenwood. And I want to kind of draw some attention to maybe a couple of different landmarks and stuff because
new information. This tornado warning
I want to make sure you guys
upgraded.
know exactly what I'm talking about. Maybe not everybody knows about Glenwood here because it's not even popping up really that much on like a Google Earth kind of system here. So anyways, we've got a tornado moving up in the general direction of Decatur, Michigan. We've got to get you guys in your safe spot. All right, that's going to be coming in on the southwestern side. So if you guys know where the Hickory and Oak Sawmill is, all right, or if you know where the Leisure Valley RV Resort and Campground is, picture that area in your mind. That's the entry zone for the tornado. If it makes it up there towards Decatur and, if it follows a similar path as it has, it's going to be able to do that. And it'll enter town once again somewhere between the Hickory and Oak Sawmill and Lumber Company and the Leisure Valley RV Ground. The first kind of place that this would hit, if it went into Decatur, hopefully it skids off just to the south and east here, but let's assume it's going to go right into Decatur. The first place it would hit would either be the Hayloft Ice Cream Parlor or the Mud Lake. All right, so there's also a chance that this is going to go over Old Swamp Road to the south and east of Decatur. Let's hope for that, but we can't go off of hope here. We've got to make sure that we are in our safe spots in the town of Decatur. And then beyond that, I think it's important that we talk about some more places too. Beyond that, we're pretty concerned about areas to the east of Decatur and to the north and east of Decatur, including but not limited to Lawton and Mattawan. Lawton and Mattawan in Michigan. So take shelter now if you are in those places. That's going to be Van Buren and Cass counties in Michigan. If you're just now tuning in, we just got started, and we're already tracking a confirmed tornado here in Michigan. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. Good to see you guys on day 2 here, by the way, and another day definitely tomorrow that we're going to be here. So make sure you're tuned in and letting people know these next 2 days that we're going to be doing this. Lots of coverage to go here. And what I'm looking at in particular, why I'm breaking in here, is north of the Indianapolis radar, currently severe warning near Frankfort, Indiana. East of that, headed towards Kempton, Tipton, and Sharpsville. This storm here has some light returns in front of it that allows us to see this it's sort of acceleration of the inflow. The wind's kind of getting wrapped into the storm here. I can see from the Indianapolis radar that it's kind of accelerating right toward where a circulation could begin that could be tornadic. So this is a very advanced warning for a storm that has sort of the look of a supercell, but doesn't quite have that hook to it. So it has the look, but not the hook. But with this accelerating inflow, I think we could see on the velocity here, I think we could see a hook form from this. So I'm going to be watching it closely, and y'all watch out a county ahead of this. Not even severe thunderstorm warned yet in Tipton County, Indiana.
All right, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. That's definitely a storm that we're going to be watching a lot here as we go forward. And anybody who's just now tuning in, we've got a bunch of supercells forming in Indiana right now that are going to cause problems in Indiana, in Ohio, and Kentucky throughout the evening. We're going to be watching these very closely. However, right now we're kind of zoomed in on these storms up here in Michigan because we do have a confirmed tornado right now moving up into the Decatur area in Michigan. So once again, hopefully everybody in Decatur is in their safe spot and you are kind of hunkered down. Now we've got to get Paw Paw, Almena, and Mattawan and Lawton. Anybody in those communities over here in Michigan needs to be in their safe spot today. I know we've got a lot of people pouring in now. I just want to remind everybody, it looks like today's probably going to be another busy day with a lot of tornado warnings, a lot of information to share, potentially life-saving information. If you know anybody in any of these colored zones here in Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, and maybe even all the way down there into portions of southeast Missouri, Arkansas later, make sure you let them know that the weather's going to be pretty intense today, and if they need a place to get 100% free, wall-to-wall, commercial-free coverage throughout the rest of the day, they can get it here. Sharing the link to the stream is one of the things that allows us to get in front of so many people, and it really help a lot of people. We've learned that from the case studies that we've done after tornadoes have hit towns. So just want to remind you before we get too deep in the weeds here with all of our tornado warnings that are coming out. Once again, right now we've got just 2 tornado warnings for the whole, United States, and those 2 tornado warnings are essentially for the same storm, and this is going to be for Van Buren and Cass counties in Michigan. We need everybody to take shelter because this is actually a confirmed tornado right now, probably moving into the Decatur area if it isn't there already. Yeah, once again, hopefully everybody's in their safe spot. I'm going to pull all of my resources over to this storm, and then we're going to look at the other storms as well because I think we're going to get quite busy here with a couple different storms. The good news is, I guess on that last scan, the debris signature doesn't look as deep, but the velocity scans continue to look pretty impressive with the storm. So we've just got to continue to assume that this is down and stay underground and in our most interior room of our homes in Lawton and Mattawan in Michigan as this continues to ramp up. Now, we've also got another storm just to the south and east of that in Michigan, moving up towards Three Rivers and Centreville. It's not quite there yet. It's not rotating as much, but it is rotating, and it might try to produce a tornado here soon. So get ready to potentially get into shelter there in Three Rivers and Centreville. Y'all watch out. And now let's go back to the storm that Andy was talking about real quick. And we just want to make sure we take a look at every scan here and also communicate all of the risks associated with these storms. This is obviously potentially at some point going to be rotating enough to maybe make us think that it's tornadic. Right now, though, it's just really a strong, severe thunderstorm. In fact, we've got golf ball size hail, 1.75 inch in diameter hail moving into the Groomsville, Jackson, and Sharpsville area of Indiana. We've also got 60-mile-per-hour winds, and of course there is that possible tornado attribute to this storm as well. So get ready down there in Sharpsville, Tipton, Greentown. You guys are in the path of a very dangerous storm. Any storm we see today that has a little bit of a discrete look to it, it doesn't have anything directly to the south of it, we're going to be kind of analyzing very closely, including this one near Lebanon. You see how it's got this shape here that does kind of resemble some of the photographs that we've been looking at in the forecast videos and stuff. The winds are kind of turning with height. There's a lot of wind shear available for these storms to take advantage of today. Does that mean that every storm's going to, rotate and produce a tornado? Not necessarily, but whenever they start to have this sort of presentation, we have to pay very close attention to them. We're going to watch this closely for you in Lebanon, Whitestown, all the way over there to Sheridan, Indiana. If that gets stronger, this might be another severe thunderstorm capable of producing very large hail and maybe even, a rotating mesocyclone. So we've also got a tornado possible tag on this storm that's going through Mount Meridian right now. This is actually the storm that had the tornado warning on it right before we started the stream. This is going right towards Indianapolis. Right now, it's not looking as tornado-y, I guess, as it was maybe an hour or so ago. But it is still very impressive.
A new tornado
warning.
It's got
some
has
big
been
hail
issued.
with it, ping pong ball sized hail, and it's going to cause some problems over here in Indianapolis, and it could even recycle a little bit and try to rotate again. So we're watching that one very closely. Let's take a look at that new warning. That's going to be for the cell to the south and east of our original tornado warning. And we were just talking about this. Rotation has picked up with this storm a little bit. So now Constantine, Centreville, Nottawa, and Colon. And what is that? Leonidas? Something like that. You guys are under a tornado warning in Michigan. So that's a radar indicated tornado warning. Remember, we still have our observed tornado warning up here for Paw Paw, Lawton, and Matawan. As this storm, we had a debris signature. However, I think that for the most part I don't see it as much now. So that's a good sign. You see right here, the storm definitely picked up some debris here between, I forgot how to say it already, Dowagiac and Glenwood. And it doesn't look like it's picking up any new debris right now. However, it very well could be. So if you're in Decatur or Lawton, you certainly don't need to come out of your safe spots yet. Give it another 10 minutes or so, and then they'll probably let that warning expire if the threat is actually over. However, stay hunkered down for now because this still has a really impressive look to it on, reflectivity. It's got a very obvious hook there. Same thing for you guys over here in Nottawa. If this storm, continues to look like it's going to go a little bit more to the right versus almost northwest, kind of like that other storm, this one's going to have access to a lot of wind shear, and this could actually end up being a big storm that actually could produce a tornado too in Centreville, Nottawa, and Colon in Michigan. So yeah, things are really okay. Dowagiac. Gotcha. All right. There's a chance I'll remember that next time I have to say it. So thanks for that. Looking over here, I'm going to take a brief moment and look at some other places too. How many people we got watching right now in North Carolina? Wilkesboro, Taylorsville. Y'all have got a quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind, producing severe thunderstorm moving in. 60-mile-per-hour winds, nothing to right off. Okay, that's serious stuff. Get ready in Taylorsville. It's coming for you. Wilkesboro, you guys as well. We're probably going to see a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings throughout portions of southern Virginia, northern North Carolina this afternoon. In fact, I think a severe thunderstorm watch or something's going to be issued for this area soon, if I read that last mesoscale discussion correctly. Over here in my neck of the woods, this is where I'm broadcasting from. If you guys have the Radar Omega app, you can check in on me at any time here. This is what it looks like on top of the weather mountain here, looking over the Appalachian Mountains towards the west. It's humid. It's sunny. There's a little bit of clouds, and we're expecting a little bit of increase in some storms later today. This one right here is actually a really, really impressive little blip, to be honest. And it'll be interesting to see that as it floats by the weather house. Our view here is, we kind of, because of the mountains, we can only see in this general direction. So once it gets in there, we'll point that towards it for you. So yeah, there's also some severe thunderstorm action going on way back here in Iowa. We've got a storm coming into Lamont and Edgewood. So y'all get ready for some maybe quarter-sized hail up there. But definitely for the most part right now, all of the most interesting or concerning looking storms are happening in Indiana and Michigan right now. So we're going to kind of lock in on these storms and just wait on the latest radar scans as they come in. This one, man, both of these are continuing to look more and more impressive. They just issued wow. They just issued probably one of the biggest tornado warnings
has been issued.
the polygon size. Okay, so now we've got a radar indicated tornado warning for Alamo, Kalamazoo, Portage, Vicksburg, Schoolcraft, Parchment, all of these places in Michigan. This is going to be Kalamazoo, Van Buren County, St. Joseph County. You're under a tornado warning. That's a big warning, but you know, it's probably smart for everybody in there to take shelter. We've got golf ball size hail, and there is a huge rotating storm here that's probably going to tighten up enough to produce another tornado, as it approaches more than likely the areas between Schoolcraft and Kalamazoo most specifically, but this thing could, you know, wiggle around and make it plumb up there to Alamo as well. So we want you guys in your safe spots. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, some latest analysis on that storm you're talking about. I think we saw a sort of a cycle of the mesocyclone. So a new mesocyclone is developed just to the east of that. Maybe not quite a handoff, but perhaps a sort of a handoff situation. But I think we're going to maybe see a couple more cycles of it. And perhaps this a cycle here with this new area of velocity showing up will produce another tornado within that warning. That includes Kalamazoo. So good heads up for you guys into Kalamazoo. And of course, Battle Creek is also a populated area down the line of this storm's path. And talking about this one to the south and east, I like your call out on that one. In fact, it's got a nice hook on it. And even though it doesn't look like much on velocity, it might fool you even with this hook. The reason that hook is there is you can go up a couple of scans on velocity and really see just how intense some of the side-lobed mesocyclone is there. So I think that this storm is pretty strong as well. And I commend you for your early call out on that one.
Thank you very much, Andy. That means a lot coming from you. And also, just thank you for bringing our attention back to that storm, because we just got a new scan on it right as you were talking, and it looks even more impressive. This looks like a pretty concerning situation for the people down there in Centreville, Wasippi, Nottawa, and Fairfax. Hopefully you guys are taking shelter. We got about 50,000 people watching right now. Something about 6 degrees of separation. Everybody knows somebody, something like that. I don't know. If we worked hard enough, we could definitely reach some people here in the target area where this storm is going that maybe otherwise wouldn't know that there is a serious situation unfolding. So if you guys know somebody that knows somebody down here, do whatever you can to spread the word and let them know that this might be a situation where you've really got to take shelter. A lot of people say, I've been under tornado warnings before, and I've never seen a tornado. So what makes today any different? Well, hey, listen, tune in. We'll show you. We'll show you what's going on with it. Okay. Also, we're continuing to watch, this storm develop here. We've got a camera in Kalamazoo, so I want to make sure that we're continuously looking at that, even though right now it's pointed at metal. Okay, they're moving it. All right, somebody is operating this camera. So as the storm comes up towards Kalamazoo, we are going to hopefully be able to see the base of it a little bit, which will allow us to kind of understand a little bit more about what's going on with it there. But these are really strong storms up here in Michigan, okay? Huge hail, strong winds, and the very real threat for a tornado with these storms is coming together fast. Right over Centreville, especially with that southernmost storm, Mendon, Fairfax, Leonidas, you guys in Michigan really, really need to be getting to your safe spot, okay? I want to briefly, because I know we're going to get drawn right back to those storms here in a little bit, but I want to remind you guys that we're still watching the Indianapolis storms and all of the storms down here in Indiana as well. We've got more popping up back here towards Illinois. And these storms are also looking quite strong, and we're watching them. So we've got a pretty strong storm moving into Indianapolis. This will probably just bring some hail and some winds, but we do have a cell merger getting ready to happen here. So, this does have a history of producing enough rotation to, kind of spark a tornado warning. So that might happen again as the storm gets closer to Indianapolis. So y'all just get ready. It's definitely going to storm here soon. We're definitely going to have lightning, thunder, rain, and all that stuff. Hopefully the worst that we're going to get out of this is about some quarter-size hail, maybe a couple 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. But these storms today are in an environment that could allow them to produce tornadoes. So just know that over here in Mooresville, Plainfield, Beech Grove, Greenwood, and Indianapolis over the next 30 to 45, maybe, an hour, 30, 45 minutes, maybe an hour from now. A little bit of a stronger storm up here south of Kokomo that we're watching in Indiana. Rotations coming together a little bit better as well. I would get ready to potentially, go through the motions of being under a tornado warning over here towards Windfall and Point Isabel at some point here as the storm moves off to the east. We've got more information from meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead.
Hey, Brian, tornado on the ground east of Centreville, Michigan. That's our southeastern tornado warning. Expected to be upgraded. And it does look like the path of that storm is almost right towards Colon, Michigan, and up towards Sherwood in between Mendon and Colon. So y'all watch out. And this will eventually track into northwestern Branch County, Michigan, and southern Calhoun County near Tecumseh. In Michigan. These are some tough pronunciations, but y'all watch out. This tornado is on the ground. I expect an upgrade to that warning coming soon, including to Branch County, Michigan, and Calhoun County, Michigan.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for bringing our attention back here to this storm, which we knew we were going to come back. Now we have a tornado on the ground here between Centreville and Ottawa. More specifically, the tornado is likely somewhere around the Miller's Discount Store. If you guys know where the St. Clair Catholic Church, right as you get out of Centreville, if you go east a little bit and you turn north on what is that? Rambart Road. You guys know exactly where Miller's Discount Store is. That's the general vicinity of where the tornado might be. Don't hold too much onto my words here. Like there's a decent margin of error, but if you are anywhere close to that, all right, you are dangerously close to this tornado, and it's going to be moving up to the. Let's see here. Let's watch the scan come in. It's going to be moving to the northeast with a little bit more of an easternly component maybe than a northernly component. Let me pull that back a little bit. Yeah. So I think some of the next places, obviously some of the bigger communities that stick out to me are Fairfax, Leonidas, and Wasepi. But this is going to go over Evans Lake.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
If it continues to, potentially be on the ground, it's going to go up there towards the Spring Creek General Store, Brick House Yoga, Mendon Seed Growers, Laird Cemetery. All right, if you guys know where the Leedy Lake campground is, all these places are in the general area where the tornado could go. We got lime-sized hail possible with this as well. Wow. So pretty impressive look here on all of our products. Reflectivity, have a very obvious hook echo here. Okay, that shows us around where the tornado could be, and it's honestly very well defined. This is a pretty classic look for a tornadic supercell. Velocity is a little messy, but we can clearly see that there's some big time rotation here. We've got a velocity couplet in there. Oh yeah, especially with that most recent scan. A clear and defined velocity couplet. And then on top of that, this is also a little messy, but it's right on top of all of those other things that we just looked at. We've got a debris signature. So we think that there's a tornado down here, and we hope that everybody is heeding the warning and getting into shelter, especially if you're in Fairfax, or Leonidas in Michigan. One second. So yeah, that's one of the most impressive storms that we've seen in Michigan on this channel in a while. So hopefully everybody is really taking that one seriously. We're also seeing the hook kind of get a little bit more defined on reflectivity as well with the more northwestern storm. This is the one that's going towards Kalamazoo and Portage. This is coming together like really well as well. This is a very concerning sign on radar that we now have two supercells capable of producing big tornadoes moving through southwestern portions of Michigan right now. My goodness, hopefully people are aware once again of the significant situation that could be unfolding here. I'm kind of surprised that we haven't seen an upgrade to that warning yet. Maybe it's our system. Have we heard from Riley, or is there just nothing? Is it just not there yet? Okay, all right. So we're just going to continue to assume that this is on the ground, okay? And we're going to continue to walk you through this scan by scan. Also, a lot of hail getting ready to come into Mendon, by the way. Mendon, Michigan. You guys get ready for potentially some pretty large hail, maybe larger than lime size. And then that tornadic circulation is going to go somewhere between Mendon and Fairfax, and then up there towards Colon, maybe just a little bit north of Colon. This is in Michigan, by the way, for anybody that's just now tuning in. This will, if the tornado remains down, okay, this will cross the St. Joseph River between the Leedy Lake campground and the I don't know how to say that. The Njedi or the Njidi campground, river, resort, and canoe area near the Ginger Rich diesel service. So if you guys know where that is, if this makes it up there closer to Leonidas.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
That's the path it's going to take. And there we go. All right. Here we go. We got ourselves a PDS tornado warning. Rightfully so. This is an extremely concerning situation here for the folks in Kalamazoo, Van Buren, those counties in Michigan. One second. Go ahead, Andy. Oh, was that
hey, Ryan,
new information? Okay, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
The northern one first, just for clarification.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we have two PDS tornado warnings. They're both of the storms that we've been watching up here in Michigan are now PDS tornado warned. And once again, very rightfully so. We've got really concerning looking signatures on velocity and also our reflectivity. So basically, what this means, if you're just now tuning in, if you don't know what a PDS tornado warning is, it's we've got a large damaging tornado on the ground right now. This is not like a regular tornado warning where maybe we do, maybe we don't. Nope, this is the real deal. We've got a tornado doing damage down here near Mendon and Fairfax in Michigan, and then also a tornado down right now somewhere near Texas Corners and Portage in Michigan. Let me try to get you a little bit more detailed information about that specific one here to the south and west of Kalamazoo, because that one is moving into a pretty populated area. Let me, 1 second.
Hey, Ryan, real quick, the northern PDS is radar indicated. There's no evidence that we have an ongoing tornado incoming to Portage, Michigan. But
Okay.
Please be taking shelter, of course. This is potentially a significant tornado-producing storm. So we don't have evidence yet on radar, but it's a PDS because the radar signature looks like it could lead to a significant tornado.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you, Andy. Let's just assume that this is producing a tornado, and just for everybody's sake and everybody's safety, let's assume that this is going on right now, because once again, the radar signature is so intense. If you're in Texas Corners, Portage, Oakwood, Millwood, or Kalamazoo, you got to take shelter immediately. Specifically, this is likely, if this is actually down, it's going to be somewhere right now around the Texas Charter Township area, okay, and the Pretty Lake Camp. Then it's going to move on up to the north and east up there towards the Hope Cemetery and the Buckham Farm. All right. And then if you know where the DP Architect area is, Mind, Body, and Soul, Cynthia L. Pharmacy, if you know where that is, that's the general direction that this is going to go. And unfortunately, it looks like this storm could make it, right into the Portage area, the Ramona Park area. So hopefully everybody is taking shelter. And hopefully that doesn't actually make contact with the ground. It's probably pretty close, but this one to the south is definitely doing it. We've got damage occurring right now associated with the storm near Colon and Fairfax in Michigan. So let me get back on that one real quick. The storm is currently just to the west of Colon and Fairfax once again. I believe that this is pretty close to the Leedy Lake campground right now. If you know where Leedy Lake is, that's around where the tornado is. It's crossing over the St. Joseph River right now near the McCauley Cemetery. All right, let me see the motion on this. From there, it's likely going to go between the Gingerich Diesel Service and the Gents Bros Farms. Okay, if you know where McCauley Drain is and Covey Road, right after it crosses St. Joseph River, it's going to go over Covey Road between Gingerich Diesel Service and Gent Bros Farm, approximately. Okay, more broadly and farther downstream here, let's talk big distances, because this looks like a mean supercell that could go on for a little while. This could very well eventually make it up towards Athens. This could make it towards Athens. This could make it towards Sherwood. This could make it towards Burlington. All of these places are in Michigan. And my goodness, look at the presentation on radar. This is a big tornado right now, guys. Wow. Once again, debris being picked up, lofted into the air. You can see the debris signature here. We're already starting to see some of those signs of a more significant tornado with debris far into the air. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm also watching the storm to the south and east of our current PDS tours. It's got a hook on it as well, entering that favorable environment. The warm front, if you can imagine it here, is actually kind of draped to the south and east across our tornado warnings here. So these storms down to the south and east are also on the warm front. And if you go up in tilts, you can see it's coming together as well. So I could anticipate a tornado warning for southeastern branch county as well in Michigan as we get the extensions of our current ones. And do note that between these two warnings is two different offices, so that there may be some warnings that come out together to track this storm.
You're muted. You're muted. You're muted. You're muted.
Okay. Okay. Can we hear me now? All right, we're good. We've got a big tornado on the ground. Once again, what I was saying was, we knew coming into this live stream that we would have a pretty significant situation here with maybe some strong tornadoes. But I'm pretty blown away by the presentation of this particular supercell on radar. Okay, this is probably a big tornado, and hopefully everybody is ready as far downstream as Athens and Sherwood. All right, so we're hoping that everybody's in their safe spot right now in Colon and Leonidas. We're going to hope that comes between those two towns and doesn't make a direct hit to either of them. But if we zoom in here, even the roads in between, I mean, this is Michigan. This is different than Kansas and, some of the other places that we have been watching, tornadoes form over the past couple of weeks. It don't matter where the tornado goes. There's going to be something for it to hit. This is pretty densely developed land here. So unfortunately, we've got a lot of people in harm's way here, especially around Sherwood in Michigan.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so let's see this new scan. Oh my goodness. I was hoping to see not that. New scan shows that this continues to be a big tornado with a debris ball now, indicating that we have, once again, a huge tornado down on the ground right now. A PDS tornado warning is a particularly dangerous situation. We have reason to believe that this is a large, life-threatening tornado of larger proportions than your average tornado. All right. So we need you to get to your safe spot in Sherwood, Hodunk, Girard, South Butler, and Butler in this portion of Michigan here. All right. This is probably going to go over Interstate 69, unfortunately. And this is, once again, this is a big, big tornado. Your life is in danger here in Sherwood. You want to get into a basement or a storm cellar, preferably. If you don't have those things, then what you want to do is you want to put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Okay? You want to get into the lowest floor of a sturdy building and get into that interior closet or bathroom, whichever one has the least amount of glass. And you want to protect your head. Get a helmet. Sounds crazy, but get a helmet. Kids got bicycle helmets. You got a baseball helmet, whatever it is. Throw that helmet on, because the number one way you're going to get hurt in a situation like this is by falling debris. Bring a charged phone or tablet. Bring me with you and have some way of, getting a hold of somebody in the event that you need help. And go ahead and put on shoes because there's a chance that if your home is damaged significantly and you need to evacuate it for whatever reason, maybe there's a fire, maybe there's a gas leak, maybe obviously if your home is damaged and there's structural integrity problems, you probably just want to get away from that. You might have to walk over glass. You might have to walk over splintered wood. You might have to walk over, things that you don't want to walk over in flip-flops or Crocs or your bare feet. So wear some closed-toed shoes into your safe spot. Go ahead and get all that stuff together and get in that safe spot fast. All right? You don't have much time in Sherwood if this thing stays down. You've got a little time in places like Hodunk and Girard in South Butler, maybe 30 minutes. So if take your, get that stuff together and then get to shelter and hunker down, and we'll let you know when it's time to come out. This is
Hey, Ryan. Lights aren't working, Ryan, so I have to break in here. West of Portage, Michigan is on the ground now. So this tornado is on the ground entering a populated area near Portage, Michigan.
All right. Near Portage, Michigan, we've got another tornado down here.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
So get to shelter if you're in Portage, obviously, and then Millwood, Pavilion Center, East Comstock. Basically, anywhere on the southeast side of Kalamazoo, but go ahead and get shelter even in Kalamazoo right now. All right, so you're under a tornado warning from Pavilion to Cook's Mill all the way up to Kalamazoo. Everybody needs to get into their safe spots. We've got an incredibly dangerous storm coming together here. Riley, did you have something too?
Yes, I did. The NWS is having issues pushing warnings. Our system's still working, but that is your public alert warnings. So weather radio warnings are going to be behind, and NWS tornado is going to be behind on Twitter. So please make sure that we're getting this word out, because we might not be having all of our warning systems working properly in these areas in Michigan.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Riley. Guys, if you're just now tuning in, we have a crazy situation unfolding here where we've got two big tornadoes down in Michigan. One of them is in a pretty populated place here near Portage. And it's producing damage. And we're doing our best to let you know exactly where it is and where it's going next and all that stuff. But the big deal here, the thing that I want to get across to everybody is let's just everybody get to shelter. I'm gonna tell you where I think it is, which Walmart it's closest to, and all that stuff. But everybody in any of these counties, Kalamazoo County,
a new
St.
tornado
Joseph
warning
County,
has been issued.
Branch County, or Hillsdale County, or Tipton County. In any of these counties in Michigan and Indiana, you guys need to be in your safe spot. Okay. So let me just really quickly kind of come in here and do my best to give you an idea as to where exactly I think this one is. Once again, we've got a damaging tornado on the ground right now in a very populated area of Michigan, south of Kalamazoo near Portage. Currently, it's likely very close to the Austin Lake. If you guys know where Westlake, Austin Lake, and Long Lake are, it's right in that area, moving up towards the Kalamazoo Airport. All right. If you know where the Kalamazoo Airport is, TLR Coatings, East Lake, Pavilion Estates, the I-94 emergency route, Wings Event Center, that's the general area where the tornado is probably at right now, or where it's about to be in the next couple of minutes. There's a margin of error there. So even beyond that, well into Kalamazoo, we're well over there towards Scottsmill County Park, Bailey Cemetery, Morrow Lake. You guys all are too close. Okay. If you know where those things are and you're like, oh, well, I could get there in 5 minutes, or that's down the road from me, you are in an extremely dangerous situation. Beyond that, on a more broad scale, you have, some time to prepare for this, maybe in Galesburg. If this keeps going on the track that it's going, it'll eventually come to you in Galesburg and Augusta. Start preparing now. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, right. And some more important things here. This is going right over the Sam's Club in Portage and North Portage. There's a huge Crossroads Mall there. So all the Crossroads Mall, it might be in the direct path of this tornado. Right downstream of that is the Kalamazoo Battle Creek International Airport that is in the path of this tornado. At least some part of the airport may be impacted if this stays on the ground. So two major areas of commerce here and of people in this area need to watch out here in the Crossroads Park Mall here and the Kalamazoo International Airport.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Andy. Guys, draw a line in your mind between the Kalamazoo Airport and the Hickory Ridge Golf Course and driving range. All right. That's approximately maybe where the path of this thing is going to go over the next little bit. But remember, these things can, they can twist and turn, and they don't move in straight lines and everything. So we don't want you to get too complacent if you don't think you're very close to that. But that's about where we think the tornado is going to go. Morrow Lake, once it crosses Morrow Lake and gets past the Hickory Ridge Golf Course, it'll probably go somewhere between the Galesburg Pet Grooming store and Comstock Northwest. All right. From there, it could go anywhere between Richland and Augusta, more specifically between the Sherman Lake YMCA and the Kalamazoo City Water District building, if you know what I'm talking about. So we just got a new warning here. What is that? Is it a
new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
That includes a lot of the places that we just named off On a bigger scale, we've got Galesburg, Augusta, and Climax now under a PDS tornado warning. Take shelter now. A PDS tornado warning means that we know pretty sure that we've got a massive tornado on the ground, and it is causing significant damage. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, Battle Creek is not in this warning yet. I'm not sure if people of Battle Creek are getting the warning on their phone or not. This may not last until the city of Battle Creek here, but I just want everyone to know ahead of time that this area is relatively close to the path of this tornado and is populated. So if you know people in Battle Creek who are unaware of the situation as of now, then go ahead and call them and let them know.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Yeah, these storms mean business. They're remaining discreet. They could go on for quite some time. So like Andy said, even outside of the warning boxes here, Battle Creek, we've got to be concerned about those guys. Maybe even Tekonsha. There's a couple of places that aren't under a tornado warning right now that might be here soon. And you guys should definitely start preparing because there's a lot of stuff to consider. If you guys just heard my whole spiel about what you should do in the event of a tornado warning like this, you guys have a little bit extra time to prepare. Let's look at this camera here in Kalamazoo. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see anything from this one. It's covered in rain. And that's a good reminder here that this tornado specifically, the one that's going through Portage right now and getting ready to go through the southeastern side of Kalamazoo up there towards East Comstock, this is rain wrapped almost certainly. You're probably not going to see it. So don't go outside looking for it. Just go get into shelter. Go get into shelter, and we'll let you know whenever it's time to come out. Dangerous situation unfolding over here a little bit farther to the east. I would assume that we're going to get a new warning here at some point because this storm, this big supercell is turning a little bit more to the right, but there's a good chance that this might come off the polygon a little bit here and maybe impact places near Tekonsha and Bentley's Corners. But if we're in Hodunk, Girard, South Butler, or any of these places down here in southeastern or southwestern Michigan, we need to be getting into our safe spot because this is a big nasty tornado still on the ground producing significant damage, and it doesn't look like it's going anywhere anytime soon. Currently, that tornado is near Dunks Road, and it's going to kind of parallel Girard Road, West Girard Road, between West Girard Road and Highway 60 as it goes up between Hodunk and Burlington over the next couple of minutes. If you know where those places are, that kind of gives you an idea of the channel that this tornado is going to be able to go through. And then this is also going to cross Interstate 69 somewhere between Girard and Tekonsha, so hopefully everybody is aware of that. I would hate to be on Interstate 69 right now heading south in a hailstorm, and then right when you pop out of that, maybe there's a tornado to to your west. Hopefully everybody is aware of what's going on here, and we don't want to have any sort of a situation where people are surprised by this. Big tornado going over Union Lake right now, moving up in the general direction of Burlington and Tekonsha and Girard in Michigan. Now let's go back and talk about our other one. And you heard that right. We've got two big time, dangerous situations going on right now. We've got a tornado between Millwood and Portage, probably past the airport by now going up towards East Comstock. Okay, this tornado, if it stays down, it's going to go over Interstate 94. All right, and whenever it goes over in Interstate 94, that'll probably occur somewhere right around the, let's see here. What's a big landmark I can call out here? If you guys know where the Maple Grove Cemetery is, or the Helmus Plumbing Services store is, or how about Green Meadow Park? Somewhere in there, that's going to be one of the places where the storm could potentially cross Interstate 94, or at least it'll be visible from there as it does so. It could also cross Interstate 94 closer to Morrow Lake, and then once again go up towards the Hickory Ridge Golf Course. the reason I'm calling out these the landmarks and stuff is not to tell you exactly where the tornado is, and so if you're a couple blocks down the road you don't take shelter. It's just to really drive home where that we think the tornado is, and to kind of give you a better idea than just listing off some of these communities. We talk to people and they say, like, some of these names on the map, that's not how we refer to these places down here. We East Comstock, are you talking about the place north of Morrow Lake? You know what I mean? So like we're trying to get that more localized information to you. All right, go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, so we just got a new tornado watch a few minutes ago. That graphic is in stream text. I'm not sure if you've seen that, but just an interesting note about that tornado watch. The probabilities on it are 70%, 60%. So that means a 70% chance of seeing a tornado and a 60% chance of seeing an EF2 or stronger tornado.
Okay, is that the one for like Cincinnati, that area?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So I'm going to show you that, and I think
tornado emergency just issued.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay. So wow, we've got a tornado emergency now for Branch County, Michigan. Okay, if you're just now tuning in, we've got an outbreak of significant tornadoes happening right now in Michigan. We've got tornadoes starting to form in Indiana. We've got a serious situation going on. We've got a couple of tornadoes down in Michigan. The biggest one and the most concerning one right now is the one that is coming up towards Burlington and Tekonsha right now, and Girard. All right. I'm really hoping that we get an addition to that polygon. It's two different warning offices here, so I think that we will. But Tekonsha, you guys are definitely in the path of this thing. The tornadoes, somewhere near Hodunk and Sherwood in Michigan, and it's moving up towards the Girard and Tekonsha area. Guys, a tornado emergency is only issued in the biggest tornadoes. All right. Last night we had a tornado emergency, and it completely demolished the eastern side of an entire town. All right. The Barnsdall area, it's gone. That's what, we warn tornado emergencies for whenever we have big time, potentially catastrophic.
A new PDS
tornadoes.
Tornado warning has been issued.
So we've got another PDS tornado warning. And just once again, we've got that tornado emergency as well for Branch County, Michigan. A potentially catastrophic tornado is on the ground right now. So we've got to make sure that everybody in the Tekonsha area is aware of this. That new PDS tornado warning includes Battle Creek, Marshall, Albion, and the I-95 corridor between Climax and Marengo up here in Michigan. This is a really, really unfortunate situation for the residents up here in Michigan. Let me try to get a little bit closer in here. Wow, man, this is doing big time damage. Holy smokes. So we don't have Elijah with us today. There is some news coming out. I want to let you know what we know so far, and then we're going to get right back into calling out streets and towns. Trees are down all across Kalamazoo County. 10 trailers destroyed. We're hearing on the scanners that, gas can be smelled in the area. So we know for a fact that this is doing very, very significant damage. Very, very significant damage. Okay. And it's going to continue to do so as the storm moves up, once again, in the general direction of Burlington and Tekonsha. There's a small chance that we might have a little bit of a recycling phase that's about to happen here. We can hope for that. But let's just go ahead and, assume that that's not going to be the case. And we've got to, get to shelter right now in Burlington and Tekonsha.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. We just got a new tornado warning for some of these storms down here to the south and west as well. Fremont, Reading, Cambria, Algansey, you guys are under a tornado warning here in Michigan. I want to check in on our latest or the other tornado that we've been tracking here near Kalamazoo. There is good reason to believe that that's probably still down on the ground. Right now, it's about to cross I-94 near East Comstock. Once again, that is near Morrow Lake. Once it gets through there, it's going to go towards Galesburg and then up towards Howlandsburg and Augusta in Michigan. Get ready. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Brian, I'm watching the storm south of Indianapolis right now. It's headed generally in the direction of Southport and the southern side of the metro here. Got a hook echo on it. No tornado warning. Does look better as of recent scans. So if a warning does come through for these areas south of Indianapolis, there's a reason why you have a storm moving in over the next 15, 20, 25 minutes from west to east.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Reminder, guys, anybody that's just now tuning in, we've got a life-threatening situation with multiple tornadoes up there in Michigan, but we're also watching these storms in Indiana as well. We expect that some of these could also produce tornadoes as we go through the evening. These will eventually work into western portions of Ohio, northwestern portions of Kentucky. We will be here for you as soon as those storms require our attention. Right now, nothing is quite as important as what we've got going on up here in Michigan right now. So that's why we're kind of hyper-focused on that, okay? Just once again, we've got, as far as I know, 2 confirmed tornadoes here from what I can tell. We've got a plethora of tornado warnings, but the big story right now are the big rotating areas you see here and here. Right now, we've got potentially a big tornado moving into the Tekonsha area in Michigan. So hopefully everybody in that town is in their safe spot. There's, not a lot else to be said about that. The rotation is, it's certainly there, but it definitely looks a little bit more messy now on radar. It's harder to depict exactly where that tornado might be, but if it's still down on the ground, and we have every reason to believe that it is, it looks to me like it's going to go really close to Tekonsha or right through town. So let's hope that it doesn't, but let's assume that it will and get everybody underground fast. Remember, a basement, that's your best option, or a storm cellar. If you don't have that, then you want to get to the lowest, most interior room of a sturdy building, and you want to put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Speaking of Indiana, we got a new tornado warning down there. This is north and east of Indianapolis for Fairmount and Matthews. Fairmount and Matthews. So take shelter. That's a radar indicated tornado warning. I'm just waiting for the latest scan here, honestly, just to tell you any new information about these storms that we're watching up here in Michigan. Tekonsha takes shelter. Homer, Michigan takes shelter. Clarendon, Eckford, Condit, Albion, Marengo. All of you guys are in the path of this storm, potentially even Bentley's Corner, Butler. All these places just to the east of Tekonsha there need to be getting underground fast. You want to run, don't walk to your safe spot. Rotation's a little bit more disjointed now with the storm that is going by Kalamazoo. However, we still probably have a tornado here coming up by Galesburg and up towards Augusta. We're going to hope that lets up, that rotation kind of lets up here soon, and we don't have to deal with this going into Battle Creek, but we're going to assume that it is going to continue to produce a tornado as it has, and we're going to stay in our safe spots in Augusta and Battle Creek. You can also see how our debris signature is also harder to kind of decipher exactly where it is as it gets closer to Decatur. I'm having a hard time. I don't know if that's because we're getting farther away from the radar or what, but I'm just hoping that it means that the thing is kind of recycling a little bit. But if it's not, the area between Burlington and Decatur right now is likely receiving some damage from a tornado. That it'll be by you hopefully within the next 5 to 10 minutes, and it'll be okay to come out of your safe spot. Then we've got to, of course, worry about Clarendon and Homer next in line here. Wow. That was an incredibly intense hour, first hour of the stream there. If you're just now tuning in, please consider sharing the stream. We're trying to make sure that people downstream understand the severity of the situation and know what's going on here. A lot of people in Michigan today might have not have been thinking too much about significant tornado possibilities, because they weren't in the biggest part of the risk. Okay. But this is another reminder that it's important not to pay too close attention to those lines between the enhanced and the slight risks. So just a reminder, we've actually got greater tornado probabilities today in Indiana and Ohio. It's not saying that we're going to have a repeat of what we just saw up here, but it is saying that, we're probably going to deal with severe storms and tornadoes throughout the evening here as we continue to watch these storms. Okay, we've got the fire department near, I'm guessing that's near Kalamazoo, reporting that people are trapped in homes. A quote from the Kalamazoo County scanner, this whole area has been devastated. So, I mean, based off what we just saw on radar, I would be very surprised if we didn't hear about some extremely significant damage coming out of the Kalamazoo County area and the Branch County area over here in Michigan. It would be a miracle, honestly. A couple of pictures coming in through various user-submitted, images to news stations. This is near Portage. Hard to tell exactly what we're looking at here. Twitter, Ryan at Ryan Hall, y'all. That's I'm retweeting all of this stuff if I find anything that is that may be useful to help you understand what just happened here. If you've got family members, loved ones in the area, and you want to, know what happened in in Michigan here, I'm trying my best to share that information for you. But so far, I haven't seen a lot of imagery, and honestly, maybe it's because that they're rain wrapped or something, but a lot of times, in a populated area like this, we would already see a plethora of, photos and videos of a tornado in a situation like this. Maybe I'm just not seeing them yet. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Brian. I think just doing some analysis on this event as it occurs here, that since our tornado emergency has been canceled, I think that the tornado was occluded right as this emergency was issued. Unfortunately, I think that they probably had to have multiple confirmations to issue the highest risk for a tornado warning possible here from this one office, and then of course we're coordinating across offices. So I think that it occluded and got cut off from the inflow right as the warning was issued. There's also a 4-inch hail report in the rear flank downdraft of this, so this is still an extremely dangerous storm as it heads into Burlington and Decatur in Michigan. But what I do think is happening is the storm is going to have a really good chance at producing another tornado, as I can see a very strong handoff occurring just off to the northeast of where our previous tornado occluded back into the storm. So an occlusion simply means that the tornado stopped because it no longer had access to warm, moist air to wrap it into it, which would be air that rises in a rapid and violent motion, such as this tornado. So I think that both tornadoes are hopefully no longer doing damage, and we have a bunch of debris fallout and some reporting on damage to do hereafter. However, I think that this southeastern one that prompted the tornado emergency, we should be watching it very closely as it goes toward Homer, Concord, Albion or Albion, and into Jackson County, Michigan, because I think it has a chance of producing another tornado.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Yeah, that was a little bit maybe an unfortunate timing for the tornado emergency, but it was definitely warranted, and it makes sense now that you put it that way. And we've continued to watch, especially this storm right here, as it moves off to the north and east, and we're likely going to see more situations where we have new tornadoes that occur as a result of these circulations. Okay, so remember, we're still under a tornado warning for Albion and Marengo, and Battle Creek, that storm to your west there has a history of producing a big tornado, so get ready for that. What was that most recent PDS? Was that just like an update to
yeah, that was an update on the Angola warning. Switching it to PDS, there's a pretty sizable debris signature.
Okay, so that's this storm down here near Jamestown and Fremont.
Or there's no debris signature, sorry.
Okay. All right, so this is a particularly dangerous situation. Emergency management confirmed tornado. I believe, yeah, it's this storm down here. This is one way down in Indiana right now that has a PDS tornado warning on it. So now we've got to worry about our folks here in Fremont, Indiana, and Ray. My goodness. I mean, no fault. You really can't fault the National Weather Service here. This literally popped out of nowhere. It's just absolutely out of nowhere. Now, 2 frames later, we've got a potentially, extremely dangerous situation unfolding here for the folks in Fremont, now Ray, Clear Lake, Montgomery, California. Those places are in Michigan. You guys are under a tornado warning. Just let me read this again just to make sure I'm reading the right thing here. Yeah, we've got an observed tornado, considerable damage, a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Emergency management confirmed tornado. Your life is in danger if you're in front of this thing. Check out the hook. This is, once again, a telltale sign that we've got a tornado down here right near Fremont right now in extreme northeastern Indiana, and it's moving into southern portions of Michigan right now. Fremont. There's the latest scan. Looks like the tornado is getting, or the storm that is producing the tornado is getting stronger. Unfortunately, if that's producing a tornado right now, I mean, we got an emergency manager out there that says that it is. If that's producing a tornado right now, it's going right through Fremont. And then it's going to go past the Cedar Lake Conservation Area. And then, of course, up towards Ray. We've got to be concerned about you guys up there in Montgomery, Reading, and Cambria as well. Because if this thing grows and does a similar move as like the last one did up there a little bit farther to the north and west, this is going to be a pretty bad situation for you guys. So if we're in Reading, Cambria, or Montgomery in Michigan, or if we're in Fremont or Ray, we need to be running, not walking to our safe spots. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, you've stumbled across a tornado outbreak that is occurring right now in portions of Indiana and Michigan. Just an unbelievable uptick in activity here over the past hour and 15 minutes. When we started the stream an hour and 15 minutes ago, we had nothing going on, and now here we are already assessing the damage of a potentially intense tornado that went through portions of Michigan here. I'm starting to see video now. Yeah, this is a big one. Some of the video coming in of the tornado. is looking pretty gnarly. Wow. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I'm looking at the right thing and going over everything here. Yeah, so some of this video and some of the photos and stuff I can't show on the air. We want to protect the copyright of the storm chasers and stuff that are out there, or just the regular news media people that are out there. But there are a couple things that you guys are personally tagging me in. Here's one of those. This is, it looks like a screen grab from a video of maybe the tornado up there in Michigan right before the tornado emergency was issued. So this right here is what we're dealing with potentially down here near Fremont and Ray. I got to tell y'all, I mean, just to be honest, the velocity on this storm doesn't look very impressive just yet. However, we've got an emergency manager out there that has confirmed a tornado. So sometimes the radar doesn't tell the whole story, right? So Ray and Montgomery, you guys need to take shelter now. Thankfully, the rotation with our storms back here towards Tecontia, Homer, Marshall, Battle Creek, these are really letting up as far as their rotation goes. So it doesn't look like we have tornadoes still ongoing with these storms. However, it's likely that we might get a new one here soon as they, these storms still have a little bit of a supercellular look to them. Once again, this is likely what that tornado looked like as it was entering the tornado emergency area between Mendon, Fairfax, and Colon earlier in Michigan. We're getting some reports maybe that the FedEx collapsed. I'm assuming that's like a FedEx facility, a FedEx building. And maybe there are people trapped there in Kalamazoo County.
A new tornado
Obviously,
warning has been issued.
Information comes in a chaotic situation like this, sometimes it's a little all over the place, and we've got to, take everything with a grain of salt when we first start hearing some of those first reports. But, it sounds like that might be a thing that we're having to deal with here. Not an accurate depiction of exactly what's going on with our velocity couplet here with the storm that's now approaching Homer, but there are some signs that this storm is trying to get its act back together, and maybe it's going to produce another tornado here soon. So if you're in Homer or Albion or Condit, Michigan, we got to get back to our safe spots. If we came out for whatever reason, if we're feeling complacent, that storm's still dangerous. Get in there now. The PDS tornado warning down here is just now starting to show some signs of rotation that would lead me to believe that we actually have a tornado down. So maybe this is just now entering the range of the radar that allows us to see that. But yeah, we've likely got a tornado down here near Long Lake, Montgomery, and Camden. Emergency manager already confirmed this, but now we can get a better idea of that through radar. It's looking a lot more likely now, just based off of what we can see here. If you're new here, if you don't know what we're looking at, this is velocity, okay? The reds show stuff going away from the radar. The greens show stuff going towards the radar. So we can infer that we have some counterclockwise rotation right there around Long Lake. We call that a velocity couplet. Right there where the greens and reds meet. That lines up pretty well. with what we call the hook on the storm. So this very well could be trying to produce a tornado here if it's not already. So once again, Long Lake, Camden, Montgomery, take shelter. Let me give you a little bit of a better idea of some local landmarks there as well. Let's see here. Fremont, Montgomery, Camden. Tornado is right now likely near somewhere between Clear Lake, not the town, okay, but the actual lake. I mean, obviously it's between Clear Lake, but the actual lake where the public beach is, and the Bluffs. If you know where what is it? The Bluffs campground is. Tornado, if it's down still, that's where it is. And hopefully it goes right in between Camden and Montgomery, but we need you guys both in your safe spots. The probably area that's most likely to get hit by the tornado, if it's still down between Montgomery and Camden, is Camden. More specifically, we've got to worry about the Alvord Road area. If you guys know where the Warner Building and Design is there, north of the Dollar General, and the DP Equipment, Peaceful Paws Puppies, New Hope Church, Custer's Dairy Foods, Divine Cemetery. Those are some of the places where this tornado is going to come really close to here as it goes off to the north and east. PDS tornado warning for that one. Once again, rotation really coming together here as a potential tornado is now coming towards Homer and Condit in Michigan. Also Albion and Babcock. You guys should all be in your safe spots right now. This is a dangerous situation. Battle Creek, Michigan. Storm's going over you right now as well. The rotation looks less intense, but this is still a strong storm with maybe up to golf ball sized hail. By the way, Indiana, we've got tornado warnings out here as well. Rotation looks a lot less concerning on some of these, but still, this is something that we've got to pay attention to. But Shamrock Lakes and Hartford City and Trenton, Indiana, you guys are under a tornado warning. Take shelter immediately. A little bit of stronger storms actually coming together here south of Indianapolis. This one looks like it might, let me play this out. Yeah, it's getting stronger. So this one looks like it might try to become a problem here south of Indianapolis as it goes towards Mount Auburn, Indianapolis, and Amity. So get ready for that over there in Franklin. You guys are already under a severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds, ping-pong ball-sized hail. 1 inch in diameter hail over here for the Clay City area. Get ready for that. So the storms are remaining discreet across a lot of the Indianapolis area, which it's kind of a good sign. It's kind of a bad sign. It's a bad sign because if one of them decides to go strong and really take advantage of the atmosphere, it could really produce a big tornado. It's a good sign because it's maybe a sign that our low-level lapse rates or mid-level lapse rates or there's something out here in the atmosphere that's keeping the storms from growing too much, and maybe that'll put a lid on the atmosphere for a little while longer, and we won't have to worry about it as much. But Riley's got something for us. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan, just an update out of Kalamazoo. It sounds like there are 30 to 40 people that are known to be trapped inside that FedEx basement or that FedEx building, and they have declared a mass casualty incident, and all off-duty paramedics are being called in to help on that scene.
Wow. Unfortunately, really, really bad news coming in from the tornadoes that we just covered here between Kalamazoo, Portage, and of course a little bit farther to the south as well near Centreville, Colon, Madison. These things did big time damage. There's no doubt about that. We could tell that just from radar, and also the fact that oh wow, there's actually a photo of that. I think this is from a distance, obviously, but it looks like the entire. Oh wow, look at this. there's multiple floors here. And you can see inside of the building where floors have collapsed on top of each other. That is not good. So, yeah, obviously the purpose of this channel is to, alert people about weather. And, we're going to continue to tell you about the future tornado warnings and what's going to happen with these storms as they go forward. But also it's important to me, anyways, that we also relay the news and make sure that once a tornado has passed an area, we don't just abandon you. And like if you've got family members that live there, we want to make sure that you know what's going on. All right, so we're going to continue to update you on all of the damage and information that comes out of these areas. Thank y'all for tagging me in stuff on Twitter. That's honestly, it's a big help. I don't know what happened with Caleb Beecham's feed, but as soon as he comes back, somebody let me know. We currently don't have any tornado emergency. We had one there for a moment. We do have a PDS tornado warning, and it still does look like we've got a tornado down here near Camden, Michigan. This is moving up towards Reading and Cambria, so hopefully all of you all are ready for that. Jack, we don't know the exact details, obviously, of what's going on at the FedEx building. All we know is that there are people trapped, and I mean, just from looking at that, it obviously looks like a pretty unfortunate situation, and we don't know any of the details there. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I'll try my best to give you some good news here. I think that our Michigan tornado threat in particular, all of these storms that are in Michigan, is rapidly declining. That means that we should still be watching, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning that includes Jackson County to the east of Homer in Michigan. And I think that just looking at this, these storms are becoming very elevated, way out of the warm front here, which is staying to the west here. So I think that anywhere north, hopefully, of the Ohio border is much less supportive for tornadoes. We should still be watching out, of course, as any warnings are issued. But I do think that the threat should be decreasing, much less of a supportive environment out in front of this compared to where we just saw the damage take place in southwestern Michigan. So hopefully that is good news to, just say that it looks like not as supportive. I would definitely recommend still paying attention. It's good anyways to go ahead and prep your tornado safety spots out ahead of these storms, and just make sure you have that simple checklist of shoes, helmet, and make sure everyone's accounted for in a way to continue to receive information. Watch us on any device and get that information as these storms come to you. Hopefully they're not as bad.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Just a crazy series of events that's happened here in Michigan. We've got a couple tornado warnings left. We've got that radar indicated tornado warning for Marshall, Marengo, Albion. You guys stay in your safe spot, hopefully just for the next 20 minutes or so, and then they'll allow that to expire. And then, we've got that tornado warning for Cambria, Nickonook, and Reading. That's a little bit more serious. We still think there's probably a tornado down here, so hopefully you guys are still in your safe spot, but it's very likely that this won't continue for a really long time. Hopefully we're not going to track this all the way across Michigan, so hopefully in about 15-20 minutes or so this will be allowed to expire. But unfortunately, that doesn't mean that we're done for the day. In fact, we started this stream mostly to talk about these storms, which are just now starting to fire up. Now, I don't know if we'll see a repeat down here in Indiana, Ohio, or Kentucky today of what we just saw in Michigan. It's possible though, and we've also got the very real possibility that we just see a bunch of tornadoes as all these supercells continue to look like they're trying to rotate more and more. This is another one of those situations where the tornado threat will increase at sundown. So it's 6:46 local here. What is it? It's 5:46 central. As the sun starts to set, lower level jet's going to increase. Tornado parameters increase along with that. If we continue to see discrete supercellular storms like this around the time the sun goes down, down here in Kentucky, Ohio, and Indiana, we could have a pretty significant tornado threat tonight. So we're going to be with you through the remainder of the evening here. First of all, relaying information and news about what just happened in Michigan, and then also keeping you updated on the storms that are ongoing and will continue to cause problems in Kentucky, Ohio, and Indiana. Rotation with our storm with the PDS warning is finally letting up a little bit, it seems. So stay in your safe spot in Cambria and Nico Nook, but we're hoping to goodness that this goes away soon. More imagery of the damage that just occurred in Michigan. This is near Portage. Don't know exactly what we're looking at here, but obviously pretty significant damage. We do have a couple storm chasers. We might need to utilize more if things start to get more interesting, but right now what we've got is fine. Right now, honestly, the only one that we're really watching is Bryce Shelton. He's in Johnson County, Indiana. Johnson County, Indiana. He is just to the south of Indianapolis and Greenwood. So he's keeping an eye on that storm that's looking pretty nasty over there towards Martinsville. So if that looks like it's going to be more of a problem, he's gonna let us know, and we're going to be able to see that through his feed. So we're also watching storm chaser Caleb Beecham there, who isn't storm chasing today. He's in Osage County, Oklahoma, which was hit by
a new PDS severe thunderstorm
catastrophic tornado yesterday. In the tornado emergency yesterday in Barnsdall. He's there and he's delivering supplies. You saw the U-Haul there. It was full of generators, chainsaws, tarps, whatever the emergency managers in the area asked for. We went and bought it. I think Caleb spent, $15,000 or something this morning at Home Depot. And he's delivering it to the people down there for, no questions asked, just free, thanks to you guys in the Y'all Squad. And he's going to continue to do that kind of stuff for the rest of the day. And we'll be able to tune in and talk to him as he does that. Unfortunately, it looks like he might need to go to Michigan now. Or at least somebody from the Y'all Squad might need to, as significant damage has occurred there as well. And I know, you guys have been so generous. Obviously, I hate, you guys have already given so much. If you can't give, if you've already given what you can give, that's fine. But if you got anything else and you can help us out to help the people of Michigan here, remember, it is an option for you to go to the y'allsquad.org and make a tax deductible donation to our official 501c3 nonprofit organization. Every penny is going to go towards helping storm victims. So consider doing that. Once again, that's the y'allsquad.org. Just since yesterday, we're about up to $70,000 raised, which is obviously going to make a big difference. If you're just now tuning in, we do continue to have a tornado warning for Cambria and Reading in Michigan. Stay in your safe spots. We've also got a tornado warning up here for Marshall and Albion, Michigan. Both of those storms look much less impressive than they did earlier, so we're going to hope that trend continues. But for now, stay sheltered.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second.
Yeah, go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, Ryan, I just wanted to share just kind of some of what I recognize driving through Barnsdall right now. Obviously, we're kind of out of the debris field right here, but just earlier while you were experiencing that tornado emergency, I didn't want to jump in and interrupt or anything. We drove through that main damage field, and just seeing it in person, obviously photos don't do it justice, but it's definitely significant damage here, so we can just kind of assume the worst of what we saw here is going to be very comparable to what we're seeing in Michigan right now. So I'll try and go back through the debris field at least one more time just to get you guys a shot of kind of what we experienced here. But they are going to start clearing out the town here shortly, so we will probably have to move out of town here shortly. But I will definitely move through that debris field within the next 5 or 10 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham and Field Director for the Y'all Squad. By the way, guys, we've got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Kendallville, Avila, Garrett, Corunna, Fairfield Center, all of these places in Indiana for 3-inch in diameter hail, large apple size, and 60-mile-per-hour winds. A destructive severe thunderstorm warning should be treated as if it is a tornado warning. You want to get into your tornado safe spot there in Kendallville, Indiana. We've also got
a new tornado watch has been issued.
A tornado warning for Hartford City and Trenton. That's going to last for the next 8 minutes. Hopefully that doesn't get continued, but it definitely could. Probably some of the more concerning storms now are going to be the ones to the south of Indianapolis. They're all rotating. They're all trying to develop, mesocyclones. They're all working on it. They all look pretty impressive on reflectivity, but they're nowhere close to producing big tornadoes just yet. So hopefully it takes them a while, or they just don't do it at all. But these are the storms that we're going to watch really closely as they move into Kentucky and Ohio later. I'm going to see if I lost that tornado watch graphic. Hold on.
Hey, Ryan, I don't think that was a new tornado watch. I think they added a few counties on to the north of the existing tornado watch. That was watch 196 that they edited.
All right, I'm trying to find the one for Cincinnati again because I never got a chance to. Okay, I found it. I got it. Okay, so this is the tornado watch that we're going to be covering pretty intensely here this evening. It includes Cincinnati. It includes Columbus, Ohio, Dayton. It includes Lancaster, Portsmouth, a little bit of northern Kentucky, southeast Indiana. A few tornadoes likely. Scattered hail up to 2-inch in diameter likely. 70-mile-per-hour winds. 6.5 million people in that tornado watch. And this is going to go all the way out until 1 a.m. tonight or early tomorrow morning. So, yeah, we're going to be here with you for a while. We just started the stream now. What was it? Hour and 40 minutes ago, and we're going to be here until the storms are no longer seemingly a huge deal. Go ahead, Andy. As soon as Andy's done, Riley, you can go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. I am watching a supercell. Unfortunately, headed pretty much right on the same path as the one that went through Portage, Michigan. Again, like I said earlier, our tornado threat seems to be decreasing with these storms to the east near Jackson, Michigan. We're not seeing any new tornado warnings issued yet over there, and the velocity does look like it's decreasing. However, what I did mention as well is that the southwestern Michigan area still continues
to be favorable. A new tornado warning has been issued.
Slightly less favorable than what it was before. Because these storms tracked through it. However, I do have a lot of concern for this area since it was just recently impacted, and reports are efforts to recovery efforts are ongoing in Portage, and the cell is going to get very close to them. It's not warned or anything yet, but it does have a spinning mesocyclone here. It does have a mesocyclone, so we do know that this is a supercell, and it is in a more favorable environment than all the storms to the east. So I just want to issue an advance watch for this storm, just in case, because I don't want anything bad to happen here, and I want as much lead time as possible in any outcome if the storm does nothing or if it does everything. So just be aware of that, and somehow let's get information out to all the emergency responders and everyone doing efforts in the Portage, Michigan area that this is coming toward them and they should be aware.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. So we're watching this storm right now as it comes back into the Portage area. No warning yet. However, it is rotating. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, if you want to go ahead and take a look at Caleb's feed, he's driving through the damage path, and the one thing I want to bring up as we show this feed is this was a heavily wooded area, and now it just looks like there's a bunch of shrubs. So those at one point were normal sized trees, and now they're all cut off halfway up to the top.
Yeah, and this is from the tornado that happened last night. We had a big tornado go through, I think it's Barnsdall, Oklahoma, and it went up towards Bartlesville. Caleb Beecham is in Barnsdall right now, delivering goods and talking with whoever needs to talk to kind of distribute the Y'all Squad funds in the best way possible. We've gotten really good at stretching the dollars and making sure that we're able to do a lot with a little. Even though we've been able to raise a lot and you guys have helped us a lot, I think that we're making a huge impact even with what we've gotten here. So yeah, this is a live look at some of the damage from Barnsdall, Oklahoma. This happened last night. Just a really unfortunate situation there. Once again, this is an EF4 from what we've heard so far. EF4. And a lot of the pictures and videos that I've seen, it looks like we're going to lose service here. But a lot of the pictures and the videos that I've seen remind me quite a bit of Rolling Fork. Well, we went and looked at Rolling Fork in person. So I think we're past the damage now. But still, it reminds me of Rolling Fork. So we're going to be there. We're going to be helping people in Barnsdall. And, of course, the Y'all Squad's presence will be felt in Michigan as well, thanks to y'all's generosity. And, of course, just thank you for that. Kalamazoo County, 20,000 people without power, 4,000 in St. Joseph County. So now we've got another big storm coming into Portage. Lots of people without power. It's rotating. It's not necessarily the same monster that we were dealing with before, but it's certainly going to cause problems here in the recovery efforts that are going on in and around Kalamazoo. By the way, when Andy was talking last, we did get a new tornado warning for Pittsford, Wheatland, and Hudson and Locust Corners in Michigan, also Osseo and Steenburg, and in Hillsdale County, Michigan. You guys should take shelter if you haven't already. We're hearing reports that the Oak Brook Estates trailer park near Portage was damaged significantly. Due to gas leaks, they're about to cut the power off at Pavilion Estates. Talking about cutting in Oak Brook Estates trailer park as well. So cutting the power there. So just keep that in mind. So we just had a bunch of tornadoes go through southern Michigan. And now we are, kind of watching these storms as they go through Indiana. We're going to be here for a while watching them. I want to show you a graphic that we were showing right before those tornadoes happened. This is our tornado outlook for today. Both of our destructive tornadoes that we've seen happened up here. Okay? So, our more significant tornado risk is down here. Does that mean that we're going to have worse tornadoes today in that area? No. but the ingredients for favorable, conditions to be in place to produce tornadoes are actually going to be more abundant in this area this evening. So hopefully that gets you to pay attention if you're down here, and you are going to be ready to get to shelter if you need to, if a warning is issued. A little bit of more of an update from yesterday as well. This is an EF4 now, but 21 tornado reports, 312 wind reports, 128 hail reports. One confirmed fatality in Barnsdall and one unconfirmed fatality in Barnsdall from yesterday. But yeah, we do know that we found EF4 damage now as well. Here's a really unsettling but fascinating video of the tornado as it came into Barnsdall. Will Price sent this in. There's a screenshot of the lightning illuminating the stovepipe as it came into town. So let's start talking a little bit more about the future here, because we've got these storms continuing to like be on a roll, and we're going to continue to have big time problems here. Let me show you something that I'm looking at here on the SPC Mesoscale Analysis site. Let me pull this up from a different angle here. One of the multi-parameter pages that I like to look at is the low-level instability overlaid with the vorticity. Basically, in very rudimentary terms, anytime you see a lot of squigglies overlapping a lot of other squigglies, specifically the red squigglies and the blue squigglies, and we've also got storms that look like supercells that are entering that area. You likely have conditions that are favorable for tornadic production. So about 2 hours ago, before we started the stream, or I would say 4 hours ago before we started the stream, notice the area of red and blue squigglies right on the southern side of Lake Michigan there. Okay. Storms weren't even in that area. Go 2 hours in the future, those storms started interacting with that as they moved into southwestern Michigan. And then, obviously we know what happened from there. Now they are exiting that area of favorable conditions, right? But now look at where a lot of those overlapping lines are occurring now in northwestern Ohio. All right, there's a little bit of that in northern Indiana and northwestern Ohio, and we've also got supercells, storms that look favorable for producing tornadoes moving towards that. So that to me means that, obviously we got to watch all of these storms tonight. The ones to the south have a really good chance of producing tornadoes, but there's something a little extra maybe available in the environment for the storms that are about to enter the Toledo area and the Defiance, Van Wert, and Ottawa area that could take them to the next level and make them produce tornadoes over here. We saw it happen back here in Michigan, and we could see it happen again over here. So just keep that in mind as we go forward. I want to show you again the destructive severe thunderstorm warning that we have for Fairfield Center. 3-inch in diameter hail here. We'll see if they reissue that or expand it out to include Hudson and Angola. That's big hail. That's once again destructive hail. So we've got to make sure we let you guys know about that if they do reissue that. The tornado warning for Pittsford and Wheatland, Michigan continues, but that's now a radar indicated tornado warning, and it honestly does not look very convincing to me at this moment. I think that storm's really dying out. But stay in your safe spot in Wheatland and Pittsford for the next 20 minutes, and then it should be okay to come out. Stay in your safe spots for the next 10 minutes in Marengo, Albion, and Homer. And then hopefully, this is going to continue to look less and less impressive, and it'll be okay for you to come out. Probably the strongest storm that we have right now out of this group is still the one that's going to the north and west of Jackson, Michigan. This has got some quarter-size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds, and also there's a slight chance that this is going to try to produce another tornado here, but it's unlikely. But still, maybe prepare for a tornado warning at some point near the Jackson, Michigan area. Okay. They just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Portage.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Portage and Kalamazoo, Galesburg, a lot of these places that just got hit by a tornado, you are now under a severe thunderstorm warning for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So that's going to last for the next 54 minutes. Okay, and they did expand. They expanded that destructive severe all the way up to Jamestown. Indiana, Angola, all of these places, get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 3-inch in diameter hail. That's larger than baseballs. That is going to cause, I would hate to be on Interstate 69 right now, north of Hudson. This is just talk about the busted windshields that are going to be littering the interstate there. That's going to be a bad place to be, I think. Storm chaser Bryce Shelton is showing us a pretty good-looking storm there near Johnson County, Indiana. Caleb Beecham is in Osage County, helping us deliver goods to people in need down there that just got hit by the tornado last night. And then also, we've got a live look at the weather house here, the camera here at the weather house. And things look pretty tame out there right now. I do want to go check on the radar. Oh, man. Our little bitty tiny blip that actually looked really impressive for a couple frames there. Are you kidding me? It's gone, so we're not going to be able to see that on the camera. Once again, because of the mountains, our view is kind of like in this direction. It's got to be out here. But anyways, that was just a regular little old rain shower. There might have been a couple of hailstones with that. But it was a tiny little supercell, and it was rotating. Had a hook and everything. What a cute little blip. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. Watching two different things here from north to south here. First, from the northern Indiana radar.
A new tornado warning has been
Fort
issued.
Wayne here just got warned, right as I was going to talk about it. We had a convergent signature that turns into rotation as you go up from height from this radar. So that's going to include the areas south and east of Fort Wayne near New Haven and Monroeville. And now that we've covered that warning, shouts to the National Weather Service at the same time, south and east of the Indianapolis radar, this is one of the storms that we've been watching for a while here. This one has a rear flank downdraft surge associated with it, so it does look like maybe the concerning part of the storm for tornado genesis would catch up to some of the inflow. I do think it's outflow dominant right now, but with an RFD surge, we could see a tornado warning for sure for this storm that is going to track to relatively to the south of Shelbyville. So you guys are going to get in on the heavy rain in Shelbyville, and then the storm will go off to the east into southern Rush County in Indiana.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. So we're watching those storms down there by Indianapolis, south and east, specifically near Shelbyville. A couple more back here towards Martinsville as well. But the Shelbyville storm moving towards Middletown is probably the more concerning looking one right now. Most concerning out of all the storms in Indiana at this moment are these two storms in extreme northeastern Indiana. We just got a tornado warning for Hessen Castle, Hoagland, Maples, 4 President's Corners, Monroeville, and Edgerton. And then we've also got that destructive severe thunderstorm dropping large apples out of the sky and 60-mile-per-hour winds moving towards Angola and Panama. In extreme northeastern Indiana, once again. The Fort Wayne storm, if this turns into a big bad supercell, this could be a storm that tries to produce a tornado for quite some time. And remember, we just talked about some of the more favorable areas for potential tornado, activity, and this is going to be moving into one of those. So, unfortunately, this might be something that we have to deal with all the way over there towards Ohio, near Payne, Paulding, Grover Hill. You guys should maybe start getting ready because this looks like it's raring up to be a problem for us tonight. Would probably say the same about the storm just to the south of that, moving into Geneva and Portland now. It's not nearly as organized as the Fort Wayne storm or the storm just to the south and east of Fort Wayne, but it is definitely trying. Couple of severe thunderstorm warnings also back here in Virginia and South Carolina. Danville, get ready for quarter-inch hail. Same thing for you guys over there towards Pilot Mountain. And then Statesville in North Carolina. Strong storms down there. Sorry, I'm just reading. There's a lot of stuff still pouring in as far as the information from that other storm goes. I'm kind of keeping my eye closest on the Fort Wayne storm right now. But just for anybody that's just now tuning in that maybe has heard about what's going on here, we just had a pretty significant tornado situation in Michigan. We had a tornado go through Kalamazoo and Birch counties in Michigan, knocking out power for tens of thousands of people. We've got reports of people trapped in homes and businesses. We haven't heard many updates on that. Also, we've got a lot of reports of gas leaks, especially in Kalamazoo counties. They're cutting off power in several different trailer parks and different communities in Kalamazoo County. As a result of that, search and rescue is ongoing. A severe thunderstorm warning was actually just issued for Kalamazoo County after the tornado hit, so now they're dealing with maybe some small hail and gusty winds and heavy rain on top of the search and rescue efforts that are going on. All of this happened in southwestern Michigan, okay? And that threat is over now. The storms that produced those tornadoes are no longer producing tornadoes. They're still producing severe weather, but the life-threatening, big, nasty tornadoes are not happening at this moment. So I just want to get everybody up to date on what we know. And we're going to let you know more as soon as we learn more. And because of the rapid development of those tornadoes earlier today in Michigan, we have to really hyperanalyze every supercell that pops up now because, we don't want to miss anything. And, even something like this could very quickly turn into a problem down here south and east of Fort Wayne. Once again, not a tornado threat really for Angola, Indiana, but a huge hail. Huge hail is getting ready to move into town in the area between Angola and Ellis. Get ready. That could literally cause an unbelievable amount of damage, and you don't want to be outdoors during that, obviously. Right now, once again, small hail and gusty winds and heavy rain are moving through some of the areas that were just hit by a tornado just moments ago. The severe storm is currently between Kalamazoo and Texas Corners. It'll be moving through Portage, Ramona Park, East Comstock, Morrow Lake, Galesburg, and Cook's Mill over the next 20 to 30 minutes. There are currently no tornado warnings in Michigan. Lots of people are tuning in from Detroit because these storms are moving towards Detroit, right? The good news for you guys is for the most part, we believe that the storms are going to be a little weaker by the time they get in your area. The tornado threat's going to be much lower. You still might have to deal with some wind and some rain and some thunder and some hail, but we'll let you know more details as those storms get closer to you. South of Indianapolis, we've also got a bunch of storms that we're watching. We currently have a severe thunderstorm warning for Bargersville, New Whiteland, Franklin, Needham. Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. We've also got a severe thunderstorm warning for Adams as well. No severe thunderstorm warning for Shelbyville. Okay? No severe thunderstorm warning for Shelbyville. However, this storm continues to look like it's the most likely one to maybe at some point try to rotate enough to produce a tornado. So we've got a broad rotating mesocyclone, but that's it right now. Not even enough hail or wind to warn that one just yet. So yeah, all of these supercells are going to have to be watched very closely. Let me zoom out here. All of these are going to have to be watched very closely as they move into Ohio tonight. Remember, this is the risk area. We got a 10% hatched risk of tornadoes for pretty much all of Indiana, western Ohio, northwestern Kentucky. Tornado watch goes until 11 p.m. for a lot of these areas and 1 a.m. The farther east you go. So we're going to be here talking about these storms for quite some time. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. There's a ton of people talking about Muncie, Indiana in the chat that are concerned about this storm. There is a reason why I haven't brought it up, of course. This is a side lobe rotation in the part of the storm where we would not, look for a tornado essentially and look for a rotation. All this tells us is that the storm is spinning pretty high up in the cloud here, but there is no evidence whatsoever of a tornado or near-term tornado genesis really ongoing with this storm. So that's kind of why there is no warning on this, and I haven't brought it up since Ryan is scanning through the severe thunderstorm warnings primarily. So I will say that the storm is spinning, but I don't see a particularly strong near-term tornado threat with this storm. If it does get warned, then it's because the National Weather Service sees that spinning area there, but there is no verifiable CC drop or anything else that people have been saying in the chat. So please take everything you read with a grain of salt.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. People are concerned about Muncie here. There's a storm going by. It's rotating. But yeah, there's a reason why it's not warned. And if that warning does come through, we've seen them warn, some stuff like this in the past. We'll let you know. We'll let you know the moment that happens. And also, we've seen Andy do it a million times. If there's ever a really significant situation that's developing before a warning is issued, we'll also let you know that we're never going to ignore a place on purpose or anything like that. Yeah, just Muncie, Indiana. Hopefully everybody there is all right. We're going to get through this. The rain will be by you in the next couple of minutes. And then we will have to watch this storm, though, because it is rotating. At some point, it might actually become a problem as it gets closer to Ohio. Okay? So, yeah, I love that we've got so many people, though, watching the radar. That's awesome. I know that there's a lot of you guys who are, looking at the radar and like tracking these storms on your own. Feel free to ask questions anytime you want to in the chat. Obviously, sometimes it's going to be hard for us to get to all of them. But anytime we see something like that, we will try to address it. Storms are starting to fire up along the Ohio River here in southern Indiana as well. We'll have to watch those. Lots of low-level instability out here. This is where we have the most low-level instability actually right now, I think. Oh my gosh. One second, guys. I got to go get something to drink. I'll be right back. Mic's open if anybody wants it. I'll just be 1 minute.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. Yep, guys, still watching the Shelbyville, Indiana storm that we talked about, I talked about approximately 11 minutes ago, I think, at this point now. No warning on that yet, but it does still look like it is much more favorable than it previously looked like 15 minutes ago. So I did observe that rear flank downdraft surge on it, and I do think that a tornado warning is still possible as this passes near Milroy, Indiana, about 15 minutes out from that area there. So just an advance warning, y'all watch out. If the storm does get warned for southern Rush County, Indiana, and northern Decatur County, Indiana, we're watching that. Severe thunderstorms moving through south of Indianapolis right now look a little bit more linear. We'll watch them closely to see if there is any chance of something spinning up there. It looks like a wind and hail threat with that storm, primarily as it goes over Interstate 65 near Greenwood and New Whiteland, Indiana. Further
Hey,
north,
Andy, we just had a PDS tornado warning issued south of Kalamazoo.
Yeah, I see it. I would have gone up there. We have what is this? This is a weather spotter confirmed tornado in Portage. Oh boy. Okay. So I'm glad I talked about this storm a long time ago as it was tracking through the same areas of Portage, Michigan. This is a weather spotter, so it is a confirmed tornado. Probably in its weak stage or just formed here, and then Weather Office in Grand Rapids was very quick to update this. So a PES tornado warning for Portage, Michigan. Looks like it's, if I had to guess exactly where the tornado is, it's going to be just to the south and east of the previous track of the tornado, the last tornado that went through here. So it looks like it's just to the south and east if it were on the ground and moving through here. So again, Climax, Galesburg, get back in your safe spots. Battle Creek, Michigan, get back in your safe spots.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
All right. Okay. Okay. So hold on. I'm just getting caught up on what's going on here. It looks like we've got a new PDS tornado warning, as Andy was just saying, for some of the same areas that just got hit by a tornado. This is National Weather Service, a particularly dangerous situation. You got to take cover now. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado here somewhere between Ramona Park and Pavilion Center, moving towards Cook's Mill, Climax, and Scotts. Galesburg, you guys are also in this. So I don't know how many we've had of these today, but there's another PDS tornado warning. Now, I got to tell you, I don't see anything on radar, but we've got weather spotters down here that have, seen a tornado, and sometimes the radar might not tell the whole story. So we've got to assume that we've got a big tornado down here and get underground in Cook's Mill, Climax, and Galesburg here in Allen County. I'm sorry, never mind. Let me refresh my page here. That's going to be in Kalamazoo County, Michigan. I think our warning. I can't talk today. Our warning thing isn't working.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm
also
warning has been issued.
Steuben County, Hillsdale County, and Williams County over there between Michigan, Indiana, and Ohio is now under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning as that apple-sized hailmaker continues to move off to the north and east. So yeah, unfortunately, we've got another tornado situation for you here in Pavilion Center, Cooks Mill, and Climax. Police department says it's going towards Pavilion Estates. I don't. This must be an incredibly visible tornado here.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Because the rotation must be extremely compact. But yeah, we've got a tornado warning once again out here in Kalamazoo County, Michigan. Take shelter now. Hopefully this won't last long. It doesn't look nearly as impressive on radar as some of the other storms. So hopefully that's a sign. Hopefully that means it won't last as long. But we can't really work off of hope, and we've got to understand that just because it looks a certain way on radar doesn't mean that it's not dangerous. Okay, we've got to take shelter all along I-94 here between Galesburg and Climax. Maybe even back towards Battle Creek. You guys were just put under another severe thunderstorm warning. This storm will come towards you, and if it continues to produce a tornado by the time it gets to you, you guys will need to be prepared for that, unfortunately. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. Again, this storm is still just barely in the warm front here near Tekonsha. Once again, I think this little couplet down here could be a tornado genesis for a brief moment. I believe both of these tornadoes are probably weak since we can't see them from the radar yet, but I bet that a warning down here for Tekonsha and areas just south of crossing I-69 once again would be warranted with a velocity couplet like that. So if there is a warning there, that's why. Y'all watch out ahead of time in these areas. This should be a short-lived tornado as the storm passes into unfavorable conditions, just like the previous ones did.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. We're watching the Tekonsha area we were just talking about, you guys. Unfortunately, it might be time to get back into your safe spot here in the next little bit if that storm continues to look like that. Yeah, so these storms there's something about this corridor today that is just attracting tornadoes, it seems. We've got Cooks Mill and Climax, Galesburg, all under a tornado warning, and we don't have Tekonsha or Butler or Bentley's Corner under a tornado warning yet, but we are watching that storm as it is trying to rotate enough to maybe inspire one here from the National Weather Service soon. Also, the storm to the south and east of Fort Wayne, Indiana, continues to look really impressive on radar. We've got a radar indicated tornado warning for the next 32 minutes for Zulu, 4 President's Corners, Monroeville, and Edgerton in Indiana. We'll see what happens here as maybe they extend this over into Ohio. If they do, it'll include Payne, Ohio. You're next in line for that supercell there. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning now for York, Indiana, Northwest, Cambria, Hillsdale, Pittsford, North Adams. All of you guys need to get ready for baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Crazy. Baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds moving into some of those places that were just under a PDS tornado warning not too long ago. Something about this corridor today really is lighting up with all of our storms. Velocity still doesn't tell us much of a story here about what we're seeing with our storm that's south of Galesburg now. But we do have that weather spotter confirmed tornado for that could be coming towards Climax. So hopefully everybody there is in their safe spot. And we also continue to watch that rotating storm that's moving up towards Tekonsha. A little bit farther to the south, the storm that just went by Muncie, Indiana, everybody was worried about it. And rightfully so, but maybe a little bit too premature. It's continuing to try to rotate as it moves off to the east. It's still not producing a tornado, but it's something that we have to watch. Maybe the closer it gets to Ohio over here towards Union City, maybe this is something that we'll have to be concerned about. Supercell to the south of that also could bring about some severe weather to Lynn and Fountain City and Hollinsburg here over the next little bit. This might make it all the way over to Greensville, Ohio as well. The southernmost supercell associated with all of this, the one that we watched go through Shelbyville, is still struggling, but it is rotating. It's still trying its best here as it goes towards Ohio, but it's kind of falling apart, thankfully. And then we've got a bunch of other, cells back here south of Indianapolis that are mostly just producing some small hail and some gusty winds, but we're watching those as well. And now we've got new storms that are forming back here in southern Indiana that we'll have to really watch as we go into the evening, as those have access to a lot of really good energy, and they could explode pretty quickly. So back up to Kalamazoo. Kalamazoo County. Eastern side here is under a tornado warning. PDS, radar confirmed PDS, tornado warning. Now I've got video of a tornado near Portage, but I've got to assume that this was from earlier today. Survivor 051 is sending this in. This is from, I believe this is from Portage earlier. Or near Portage. If this is from right now, I don't know, but like, but still, this is what we could be dealing with some of the tornado warnings that we're seeing today. It's important that we show stuff like this, because if you can see what we're talking about rather than just the red colors and stuff, sometimes that might make people take it more seriously. So I know we've got a lot of people tuning in right now from Portage and that general area. So I really don't want to scare you guys or like, make you worry too much. I really think that there's a chance now that you guys are, for the most part, done with this. The tornadic part of the storm is moving off to the north and east, more towards Climax and Galesburg. However, there are more storms forming back to the south and west, so you're going to hear more thunder, you're going to see more lightning, you're going to have more rain coming through here in Portage. And unfortunately, if those storms get stronger, we might have to deal with a couple more rounds of maybe, rotating storms as well. So, Portage, all the way up to Galesburg, this corridor right here, just get ready for some more severe weather. I really don't think we're going to see anything else like what we saw earlier, though. Sue says, can you tell us again what a PDS tornado warning is? So PDS tornado warning is a particularly dangerous situation. Usually when you get that PDS tornado warning, it means that we know for sure that there's a big tornado on the ground, and we've seen it. There's just a million different confirmations pretty much as to the fact that we've got this big tornado that could do very significant damage. But sometimes, we get the radar confirmed or radar indicated PDS tornado warnings and stuff. And that doesn't come with the same level of confirmation. But this is, an observed PDS tornado warning that is getting ready to exit the box now. The warning doesn't expire for another 41 minutes. but the rotation is about to exit the polygon here and move towards Battle Creek. So we'll see if they reissue this tornado warning for Battle Creek here soon. If they don't, then maybe they'll allow that to expire sooner. And yes, we have heard about the reports of the FedEx warehouse collapsing. As far as I know, we don't have any further updates for you on that. Okay.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
So they just issued a PDS tornado warning now for Battle Creek and Marshall in Michigan. So we've got a tornado right here near Climax moving over towards Battle Creek and Michigan. This is, weather spotters they've seen a tornado here, and we believe it's moving in the general direction of Battle Creek, okay? It's a very large PDS tornado warning. They're quite confident that we're going to see this tornado continue for a little while. So, yeah, take shelter in Battle Creek, Marshall, and Albion. So the footage that I just showed you of that tornado is not from right now or any time recently. It was from over an hour ago of the tornado that went through Portage. Looks like Jude's Barber Shop in Portage took some pretty significant damage.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And once again, this is from a much earlier storm today. Y'all, I mean, just once again, I don't see a whole lot of rotation here. There very well could be a tornado here. We're hearing reports about it. I haven't seen any videos or photos of it or anything. But what could be happening here is we've got a very small rotating mesocyclone that you really can't see very well on radar producing a tornado. And we're going to assume that that's the case. And just because I'm saying words like we can't see it and it's very small, blah, 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 doesn't mean that it's not strong. We've seen very small tornadoes produce EF3 and EF4 damage before. We've seen it a lot, actually. So it can still do, if there's a tornado down with this, no matter how big or small it seems on radar, it could still do significant damage. So we want you in your safe space in Battle Creek, Old Mill Gardens, Beetle Lake, and Morgan Corners, all the way over to Marshall, Marengo, and Albion, at least, unfortunately, for the next hour, as this is a big PDS tornado warning. They was really confident in this one. By the way, we just got a new tornado warning in Ohio. Okay, so this is our first Ohio tornado warning of the day. Paulding County, Ohio. Payne, you guys are now under that warning, okay? This is radar indicated. We don't have any indication that there's a tornado currently down, but it could happen soon, so we want you to take precautions right now. Here's some photos of hail that's coming out of the Kendallville areas with that destructive, severe thunderstorm warning that we had earlier. This is some huge hail. There's the apple. So that's what we mean when we say apple-size hail. Holy smokes. That's bigger than an apple right there. This is the kind of hail that was falling not too long ago back here, just, near this storm that's going through Cambria right now. So, and you're still under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Hillsdale that could be coming for you. That is big hail. By the way, if you're just now tuning in, we do have a PDS tornado warning here, and we're kind of flying on the word of the weather spotters that are reporting this out here, because the radar isn't telling us a lot about what's going on. However, if there is still a tornado down, the only area of rotation that I can decipher here from the radar is nowhere. That last scan got rid of it, but if it would be maybe right in here somewhere. So if there is a sneaky tornado down right now that for some reason we can't see with radar, it's going to be on the southwestern side of Battle Creek, moving across the I-94 corridor towards Beetle Lake and Waddles Park. So hopefully you guys are in your safe spot. Okay. Now, it's a small zone where that rotation is, but we've got a huge polygon here, a huge warning. So unfortunately, we have to ask you to get in your safe spot all the way up here in Lee Center, Duck Lake, and as far south as Homer and Clarendon. So, there's that. Still looking to see if we can find any information about those spotter reports and what they saw, and if there's any photos and videos out there, but so far I've not seen anything. So hopefully what's going on here is maybe we had a tornado, and maybe we still do. Hopefully it doesn't last very long, and we're just going to stay sheltered until they allow this warning to expire, okay? We have a severe thunderstorm warning down here in Alabama and Tennessee as well. Just want to briefly talk about this. Winchester, Tennessee, get ready for a pretty strong storm here. We can see it coming through the camera. Ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. Unfortunately, all my the cold or whatever it is that I've got. It's following a pattern where it does seem like it's getting worse every evening. So I might have to take more cough breaks than usual. Just remember to scream at me. Somebody scream at me if I forget to unmute myself. Rotation with the storm coming into Ohio now looks probably the most significant out of anything that we've got going on right now. I'd be pretty concerned if I'm a citizen out here between Payne, Wirtsville, and and Laddie in Ohio. Get ready. It's not producing a tornado right now, but it looks to me like a storm that could in the future. Got lots of severe storms moving across Michigan. They're getting closer to Detroit. Nothing for Detroit within the next 30 minutes or so, but we'll keep you updated as that stuff gets closer to you.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Got a new tornado warning in Ohio. Hey, look at here. This is our storm that went through near Portland. It's now rotating enough to warrant a tornado warning for Coldwater and Montezuma, Ohio. Take shelter now if you're out there in, Mercer County. Take shelter. We got a lot of supercells starting to enter Ohio. Getting later. Sun's going to start setting soon. We might have a pretty unfortunate situation here with several tornado warnings later if the pattern continues to unfold like this. Okay, so some good news. We no longer have a PDS tornado warning. However, this tornado warning is still a confirmed or observed tornado warning. We may still have a tornado down here near Battle Creek. Don't want to scare anybody, but just as a precaution, let's all get into our safe spots. If we're in Battle Creek, Waddles Park, Caresco, Marshall, Walnut Point, Marengo, all the way over towards Albion. Yeah, so Bryce Shelton is on a pretty strong storm over there near Rushville, Indiana. And that's what you're seeing above my head. He's got a really good view of a very strong storm down there in Indiana right now. And we've got Jennifer as well out there in Indiana. So we've got storm chasers on the ground here, giving you guys a look at what's going on with these storms as they move between Indiana and Ohio. So, Bryce is on a decent storm there that could potentially cause some problems here soon. Rocky says, do you think the radar north of Battle Creek could give you better data for the warned storm? It's potential. But no. Usually, if you use this the program that I'm using here, if you click the warning box and you just hit that little button there, it automatically takes you to whatever is the closest one. But this is almost equidistant between the Fort Wayne radar and the Jenison or Grand Rapids radar. So both of them pretty much tell the same story up here. But I sometimes there are tornadoes that happen that you really can't see on radar very well. We've seen it with our own eyes. Last year, I think, Brad Arnold had a tornado right in front of him, and there was nothing on radar. There was like no rotation. There was a little blip. So, it happens. It's not impossible, but there's not a lot of information that I can tell you without seeing more, reports and videos and stuff about it, because there's just not a lot of convincing, imagery here on the radar to support the idea that there's a tornado there. But there is a lot of rotation with these storms to the south. I think, unfortunately, we're probably going to start to see some new tornado warnings soon for our storms that are moving, into southeastern portions of Indiana. Also, all of our storms over here moving into western Ohio are also looking very concerning as well. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, I'm taking a look at some chaser feeds here, and it looks like there is a rapidly rotating wall cloud in and around New Salem that is part of the eastern portion of our severe thunderstorm warnings in Indiana. I'm pretty sure this is going to produce a tornado within the next few minutes, so people in the towns of Oregon, New Salem, Newtown, and the bigger population area is Connersville, y'all watch out.
All right. Thank you, Riley. So the storms are really starting to come together now in multiple different areas. Okay, so let's go ahead and start getting ready. And this is another kind of point in the stream where it's important to kind of remind everybody that, things are probably going to be on the upswing for a little while. We're going to have a bunch of tornado warnings come out. We're going to have to call out towns and stuff. Please take this moment to like the stream. Not because I like to see the high number or anything, but because it literally helps us spread life-saving information. Like the stream and share it because if the algorithm picks up on this stream being a valuable asset for people and people don't click off of it and YouTube likes it, they're going to put us in front of people who might need the information we're about to share. So do everything you can to help us spread the word here, and we're going to get into going over these storms one by one because what I'm seeing here is a pretty concerning look as the storms are slowly all together at once starting to look more organized. So we've got also, before I get into that, let's hear from Andy first. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Right in the nick of time there before you started on your list there. I wanted to talk about two of the storms that you're going to mention here and give some scientific basis to them, some of my analysis. This one that is near New Salem that Riley brought up is a very good call. Watching the chaser feeds, I see basically two supercells, one that's grown in the inflow region of the original one, are sharing a same updraft location here, which is causing the northern one to get stretched up to the north. And anytime we hear about stretching, tornado genesis becomes a big concern here in the near term. So I do think that a warning is probably deserved for this storm. I've been talking about it for a while now. I know that. And then the other one I'm going to talk about is also likely going to, or is very close to tornado genesis as well, as due west of it in Shelbyville. This storm, if you play back the loop of this Shelbyville storm, you can watch that what looks like a hook, but is actually just a part of the cold pool, or the MCS behind it is pushing forward. So the cold pool is pushing this leading edge supercell forward. And when that happens, tornadoes are a big concern, because that means it catches up to that warm, moist inflow that's unimpeded. So I think that we're starting to see circulations there, and both of these storms could deserve tornado warnings as they track off to the east.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, talking about some really important stuff here as things are about to take off. So I'm going to start back here on the southern side and just work my way north, and then we're probably going to get interrupted multiple times by updates from various different storms, but that's fine. I just want to make sure we cover everything. We've got, let's see here. We've got some new storms that are popping up way back here to the south and west of Indianapolis, and they are already starting to look like they have the tendency to rotate. Look at this. The brand new storm near Morgantown has a little hook on it. All right. We just got a new tornado warning for Paulding County, Ohio, and we have some new information from Riley. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan, there's a tornado on the ground in New Salem, Indiana.
All right, New Salem, Indiana. There is a tornado on the ground currently. Brandon Kopic is on that storm here. Brandon Kopic with ChaserWX.net. If you guys want to look at his feed there in Radar Omega, you're probably going to see this thing. And this is how we know that it's down. Right there it is. You see it? Tornado on the ground right now via Brandon Kopic on Radar Omega. He has a YouTube channel as well if you want to keep up with him over there. But this is unfortunately probably the beginning stages of what will become a larger tornado that moves into New Salem, and then maybe eventually the areas between Andersonville and Orange in Indiana. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Brian. Tornado also on the ground with that warning in Mercer County, Ohio. It is unfortunately heading towards Coldwater,
A
Ohio.
new tornado
So
warning has been
a
issued.
Tornado on the ground. Expect a warning upgrade for Mercer County, Ohio, Coldwater, Montezuma, and Salina, Ohio. Please take shelter.
All right, thank you, Andy. Y'all, we have two tornadoes on the ground now, one in Indiana, one in Ohio. Coldwater, Ohio needs to be getting into shelter fast. This looks like an incredibly dangerous situation. I do want to take a little bit of time here to show you what is going on here and what we think is happening.
A new tornado warning
be,
has been issued.
Down on the ground here along Highway 219, just east of Macedon, moving towards Coldwater right now in Ohio. It's going to be near the New Wave Technology Incorporation very soon, and then it's going to enter town on the side of the Mercer County Cancer Corn Maze. If you know where the Cancer Corn Maze is, just to the west of Coldwater, imagine that's where the tornado would be coming into.
A new tornado
Ryan,
watch
look
has
at
been
Bryce's
issued.
feed.
All right, well, we're going to go to Bryce Shelton's feed here, as he has a live view of that storm in Rush County, Indiana, which is near Rushville. So we just saw the tornado down on the ground really close up from storm chaser Brandon Kopic's feed. And now we're seeing that through Bryce Shelton's feed as well. I think he's on that same storm. Yeah. Bryce Shelton is right here just to the west of Andersonville in Indiana. You can see the dust getting picked up there on the left side of the screen. So that tornado is going to continue to be a problem for a little while here. Once again, we hope that everybody out to the east of this is aware of what's going on here. And we've got you in your safe spots in Columbia, Indiana, Alpine, Laurel, and Blooming Grove. And then we've got another tornado possibly coming together here south and east of Shelbyville, moving towards Moscow. Y'all get ready to take shelter. There's no tornado warning for that yet, but it's probably coming soon. Another place where a tornado warning is probably coming soon is going to be with this storm near Winchester, Indiana. As it gets closer to Union City and Greenville, Ohio, it's likely going to try to spin a little bit more, and we might get a tornado warning from it as well. And then once again, Coldwater, Ohio, you guys need to be taking shelter. Let's go up to the north a little bit. We've got another storm here near Paulding. There's probably a tornado either developing or on the ground now near Laddie, moving towards Broughton, Canalport, Melrose, and Oakwood. Take shelter immediately. We currently still have a tornado warning up here in Michigan as well for Marshall and Battle Creek. But guys, that's going to be allowed to expire very soon. Okay, I think that we're going to be okay up there. Just stay in your safe spot. Hopefully they will let that expire soon. Just wait until they allow that to happen. Hopefully soon. Anyways, back here to the south.
New information.
A little bit here.
This tornado warning
we
has been
just got
upgraded.
an upgrade on the storm here coming into Columbia. It is a confirmed tornado. Obviously, we've seen it for a while now. We've got a tornado on the ground here with the storm coming into or near Columbia in Indiana right now. Make sure you take shelter. Alpine, Everton, Alquina, Dunlapsville, you guys are also in the path of that. And now we've got a really concerning signature over here south and east of Shelbyville
has been issued.
that it now has its own tornado warning associated with it as well. This one looks like, if it produces a tornado, this one looks like it could be a big one, okay? So St. Omer, Moscow, Williamstown, Milroy, Richland, Clarksburg, all of these places in Indiana here need to be taking shelter because you are under a tornado warning, and we're seeing signs of maybe a big tornado trying to come together here. Look at this. That is a monster cell. So you can see the sweep here. We're getting an update on our radar imagery across the board. We're going to wait for that to finish. And then we're going to let Andy talk. Go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, that Waldron storm south and east of Shelbyville does have a debris signature on it now. So just like we talked about 5-10 minutes ago, that does look like that exact process has occurred with the supercell and is now producing a tornado right as it first got warned. So an upgraded warning is possible for this storm as it heads due east towards Milroy, Indiana, and Clarksburg, Indiana.
All right. Once again, a huge shout out to meteorologist Andy Hill there for bringing all of our attention to this several minutes before the warning was issued. Now we have a tornado, coming in progress here, moving over towards Moscow, or it's developing now. We do have a pretty good indication that if this does continue to produce a tornado, it's the kind of storm that might try to produce one for quite some time. So unfortunately, all the way over to Richland and Clarksburg, you guys have got to deal with this as well, and you need to go ahead and get into your safe spot. If you're under a tornado warning right now, or if you're about to be, there's lots of you who are getting ready to be under tornado warnings. Make sure that you know what to do. Get into a basement or a storm cellar, obviously, right? Ryan, I don't have those things. Well, get into the most interior room of your home. If it's a well-built home, if it, not a mobile home, get into the most interior room of a sturdy structure. Get into the bottom floor and put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. A lot of times that's a bathroom or a closet. Get into whichever one of those is going to work for you the best and has the least amount of glass, and protect your head. Wear a helmet, bring blankets, pillows, whatever you got to do to protect that head. And wear shoes, wear closed-toed shoes, so that just in case you have to walk over debris, you can do that with ease. You don't want to be in your flip-flops or barefoot or in your Crocs and have to walk over glass and screws. So keep that in mind, and then stay calm and take shelter. It's very unlikely, even in a situation where a large tornado is coming for your neighborhood, even in that situation, it's unlikely that your house specifically gets torn apart. But in the unlikely situation that something like that happens, we want to make sure that you are in the best situation to deal with that. The rotation here continues to look more and more concerning on velocity as it comes into the greater St. Omer and Moscow area of Indiana. This looks like it's once again certainly down on the ground, producing damage right here north of Interstate 74, north and east of Middletown. So I'm going to try to give you a little bit more context as to where that is. All right. Middletown, Ohio. I'm sorry, not Middletown, Ohio. Middletown, Indiana. We've got a tornado just to the east of you. It's past Middletown now, so stay in your safe spots if you're in Middletown, but don't worry too much about it coming towards you. We're more concerned about this moving towards the greater Moscow area. All right, Moscow in Indiana. Miller Cemetery, that's about where this is going by right now. Let me look up a couple other things here. Moscow. The Kinpo Crane Services. That's around where this is, Mount Morrison Cemetery. At some point, if this thing stays down, and it looks like it's going to, the storm's going to have to cross Flat Rock River. Okay, and hopefully it crosses to the south of Moscow, but it could definitely cross in Moscow, which is a small town. The tornado would enter Moscow, which would happen literally within the next couple of seconds, near the Moscow Christian Church on the southwest side of town. It would exit town by the Moscow Covered Bridge. Okay, if you guys know where that is, that's where it would, it would start going more towards West State Road 244 and Climb packaging facilities here just to the east of that. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan. So just an update. We had that new tornado watch issued, and it sounds like radios went off late or not at all again. So this was the same issue that we had earlier up in Michigan. And unfortunately, it sounds like it's not localized to that one NWS office, and this is a more widespread issue. So make sure that you have multiple ways to get warnings today besides your NOAA weather radios and your NWS tornado on Twitter, because there is some sort of delay. And Kenzie is confirming that just now, 10 minutes after the watch was issued, the radio went off. So obviously that is not a good warning time. So please make sure that we're paying attention to other sources of warnings.
Thank you for that, Riley. Unfortunately, National Weather Service experiencing some problems today. We've seen a couple different instances of that, but just a reminder, we love the National Weather Service, and we have the best infrastructure in the world, actually, to handle severe weather situations like this, thanks to the National Weather Service. So we're going to bear with them and let them work on these problems while we do our best to fill whatever gaps we can via communication, all right? So we do still continue to have a huge, dangerous supercell producing a tornado moving over towards Moscow, Indiana right now. It's also going to go towards Milroy and Williamstown.
New information. This tornado warning.
And now they've confirmed it. Let's read about that. Radar confirmed. Damaging tornado and quarter-sized hail. Radar confirmed. How they confirmed it with the radar is by looking at this. All right. If you're new here, if you don't know what exactly we're looking at here, let me show you. Let me show you real quick. This area right here indicates to us that there's debris in the air. We know that because right now the radar can tell us, obviously, whenever we're looking at the reflectivity, we can see where the heaviest precipitation is. You guys know this view, right? The reds, or the deeper the reds, that's heavy precipitation. Sometimes the pinks and stuff can indicate hail. Whenever we look at the velocities, this tells us the wind speed and direction of the stuff inside the clouds there. So that tells us that whether or not there's rotation, and it does look like there's some rotation right here. And that just happens to line up with a blue dot. on our correlation coefficient. The correlation coefficient measures the correlation of the size of objects in the air. So whenever everything is the same size, it paints it the same color generally. So raindrops, some hailstones mixed in here and there, it's about the same size. So let's paint it all purple. But oh my goodness, we have leaves, we have tree limbs, we have whatever it is that obviously isn't the same size as a raindrop. The radar software understands this data as it comes back, and it paints us a dropped correlation coefficient here as a blue area on the radar. So that's how we know that this tornado is down and it's doing damage, even without like a direct eye on it, even though we have already seen the tornado as well through a couple of our storm chasers. So this is how we know where the tornado is at the moment. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, so I believe that it's gone now, but we may have just briefly saw a wedge on Jennifer's feed.
Oh wow. Okay, so I'm going to make sure I leave this up. We've got 2 storm chasers out there helping us see what's going on. I believe Jennifer is pointing us towards the storm here. I also think that there's a good chance that this tornado that's moving past Moscow now and towards Williamstown and Milroy in Indiana is wrapped in rain to a degree, so it would be a little hard to see, but Jennifer is pointing us in the general direction of that storm. I believe that Bryce Shelton will be here soon. He's coming towards it, I think. So huge shout out to the storm chasers that are helping us out today, including Brandon Kopic, who is in the Radar Omega app. Okay. We've got people pouring in now. If you're just now tuning in and you're confused about what is happening here, we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground here near Milroy, Indiana. All right, and we're concerned about Williamstown and Richland and Milroy as it approaches that area. We've got trained storm chasers on the ground that are giving us live images of the storm as it approaches, but it's hard to see. We're not sure if we can see exactly what's going on in there because the tornado is likely wrapped in rain. Now, that's not all. We have several tornado warnings right now. Okay, I'm going to go through a couple more of them as we keep the storm chaser feeds up here. We have a tornado likely moving towards Nulltown, Alpine, Everton, and Alquina. Maybe up there towards Brownsville, Indiana as well. You guys need to take shelter if you haven't already. We have a tornado warning for western portions of Ohio, Greenville, and Ansonia. You guys need to take shelter as that looks like a dangerous storm as well. And then we have a confirmed tornado moving across Highway 127 towards Montezuma in Ohio. And we have some words from Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, there's an unwarned tornado doing damage near Milton, Indiana.
Has been issued.
Milton, Indiana, just south of Cambridge City. That's to the north of our tours here. You can see that area on velocity and a small debris signature there. That storm is being nudged to the north by the forward flank of the storms to the south, and thus it's accelerated tornado genesis here. So unfortunately, unwarned tornado just west of Milton, Indiana, about to cross State Highway or County Highway 1 south of I-70 in southwestern Wayne County, Indiana.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, once again, hopefully giving us the ability to give a little bit of an extra heads up to some people out in front of this thing that may have to deal with a tornado here near Heiser in Jacksonburg. If this thing sticks around, then it might go over towards Centreville, Indiana as well. Once again, an unwarned tornado near Milton, Indiana right now, moving in the general direction of Heiser and Centreville. Y'all watch out, get ready for the warning, and take shelter. We also got a new warning while we were looking there. let's see here. So we've got a couple different things that we need to talk about. First of all, this is an observed warning now. Where it has been an observed warning. We saw the tornado with this moments ago. It's still on the ground down here in Indiana, south of Connersville, moving towards Everton. We need you to take shelter. And then this is a new observed warning, I believe, for St. Mary's, Moulton, and Buckland in Ohio. So we've got storms in both Indiana and Ohio right now producing tornado warnings. Right now, this one coming up towards Grand Lake, St. Mary's, is looking really concerning, and I hope everybody in St. Mary's, Ohio is in their safe spots. Additionally, we have another tornado warning in more northwestern Ohio. This one goes probably for the next 10 minutes or so until it gets past Oakwood. I would say that they will probably try to issue a new one. They just did a new tornado warning just to the east of that
has been issued
for Continental, Belmore, and Deschler. So you guys take shelter because this is also an observed tornado warning. Emergency management confirmed a tornado there near Oakwood. Now it's moving towards Hartsburg, Continental, Hector, Wisterman, North Creek, Pleasant Bend, New Bavaria, Miller City, Elm Center, Prentice, Gallup, Belmore, and Deschler. Unfortunately, this is a highly developed part of Ohio, so we're going to have to keep a very close eye on this as things continue to develop. But hopefully you guys are in your safe spots, deep underground or in a interior room of a sturdy structure right now. If you're tuning in, we have seen several tornadoes today, and we're in the middle of seeing several more. We are in the middle of a tornado outbreak, I believe, a regional tornado outbreak in portions of Michigan, now in portions of Indiana and Ohio. Unfortunately, we will also be talking about portions of Kentucky later tonight. But right now we have several tornado warnings, and mostly in Indiana and Ohio. We've got some storm chasers on this storm south of Richland and near Clarksburg that are giving us a live view of that storm there, and it looks monstrous. Look at that shelf cloud on Jennifer's feed, and you can see a similar feature there from Bryce Shelton's point of view. Bryce Shelton is right in front of the storm that's coming through Milroy now. Milroy, we had a debris signature. There was a tornado on the ground between Waldron and Milroy. That is probably not there anymore. However, it could be recycling a little bit. Okay? So we might see a new tornado form right in front of us here on Bryce Shelton's feed. Keep that in mind. And if you're just now tuning in as well, bear with me. I've got a little bit of a cold. I'm trying not to cough into the mic too much, but I'm fine. All right, so once again, Bryce Shelton, the storm's moving towards him, and I just got to show you this view of Jennifer's storm here. She's in Decatur County, Indiana, showing us the more outflow dominant side, the downdraft coming down behind the Milroy storm, and just a really ominous view there of a strong storm coming into once again portions of Decatur County, Indiana. This is going to bring about some quarter-sized hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds, even without a tornado there. That's going to cause a big problem for you if you are in the Clarksburg area of Indiana, for example.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
All right. We've got a PDS tornado warning. A potentially large damaging tornado is on the ground now. This is a radar indicated PDS tornado warning, which is, that's a thing. But still, we've got a pretty serious situation here for Everton and Dunlapsville. You guys need to be taking shelter. We've seen this tornado multiple times on this stream. We know that it's there. And now, if a PDS tornado warning means more to you, hopefully that's what it takes to get you into your safe spot. It's official. And my goodness, we've got a bunch of more storms forming now all across portions of Illinois and Indiana. We're going to be talking about these throughout the night. I think Louisville, Kentucky, we'll have to watch out. Cincinnati, you guys are going to have to watch out. Dayton, Ohio, Columbus, I think all of you guys are going to have to deal with some of this stuff as we go later into the evening. So just keep that in mind. And if you know anybody in those places, please let them know that we're going to be here all night, commercial free, nonstop, until we're not needed anymore. Really concerned about our friends in Rice and Continental, Ohio. Remember, this is, once again, a really developed part of Ohio, it seems. We've got a lot of small towns and communities out here. We're hoping that everybody's in their safe spots from Continental to Wisterman, all the way over to Gallup, Prentice, and Deschler, Ohio, and Leipzig. Take shelter. Additionally, tornado warning, observed tornado warning for St. Mary's, Moulton, and Buckland. Y'all take shelter as well. And then we've got a radar indicated tornado warning, but honestly a really concerning looking velocity signature here moving towards Greenville, Ohio. If you're in Greenville, Ohio, I would highly, highly, highly recommend you to take shelter now if you haven't already. And if you know anybody in Greenville, you should let them know what's going on here. Our radar indicated PDS tornado warning continues for places like Everton and Dunlapsville in Indiana. You guys should take shelter. And then our biggest storm, and honestly the one that we're getting the best shots of down there from our storm chasers, is continuing to show concerning signs on velocity of maybe a tornado down right here near Richland. Everybody out in front of this thing all the way over to Andersonville needs to be in their safe spots.
Hey Ryan, I actually just spoke with Bryce Shelton, and there's been a funnel now. It's about halfway down to the ground, and it's been persisting for a couple of minutes now. For some reason, it's not quite shaping up into a tornado, and also you are muted.
How long have I been muted? Oh my gosh, sorry about that. Do you have an exact location on Jennifer? Is she on the same storm as Bryce? Is that what we're looking at there?
Yeah, I can actually go ahead and send you over the LSM map in stream text if you want to just keep an eye on that. Justin also, he's one of the other ones we just added in. He is on the far westernly storms that are appearing to have hooks right now.
Okay. All right. So we've got a couple different storm chasers to choose from. We're going to be switching back and forth between the 2 and the 3 view here. But I want to make sure you guys can see what's going on here between Jennifer and Bryce as they analyze this storm that comes up into, the Andersonville area. Remember, this is a tornado warned storm, and we've got eyes on it on the ground here as it comes towards Andersonville, Indiana. Okay, So we're watching this obviously very closely here as Bryce and Jennifer continue to give us information. I unfortunately think we're about to see, a couple of different tornado warnings over the next 30 minutes or so as we continue to see rotation pick up on the bottom side of these storms that are kind of rolling towards Hope and Greensburg in Indiana. We also have storms continuing to develop down here in Illinois over towards southern Indiana. We now have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings up here in northeastern Kentucky. So get ready for some quarter-sized hail.
A new tornado warning has
up
been
there
issued.
near Vanceburg and Concord. Flemingsburg, same thing with you guys, maybe some small hail and some damaging winds moving into Poplar Grove. So we just got a new warning, I believe, a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A couple of new tornado warnings. We're going to talk about both of them now. Okay, so first of all, we've got Wapakoneta under a tornado warning. Unfortunately, this is one of the areas that we talked about not too long ago in our really significant Ohio tornado outbreak in March. I know we've got a lot of friends over here in Wapakoneta and Russell's Point, Ohio. This is a tornado warning for you now. Unfortunately, we need you to get into your safe spot right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Lewis County, Kentucky, and Adams County, Ohio, now under a tornado warning as well. We have 9 tornado warnings today, so as of right now. And my goodness, you can see why. There's a decent area of rotation moving up towards Covedale, Queens, Rome, and Jimmer in between the Kentucky and Ohio border there in Kentucky. Wow. Can we see the tops of these yet? Nope, we're blocked. Go ahead, Andy.
A
Yeah,
new
Ryan,
tornado
just another,
warning has been
word
issued.
Here, I'm very concerned about the Greenville area in Ohio in particular. They are under a tornado warning, but you can barely see that storm from the Dayton terminal radar that's well to the north of Dayton here. So it's close enough to the storm to where we have a look much lower. And I do think that circulation is even distorting the velocity there from the terminal radar. So I think this storm is quite
A new tornado
worrisome
warning
as
has
it
been
enters
issued.
Greenville, Ohio. No debris signature on that yet from any of our WSR 88Ds, but I would just about bet that we see a tornado warning out ahead of this for Gettysburg, Bradford, and Covington, and Piqua in Ohio here, approaching Interstate 75 in Miami County, Ohio.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Greenville, Ohio. We were talking about you earlier. Hopefully everybody in that town is in their safe spot. This is a pretty dangerous situation here, as it does look like a tornado is developing right over town maybe. And then we've got to worry about what's going to happen downstream here in Gettysburg, Bradford, and Covington. Y'all get ready, and y'all watch out. It's going to be a very dangerous storm, and we just got a bunch of other tornado warnings in a small period of time there as well. I'm going to try to go through all of them here. New warning for Liberty, Brownsville, Boston, and West College Corner there in Indiana. That's a really concerning area of rotation as well. Please get to shelter quickly in Brownsville, Indiana. I want to go ahead and remind you guys that we still have a tornado warning for Andersonville and Mount Auburn as well. You guys should be in your safe spot. And then I want to go back up to the north a little bit and tell you about our observed tornado warning that continues for Continental Hector, Miller City, New Cleveland, Prentice, and Belmore in Ohio. All of you guys should be under in your safe spot. Wapakoneta, still watching the storm moving towards you. This continues to look more and more concerning as we do see a little bit more of an uptick in rotation here. We could have a tornado forming here just to the west of New Knoxville, moving up towards Wapakoneta right now. This is coming from the southwest up into the northeast. So please take shelter if you haven't already, anywhere between Russell's Point and Wapakoneta, Ohio. The Greenville storm continues to look more and more concerning. Once again, hopefully everybody in Greensville is in their safe spot. I've got to go back to Kentucky and take a look at this storm as well, as the rotation here is also picking up. Unfortunately, it's 8:29 p.m. on the East Coast. The sun is really starting to set now. The lower level jet is starting to interact with these storms in a way that we, kind of expected that they might. So, yeah, this is going to continue to be a problem for a little while here, as there's plenty of storms that are still growing, that are still kind of out here and just ready to take advantage of that increasingly favorable environment for tornadoes. So if you're anywhere in this area right now, I would be hyper weather aware over the next several hours. And the storm looks downright ominous through Jennifer and Bryce's live feeds there. It's a Wapakoneta. Okay.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Is there a new watch? Well, I didn't show the one that includes a lot of West Kentucky, so I'm going to show that one. And if there's another one, somebody leave a link for it. This one came out a little while ago, and I want to show you that. A few tornadoes likely, and tennis ball size hail likely. This is a tornado watch that goes until 2 a.m. 2 a.m. Okay, in Paducah, Bowling Green, Louisville, and Richmond. Get ready for that. And there is a tornado warning right now in Alabama. Tornado warning for Ider, Schrader, Rosalie, and Flat Rock, Alabama. The area of rotation that I'm seeing here is quite broad, but it is still rotation. And we should, respect the tornado warning and get into our safe spots if we're anywhere there in DeKalb or Jackson County, Alabama. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. The storm that's heading over to Wapakoneta is on the ground, unfortunately, just west of New Knoxville. This is a radar-indicated warning that's covering this storm in particular. The one that is to the north of it has dissipated, and this is our new dominant storm here that is now producing a tornado with debris lofted to 7,000 feet already. So this could be a significant tornado if it continues to loft debris that high up. Please take shelter once again in New Knoxville, Wapakoneta, and St. John's in Auglaize County in Ohio. Also north Shelby County in Ohio near Botkins.
Thank you, Andy. Unfortunately, once again, this is a place that is all too familiar here recently with significant tornadoes. Wapakoneta, Russell's Point, we spent some time there not too long ago with the Y'all Squad after the historic March 14th tornado outbreak. Now a similar area is under the gun for another potentially damaging tornado. New Knoxville, you've got to take shelter. Freiburg, Botkins, St. John's, Wapakoneta, of course, Gutman, all the way down there to New Hampshire and Santa Fe. You guys have got to get shelter. I'm hoping that this is going to stay north of Russell's Point, but you guys have got to, be wary of the potential for this to come down towards you as well. We've got a new tornado warning for North Baltimore and Findlay, Ohio, way out ahead of this supercell that's producing a tornado back here near Continental. All right, so Continental and Miller City and Elm Center, you guys are, really close to this tornado now. It's going to be coming up towards Belmore and Deschler here soon in Ohio. And then right after that, it's going to be going over towards North Baltimore and Bloomdale. If you are just now tuning in, once again, we are experiencing a tornado outbreak in Ohio and a little bit of Indiana now. And also we've got a tornado in Kentucky. So, if you know anybody in this area, please let them know what's going on. And we're going to try to relay this information to them as quickly and as efficiently as possible. I do want to update you on the Kentucky storm, because I have an unconfirmed report that we might have actually just had somebody see a tornado on the ground here near the Natural Bridge State Park. And this is going to be, if it's still down, it's, potentially going to be coming up towards the Ohio River here soon. That also could be, this storm down here is also kind of concerning for that same reason. It's in that same general vicinity, Flemingsburg. If you guys are over here towards Mount Carmel and Pleasureville, you guys need to, potentially, start the process of, getting ready to take shelter now. Big tornado warning here for Metamora, Yellowbank, and Brookville. I need you guys to take shelter, because what we're seeing here is a big, nasty mesocyclone, and there's a couple of different points within there where there could be a rain-wrapped tornado. That's the most dangerous kind, especially whenever it starts getting dark. You're not going to see it coming. It's wrapped in hail and rain, and it's going to come out of nowhere seemingly, so you need to get into the most interior room of your home or a basement or a storm cellar, and don't come out until the warning is allowed to expire. So that's what's happening there in southeast Indiana. Right now, some of our more concerning storms, though, are in Ohio. Right now, we do have a tornado likely on the ground. Probably, if it's not on the ground right now, it's about to be. I mean, this is one of the more concerning looking signatures that we've seen. We are pretty far away from the radar, but we've seen what these storms are capable of today. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a tornado coming down here soon near Stelvideo, Horatio, and Webster, moving over towards Lockington and Sydney in Ohio. And then we definitely have, something going on over here with our storm near New Knoxville. We have a tornado down likely between St. Mary's and New Knoxville, moving in the general direction of St. John's, Freiburg, Gutman, Geyer, and Wapakoneta. So yeah, that's a general overview of what's going on. I got to go do something real quick. Andy, you got me for like 2 minutes?
Okay, Brian, I got you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thanks, Ryan, for covering all of those storms. While we're talking about all these, I want to say something about also the Greensburg, Indiana area. These are the storms to the west of Brookville, Indiana, in Franklin County. That is currently under a tornado warning. But back to the west, we have an outflow boundary that's spread well to the south of Greensburg, Morgantown, Princess Lakes, all these areas south of Indianapolis. That will prevent tornado genesis a lot of the time here. So that's why we're not seeing any tornado warnings back to the west across I-74 and I-65. I believe that these storms are much less likely to produce tornadoes near St. Paul and Greensburg in Indiana, because they don't have access to some warm air getting into them. So hopefully those remain non-tornadic as we cover these events, and plenty of different tornadoes ongoing at the same time. Ryan didn't show it, I think, but there is a big debris ball when I called it out for the storm that is approaching New Knoxville, or is going past New Knoxville and is approaching Wapakoneta in Auglaize County, Ohio. So there is, that is why I brought it up a few minutes ago, that we do have confirmed debris from the radar. Definitely confirmable. I'm also concerned for Findlay, North Baltimore, and Signet in Ohio, Northwest Ohio here. This storm is far away from all of the radar sites that we usually look at. It's in a bit of a radar hole, so unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see most of the time whether there is an ongoing tornado or not. A lot of these warnings will need to be heeded as if there is a tornado ongoing, because we can't be 100% certain with the location due to how far away we are from the radar here. So I would encourage everyone in northern Hancock County and southern Wood County in Ohio to be getting to their safe spots and taking shelter here. Practice those tornado safety precautions out ahead of this storm due to it being in a radar hole here in Northwest Ohio. You guys are likely very familiar with that radar hole. It's quite unfortunate. And I'll let you take back over, Ryan.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Going over everything once again. Just, I mean, even if we zoom out here, well, let me make sure I'm not muted. Okay, I'm not. If we zoom out here, and you just take a cursory look at, the velocity, you can see there are multiple areas, even just from one radar site, where you can clearly pick out where we have significant rotation.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Whenever we have a widespread event happening like this, where we have multiple discrete areas of circulation. So unfortunately, this is the real deal. We've got a lot of significant, potentially dangerous situations underway, and we just got a new confirmed tornado warning just now. So here are the places where we have confirmed tornadoes on the ground right now. If you're in Ohio, in Auglaize County, Logan County, or Shelby County, anywhere in that county, you need to be taking shelter. Same thing in Henry and Putnam counties. All right. Now, if you're in Ohio and you're in Dark, Miami, Shelby, Hancock, Wood, or any those counties, you also need to take shelter, but those are radar indicated tornado warnings. Lewis and Adams counties in Kentucky need to be taking shelter. And then we've got Fayette, Franklin, Union, and Preble counties in Indiana, which need to be taking shelter. So just a quick overview of what's going on here before we dive back into the more individual storm scales. So starting from the north, we do have a tornado warning once again for Belmore. This is going to be a significant, tornado if it remains. If this comes down onto the ground, this is the kind of storm that could produce a big tornado in Belmore, Hancock, all the way over to North Baltimore, Ohio. You've got to take shelter. We just got a brand new tornado warning in portions of southern Indiana and western Kentucky. This is to the west of Louisville, Kentucky. Decent area of rotation right here near Sulphur and Sulphur Springs in Indiana, and then that's going to continue to potentially cause problems as it moves towards Leavenworth and White Cloud. This is also an area we are unfortunately familiar with recent tornado coverage. So take shelter if you are in White Cloud, Indiana. And this storm, specifically, if it continues to grow like a lot of the other storms that we've seen today, this will cause a problem for us in Louisville, Kentucky within the next hour and a half, something like that. So hopefully everybody in Louisville, Kentucky is aware of the situation. This will be a storm that is capable of producing a tornado. We're not sure that it will, but it will be capable of it as it gets closer to Louisville. Speaking of Kentucky, we do have another radar indicated tornado warning up here in northeast Kentucky, and it's spinning. All right, we've got a potential tornado here near Covedale, Queens, and Cars, moving up past Rome and Blue Creek in Ohio. It's going to cross the Ohio River. The circulation is going to cross the Ohio River here within the next couple of minutes. And then we've got a tornado warning for Yellowbank and Brookville in Ohio. We're currently experiencing very heavy rain and probably some hail in Blooming Grove, but the tornadic circulation is going to be to your south, closer to Metamora, and moving towards Yellowbank and Brookville. Thankfully, the rotation here seems a little disjointed. I don't think we have a tornado ongoing right now, but that could change, so we're watching it closely. Same thing can be said for the storm over here moving into West College Corner. This whole thing here is kind of turning kind of linear, so hopefully that continues to happen. But we've got discrete supercells a little bit farther north. Get ready in Bradford and Covington, as it does seem like you guys have got a tornado headed towards you guys. You can see the rotation right here: Bradford, Piqua, Lockington, and Fletcher in Ohio. You guys need to take shelter. And then probably most concerning out of all of our warnings right now, coming right into Wapakoneta, we do have what's left of our debris signature, or a continued debris signature. So we do believe that we have a tornado here coming into the general Wapakoneta area. So take shelter now, maybe all the way over there towards Uniopolis and Waynesfield. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. I think that is probably debris fallout. That's very far up in the storm. The probable tornado location would be east of New Knoxville, and I think that that is likely just debris because it's traveling more to the north and east up the storm updraft rather than kind of due east with the path of what would be the tornado there. So I would be looking further south from that lowered CC area just for anything new, any new developments if the storm continues to be stretched and produce a tornado here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I think you're muted this time.
Okay, I'm muted. Sorry. Anyways, thank you, Andy. The tornado hopefully is not there anymore, and what we're looking at here is debris fallout, likely pretty high up into the atmosphere because we are so far away from the radar. I planned on fixing the mute problem before this stream, but I didn't have enough time. We started early. I got here late. I'll try to fix it tomorrow. I'm sorry about that, y'all. Just keep yelling at me if it happens again. North Baltimore, you still got a big supercellular, tornado producer coming towards you as well. I kind of want to look at this storm coming towards Louisville again because it kind of looks pretty concerning on reflectivity. However, the velocity is not showing a whole lot of that same level of intensity, but you can see very clearly that we have a hook here. We have this is kind of where the tornado would possibly be, and then we do have some rotation here, but it's not nearly as intense as you would think that it would be if there was actually a tornado going on there. But there could be, if there's not right now, there could be one soon. So that's why we need you in your safe spots in Leavenworth and White Cloud. So get ready in Louisville, Kentucky. All right, we're going to keep an eye on this for you. We just got a video from St. Mary's, or a picture from St. Mary's. So there's the tornado that we were talking about over there. Go ahead, Andy.
Sorry to interrupt, Brian. I do think that hook on the storm near Leavenworth here along I-64 west of Louisville is actually debris that's showing up on reflectivity there. I think that with lowered differential reflectivity and lowered CC, that is actually an ongoing tornado. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't. A lot of the times we see that velocity does not correspond to this because maybe 2,000 feet up in the storm, we haven't there isn't much of a circulation yet right over top where the tornado is, relative to the rest of the storm that's spinning out ahead of it. So I do think that there is a strong likelihood there's a tornado ongoing with this sort of signature. It kind of reminds me of the Andover signature that was just well out away from the storm. So we could be seeing a low precipitation, a very visible tornado west of Leavenworth or Leavenworth here in Indiana on the river.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. I was just about to say that, eerily similar situation to the Andover storm, because we had I think the same thing happened where I was like, yeah, this looks like it could be a tornado, but the velocity isn't there. And then you came through and like, this definitely could be a tornado here. So here's what needs to happen. Sulphur Springs, Sulphur, Beechwood, Jericho, any places in that general area, you need to be in your safe spot because you are under a tornado warning. However, Cape Sandy, Alton, Oriole, Mount Pleasant, you're not in a tornado warning. I need you to stick your head out the window and look to the north. All right, and tell us what you see out there. And if you do see anything, send us a picture on Twitter, because that would be a great way to potentially confirm this, because that would be a very, very visible tornado if it is out there. So remember, this could be the beginning stages of a tornado producer that lasts a little while. It's going to parallel Interstate 64 here, maybe up towards Carefree, and eventually towards north of the Leavenworth area. So that's also a bad sign, because if we continue to see storms pop up in this corridor, that just is another sign that we have favorable conditions for tornadoes here. I'm just looking at chat here. Nobody is saying that they're seeing anything. So we do continue to have a tornado warning here in Rome, Ohio. That circulation for the Kentucky and Ohio warning is weakening, but it's about to move over the Ohio River. Let's go back to our observed tornado warning back here towards Wapakoneta. We were looking at the debris situation. Okay, we saw the debris here when the warning was first issued, and then we saw the kind of fallout to go over Wapakoneta. We might have actually seen some small pieces of debris fall in and around the Wapakoneta area, maybe. If not there, then maybe closer over towards Waynesfield. But it does look like that is going away, so that is a continued sign that our tornado might not be down anymore. But this is a supercell, okay? And supercells go through cycles, and we could see another tornado developing here very soon, actually, as it goes towards Gutman, Geyer, Santa Fe, and New Hampshire. So take shelter.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Dark, Miami, and Shelby counties in Ohio. Now this is a confirmed warning. So, this has looked incredibly impressive on velocity all the way up until now. But it's still there. It's still potentially, a tornado, causing problems here near Clayton. And it would be moving in the general direction of Piqua and Rossville, Ohio. Okay, this is a dangerous situation for you guys. You need to be in your safe spots. And if you know anybody in Piqua, Ohio, or Fletcher, you need to let them know that this tornado warning is now observed. Let me read about that. Weather spotters reported a tornado near Bradford. So,
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, we'll see. If that's still down, it's near Covington right now, and we just need everybody between Covington and Piqua to take shelter. That new warning is for the circulation coming out of Liberty, about to cross the Indiana and Ohio border towards Camden. Take shelter. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, just due south of where that previous
a new
storm
tornado
blew up in
warning
northeast
has
Kentucky,
been issued
near Fierceville. and Rome, Ohio, across the board. There is another storm that has quickly consolidated here that we'll probably see a warning for here in Lewis County once again in Kentucky. This time it would be further south and maybe closer to Vanceburg, an area south of Vanceburg in Kentucky. So watch out for that. Y'all watch out. It's not warned yet, but I wouldn't be surprised with a tornado warning here in Lewis County, Kentucky.
All right. Thank you, Andy. These are my neighbors. I don't know how many people we have from Northeast Kentucky watching right now, but we need to spread the word. We've got a couple cells up here that are causing problems. That's rotating. It's got a tornado possible tag on that new severe thunderstorm warning. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is all happening north of Interstate 64. So, we're going to watch these storms as they continue to move up towards Portsmouth as well and Vanceburg. Back to the west, towards Louisville, Kentucky. We still haven't gotten any reports of a tornado, with this storm. However, it continues
a new tornado warning
to look
has been issued.
to me like a very concerning storm. So everybody down here in Carefree and White Cloud, Indiana, needs to be in their safe spots. That new warning is for Mount Carmel, Indiana. Whoa. I lost my radar there for a second. Okay, Mount Carmel, Indiana, and Peoria, Indiana, and Riley, Ohio. And that's going to be for a big area of rotation that's coming together here. And once again, there's a couple different points within that where there could be a tornado that tries to form. Everybody wants me to go to Alabama. We're going to go to the Alabama warning. Y'all, I don't know, man. I don't know. There is a tornado warning in Sulphur Springs Station and Battelle, but and we want you to take shelter. But I can't tell you anything more than that based off of what I see on radar here. Looks like a pretty strong storm. Maybe some quarter-size hail, some 60-mile-per-hour winds. But that's all I know to say about that. So get ready for a pretty strong storm here, right on the border of Georgia and Alabama, near Battelle and Sulphur Springs Station. Back to the north, we're continuing to watch this big-time supercell move its way towards North Baltimore. It's pretty discreet. We can't tell much about it because it's in a radar hole.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But it could be producing a tornado here soon near Hoytville, North Baltimore, and Bairdstown in Ohio. And Bloomdale, take shelter. Additionally, we just got a new tornado warning for the Wapakoneta storm. They have downgraded that to a radar-indicated warning because we no longer have confirmation that there's a tornado
down. A new tornado
down.
warning has been issued.
That could change. We could get a new tornado. We need you to stay in your safe spot in Wapakoneta, St. John's, and New Hampshire. Observed tornado warning continues for Piqua, Ohio. So y'all take shelter in Piqua if you haven't already. Hopefully this is going to not be a problem for you. The rotation looks like it's led up, but we can't base all of our decisions off of colors on a map. Let's respect the warning and let's get into our, safe spot right now. And then we've just got this huge cluster of warnings down here near Oxford, Ohio. The biggest areas of concern here are pretty much going to be right between New Fairfield and Whitecomb. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, that newest warning was a blanket warning in Wisconsin for Jefferson County, west of the Milwaukee radar, for a bunch of possible QLCS tornadoes. You can see on reflectivity a bunch of little bulbous-looking features here right along the leading edge of this line as it approaches I-94 in Jefferson County and areas to the south, Fort Atkinson, and to the north. So a blanket warning for 4 or 5 different circulations along the line. I don't see any debris in particular with any of them at this point, but I figured I'd let you know that that's what that one was for since it popped up.
Muted.
This is a tornado. Now that you can hear me. Sorry, Michael Moss sent this in, and he said that we have permission to broadcast it. This is from Richland, Indiana, about an hour ago. The reason why I keep muting the mic is not because everybody keeps saying, like, we don't care to hear you cough, blah, blah, blah. I'm trying not to cough over Andy. You won't be able to hear him. Every time Andy comes in, I take a whole fit. I have a daggone conniption over here. So, but I keep forgetting to hit the unmute button, and we're going to solve that problem tomorrow. I promise. All right. Anyways, now that you can hear me, we have that tornado warning in Wisconsin. Okay, we have a tornado warning in Alabama. Neither of those, in my opinion, are on the same level of severity as some of our tornado warnings that are currently going on in Ohio. That's why we're focusing on Ohio, not because we like Ohio more or because we hate Alabama or Wisconsin. Sometimes I hear that in the chat, that might be the case, and I promise it's not. If I'm not talking about your town, if I'm not talking about your county, if Andy's not talking about your town or your county, that's usually a good thing. But we are going to check on those storms as much as possible just to keep you updated on what's going on, because especially the ones in Wisconsin, these look like pretty strong storms. 1.5-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds getting ready to move up into Columbus and Watertown. And then, of course, we've got those potential tornadoes in and around the Johnson Creek area. Send you the link to the strobe in the corner. I might do that. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. About 15 seconds on that light for some reason. There is some funky signatures going on, but that recent scan, I think there may be a strong tornado now beginning just west of Raymond, Indiana, on the state line with Ohio. That storm has kind of occluded back behind some strong rain in front of it, and maybe some hail. Does look like it's getting a huge boost to a tornado genesis right now. No debris signature with that yet, if not for a very light one. But I would be extremely concerned if I were in Raymond and Mixersville in Indiana and across the border in Oxford, Ohio. Wouldn't be surprised.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy, for once again being absolutely on top of it and bringing us back down here right as the PDS tornado warning is issued for this storm that's moving into Ohio. Radar indicated considerable damage threat, 1-inch hail. But there we go. We are under a particularly dangerous situation just based off of the radar, indication here. But you can tell that is very much warranted. We've got a pretty serious situation, possibly happening here for Raymond, Old Bath, and Mixersville in Indiana. And then the closer we get over there towards Ohio, this could be coming towards Oxford, which is a fairly populated area in Ohio. So, yeah, just keep that in mind. We also have a virtual RAILFAN camera currently showing us some of the severe storms that are coming through Henry County, Ohio right now. So you can see that even if, you get hit by one of these storms today and you don't get directly hit by a tornado, some hail and some damaging winds and lots of lightning, thunder, and potentially torrential rain are going to be associated with these storms as they come through. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, just an update from the NWS. It seems like the issues with the NOAA weather radios as well as the NWS tornado account on Twitter have been resolved, although they said that they were resolved earlier. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. And if I see that those are still coming out late, I will provide you with that update. But as of now, those are once again a trustworthy source of information.
Okay, awesome. That's great news. Thank you, Riley. So right now, at this very moment, our biggest concern is going to be this. If you're new here, if you don't know what you're looking at, we're looking at velocities, wind speeds, and direction inside of the storm here in Indiana. We have lots of wind blowing towards the radar, lots of wind blowing away from the radar in a very close couplet. We call that a velocity couplet, and that's a pretty good indication that we have a tornado developing there if we don't already have a tornado down. Okay, so this is definitely wrapped in rain. You're not going to be able to see it, so we need you to get underground and taking shelter in Mixerville and Raymond here soon. Maybe even all the way over there towards Oxford. I'm really hoping that this doesn't make it to you there in Oxford, but it is possible that it does. So go ahead and take shelter now. Additionally, we still have a tornado warning up here for Piqua as well. I want to check in on that. The rotating part of the storm has just passed Piqua. So we've been talking about you guys for an hour now. Hopefully everybody got into shelter. If you didn't get hit by a tornado and you're in Piqua, that's good news. I don't think, it doesn't look as convincing to me as it once did on radar, but I'd say give it another 5 minutes in Piqua and you can come out of your storm shelter. I would stay there for the next 15 minutes, though, if I'm in Fletcher, Ohio. The Wapakoneta storm continues to weaken. However, we have a tornado warning that continues for New Hampshire, Santa Fe, and Lakeview. You guys should stay in your safe spot. I think that we're not going to have a repeat of what we saw last time in New Hampshire and Lakeview. So you guys can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief there. But there's a storm coming. It has a history of producing a tornado. So let's not get too comfortable and let's stay in our safe spots for at least the next 25 minutes. North Baltimore, tornado warning continues for you. And that's going to keep going. That's going to be there for quite some time. We'll see if they allow that to expire. The rotation is hard to discern via radar, but it's there. The storm west of Louisville, how's it doing? It's still there. That's for sure. We still got some rotation. It looks a lot less convincing, I believe, on reflectivity now. So hopefully that's a good sign. We'll see if they issue a new warning here once this leaves the current warning polygon. If they do, it might include Georgetown and New Albany. If they don't, that's good. But we're just going to wait and see what they decide to do there at the National Weather Service. Tornado warning is going to continue for another 5 minutes or so for areas near Rome and Buena Vista, Kentucky. These storms look like they're still rotating, but they're not like gaining intensity very quickly. So hopefully, if we haven't seen any tornadoes with them yet, or any significant tornadoes with them yet, hopefully that won't occur. But we might see a new warning for either of these storms here within the next little bit. Most concerning area continues to be between Whitcomb and Mixerville, but the rotation there does look like it's kind of let up a little bit, so that's good news. Hopefully that continues to be the case, but let's stay in our safe spot in Mixerville and Oxford. Now, this is going to be a big storm for you guys, whether or not you get hit by a tornado. Just keep that in mind. Still have a lot of instability for these storms to work off of. There's a couple other things that are limiting their growth, especially the ones to the south there near Louisville. But man, if there's a way that they can latch onto that instability, the storms down there have a lot of energy to latch onto. Yeah, we'll check on the Wisconsin storms again for you. Lots of little potential spin-up tornadoes happening in and around Lake Mills and Johnson Creek, but nothing discernible from radar. The biggest deal, in my opinion, is going to be the wind and the hail that's going to move into Watertown here soon, maybe 1.5 inches in diameter, and some 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is the significant tornado parameter. Notice how we have a lot of it here in West Kentucky, but we don't have a lot of storms. So we have to have storms moving into that before it gets taken advantage of. If we don't get big storms, then none of that matters. So hopefully we don't see big storms developing along the Ohio River here anytime soon. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, just an update on those storms in Wisconsin. I actually have a friend in the front of that line there, and he reported that about a couple miles before the main storm line got to him, he felt cold air coming out from the storm. So hopefully that line has gone outflow dominant and it's no longer going to pose a tornado threat.
All right. Thank you so much, Riley. And thanks to Riley's friend. Yeah, hopefully we're outflow dominant there, and there's a sign. That's definitely a sign of that. If he's feeling the cold air rushing out from underneath the storm. A new tornado warning
has been issued.
We just got a refresh on the significant tornado parameter, by the way, and it's went up even more. I mean, we have a very significant parameter space here for tornadoes in West Kentucky. So once again, we're going to hope that we don't see storms form in that area. Let's look at photographs. Yeah, wow. Very favorable. So what we've got to do is, once again, just continue to monitor these storms that are popping up out here, and hope that they continue to just kind of meander. I don't see any sort of explosive growth with any of these storms just yet, so that's good news. But they did just reissue the tornado warning for this storm for Corydon, Georgetown, and Lanesville. This is getting close to Louisville now. You are under a tornado warning in Georgetown, in Indiana, and Corydon. Take shelter now. Also, look at this little blip. This tiny little blip has a notable rotation signature here, a mesocyclone. We need an early morning weather day. For some reason, my sickness, whatever it is I'm going through here, gets worse at night. All right. So, if you're just now tuning in, we need your help. Okay. One of the things that we do here is obviously we're going to continue to relay all these warnings as they come out. I think that we're going to be here doing this for a little while longer as the storms continue to develop. So if you know anybody in West Kentucky or Ohio or any of these places that are about to get hit by some of these storms, please do us a favor and tell them that they can watch us to get free information, and that'll hopefully, in some cases, that'll allow us to share life-saving information to people who maybe otherwise wouldn't be watching the news. You know what I mean? Maybe YouTube and this format is just the right way to get them word out to a certain group of people who otherwise wouldn't even know what was going on. So that's the goal here. But let me show you the weather models. Let me show you the simulated radar. And we'll get an idea based off of that, how long we think we're going to be here tonight. This is what the radar could look like an hour from now. So pretty much exactly what we're seeing at this moment. Okay. Let's go to 12 midnight. It does show some development of some storms back here, but not anything crazy.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So I really don't know exactly how to interpret that. It does, maybe the biggest tornado threat's actually going to be from now until maybe about midnight, because if we don't see any sort of like discrete big time convection back here, then those storms aren't going to be able to properly take advantage of that enhanced parameter space that's in place. So let's hope that continues to be the case. Speaking of significant tornado parameter, this is where we are now. Yeah. And, that line's going to come through and eat up all those nice ingredients, at least by midnight. So the tornado threat's going to go down significantly by midnight, specifically. But then we're going to do it all over again tomorrow. Let me just real quick before Riley goes here. Let me show you the storms tonight. Eat up all of those favorable ingredients for tornadoes, and then they build right back up tomorrow, and more storms are going to come through Kentucky, Tennessee, into portions of Arkansas tomorrow. We will be live once again tomorrow with more severe weather coverage. If we can keep power here at the Weather House, it looks like we're going to have several rounds of intense storms here at my house. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, so I'm just a little tidbit. The Nelk Boys just posted their video from the April 26th
has been issued.
tornado outbreak, and we were actually in that video. We had a little cameo in there. We're gonna send the timestamp here in stream text. If we get a little bit of downtime, I feel like it'd be interesting to just go and say, "Hey, we made it in a Nelk Boys video."
Awesome. I wonder if they'll let us watch it. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I think it's time to talk about these storms. I've been watching them for a while from the Indianapolis radar. These are the ones near Letts, Indiana, Batesville, Napoleon. These storms have developed to the south of that main line of storms that was going through, and it dropped an outflow boundary to the south, which these storms have now latched onto. Both of them have mesocyclones, especially this one to the west looks a little bit more concerning in the near term in southwestern Decatur County, Indiana. So these ones are attached to a boundary. They should be moving pretty much due east at this moment. Neither of them are tornado warned. However, they are tornado possible warned. But I do think we may be paying a little more attention to these over the next period of time here. So y'all watch out ahead of these storms along and south of I-74 in Decatur and northern Ripley County, Indiana.
All right. Thank you, Andy, for bringing us back over here to our storms that we really need to be paying a lot of attention to. We've got, once again, if you zoom out here and you just take a cursory look at everything, you can see the areas of interest. They look like Christmas ornaments, right? Red and green. Right here, and up here. We've already got the tornado warning in place for Oxford. That storm is looking like it's a little bit more disorganized right now, but look at this. The classic supercell look down here south of Greensburg. Classic supercell look for the Batesville storm. And we just got a new tornado warning
has
for
been
Butler,
issued.
Ohio. So we're going to show you that as soon as that pops up. And actually, before we show you that, I do want to show you we have another new tornado warning in Indiana for our blip. Our little blip that has the mesocyclone on it.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
It looks really impressive here between Wilson and Bennettsville. So we have rotation, we have a blip, and we have a potential tornado as a result of that, moving in the general direction of Perry Crossing and Charlestown, Indiana. All right, that new warning in Ohio is going to be for Hamilton. Hamilton, Ohio, New Miami, Jacksonburg, and Trenton. Take shelter now. You're under a tornado warning. This is a radar-indicated tornado warning, and it's going to last for the next 27 minutes. Take shelter now. We'll let you know if there's any other information that needs to be shared. Right now, just get ready for a big storm. Even without the tornado, this is going to have some big hail and strong winds with it. These are big-time storms now. Storm Father says a special shout-out from Bartlesville, Oklahoma. Says that your early warning helped me get my pregnant wife and 3 kids into safety in time. We were lucky and did not get hit, but a lot of my neighbors did. You are saving lives. Storm Father, thank you so much for that. You didn't have to do that, but I really do appreciate the kind words. It's reassurance here that what we're doing is working. The vision is coming to life. It's actually happening here. We're reaching people, and what we're doing is helping. And once again, I do want to say that everybody that's watching right now that has hit the like button or shared on Facebook or whatever it is, you are the reason why we've been able to help so many people. So thank you for that. Yeah, we'll see a new tornado warning or two coming soon from these areas of circulation, I believe. South of Greensburg and Batesville. You can definitely see that those are organizing very quickly. Zooming out a little bit, all of our storms in North Ohio or Northwestern Ohio have lost their oomph. All right, so they're not really producing tornado warnings anymore or severe thunderstorm warnings. If that changes, we will go back to those storms and we will let you know about them. But as of right now, pretty uneventful north of Dayton. However, just to the south and west of Dayton, we do have that big tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We are going to watch that come into New Miami here within the next 15 to 20 minutes. We just got a new tornado warning in Wisconsin, and we've got a bunch of them out here now. And these are just what we call precautionary tornado warnings. There's not a little specific area that we can draw your attention to, and that would actually be unproductive because the point of these warnings is to get everybody out in front of them aware that this line of storms as it comes in could create a spin up tornado, and you need to be in your safe spot just in case. Same thing for you guys up there in North Prairie, Summit, and Ixonia in Wisconsin. And just otherwise get ready for some strong winds, some 60-mile-per-hour winds potentially, and some hail up to quarter size.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Another thing that you can notice with the storms, by the way, here's one of the warnings from Andy's storm that he called out several minutes ago. South of Greensburg, we've got a tornado warning now for Tarkeo Corner, McCoy, Slabtown, Mechanicsburg, New Point, and St. Maurice. Okay, take shelter if you're in any of those places, as this is, probably one of the more concerning looking storms that we have right now. Anyways, what I was going to say is, oh yeah, if you look at the storm chaser feeds that we have on the bottom of your screen, this is a live look at some storm chasers that are driving around different parts of Indiana and Ohio right now. And the first thing that you're going to notice is just the crazy amount of lightning. All right, so these are very, strong storms with a ton of lightning, and you're going to notice that if you get hit by any of these storms tonight, you're going to have quite the prolific lightning show. And usually that's a sign of strengthening storms and just generally very strong storms. So we know for sure that that's the case, especially with the storm that Bryce Shelton is on there. And that's going to be the one that's coming into Hamilton, Ohio right now. So what you're seeing right there in Butler County, Ohio, is he's right near Millville. And that's about what you're going to experience in Hamilton here soon. I don't know if he's going to drive into the storm or not, but if he does, then he's going to find some hail and some strong winds. And potentially even a tornado. There is a tornado warning there. The supercell near Batesville, Indiana, continues to look more and more concerning, mostly on reflectivity. You can see that we have the big hook here, but if we go to velocity, it also looks more concerning, but the rotation doesn't look as strong maybe as some of the other storms that we've seen today. So hopefully that trend continues, but still, these two storms right here are kind of the worst ones we've got right now as far as intensity goes. In their ability to produce a tornado, I think the most intense storm we have right now is probably the one coming into Hamilton and Millville. The least intense tornado warned storm that we have right now is definitely this little one coming up into Charlestown. Do understand that it doesn't take a very intense storm to create a tornado, though. And even a weak tornado from a mostly weak storm could cause significant damage to your home. So that's why we want you in your safe spot in Memphis, Sylvan Grove, Perry Crossing, Charlestown, and New Market in Indiana. Same thing for you guys in Georgetown. But these storms, thankfully, are just not having fun. They're just not doing it, man. They're not growing.
A new tornado
warning
good news. Has been issued.
We just got a new tornado warning on the Batesville storm now. So now both of the storms, Andy was just talking about are officially warned here. And if you were watching, 15 minutes ago, you got quite the heads up. But now we need you to get into your safe spot officially in Pentown, Sunman, Clinton, New Alsace, Dover, St. Leon, Lawrenceville, and Yorkville in Indiana. This storm in particular is probably going to be the one that eventually impacts the northern portion of Cincinnati, Ohio here soon. Let's talk to Bryce. Bryce, we are live on YouTube. We're watching the incredible lightning show that you've got going on here. Tell us what you're seeing and what your plan is with your storm chase tonight.
Yeah, the lightning's been absolutely crazy with this storm, and it's actually upticked a little bit in the last 5 to 10 minutes. I'm headed east towards Hamilton, Ohio on Highway 129, trying to stay out ahead and south of the area of rotation.
Okay, so he's not gonna go into the storm here. He's gonna stay out ahead of the rotation and continue to give us an eye on the part of the storm that might be trying to produce a tornado.
New information. This tornado warning has
Clark
been upgraded.
County, Indiana, now upgraded to a radar or a confirmed tornado warning on that last update there. Let's see here. As soon as that information comes through on our end. Oh my goodness. Is that the blip? That's the blip. Okay, so we've got a confirmed tornado now near Charlestown and Perry Crossing. Let me read about this. Emergency management, confirmed tornado. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. Actually, this tornado has probably been on the ground for a good 10 to 15 minutes. Unfortunately, it's one of those ultra low precipitation ones, so we can barely see what it's doing. But for a while, myself and the analyst team has had suspicions with low reflectivity, but very low correlation coefficient and lower differential reflectivity that this tornado is actually eating up trees, which would produce a very evident debris ball. You can flick over to that and see it's almost round here south of Memphis in Indiana here. So National Weather Service did not radar confirm this, of course, because they're hesitant to do so with a low reflectivity signature like this. But there are some thresholds that you can generally meet and say that there's a good chance that this tornado is doing damage. And I think on this last scan, we certainly can exceed the radar confirmation for this tornado.
All right.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Y'all, we have a tornado here moving towards Sylvan Grove and Charlestown and Clark Siding. It's associated with a small storm, but it's likely doing enough damage to produce a debris ball. So this could definitely do damage to your home. So you don't want to be out on the porch. You don't want to be in the living room. You want to get into your safe spot. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible, okay? All the way up there towards New Market and Rolling Hills and Runyon Town. This is really close to Louisville, northeast of Louisville here. And that last scan there continues to show our the smallest storm to produce a tornado of the day. That's for sure. So we are continuing to watch that. And the fact that that's happening means that we also have to watch even like little stuff like this. If you are in Friendship or Dillsboro, there might be a little rain shower that tries to produce a tornado here soon. And that would actually be kind of cool maybe sometimes in the day, but at night this could, obviously be a pretty dangerous situation because you can't see it. You're not going to see it coming, and you might not even know that there's a storm going on if the storm isn't big enough associated with the tornado. You know what I mean? So make sure you are watching out, paying attention to warnings, and just making sure that you are ready to take shelter if you need to. All right, so continuing to also be concerned about our storms up here, our much bigger storms. So there's no mistake about it. If you're in down here in Harrison, Sunman, or Manchester, you definitely know a storm's coming. This ain't no blip. And this actually could be, a bigger tornado in here or not. The thing is everybody down in front of the storm that's coming down south and east of Batesville needs to be in their safe spot because this is a very strong storm with a potential tornado. Sunman, Manchester, Harrison, Greendale. All you guys need to be taking shelter now. Eventually, this is going to go towards Cincinnati. Same thing back here towards Greensburg, just to the south and east of town near New Point and Napoleon. Another potential tornado trying to come together there. You guys take shelter as well. We just got a tornado warning way up here in Ohio near Eris, West Liberty, and North Lewisburg as well. This is radar indicated rotation, and we need you guys in your safe spots. Oh, let's go check in on Wisconsin again. There actually is one little spot that I would like to highlight. This spot right here on the southern side of this line. The whole line has probably an equal opportunity of producing a tornado, but definitely a little bit of an extra feature there with the punch out from the main line. Maybe there's some room for some inflow to get in there. That might produce a spin-up tornado as it goes across Highway 12 near Como and Springfield, Wisconsin here soon. But just know that anybody between Spring Prairie, North Prairie, Wales, and Heartland over the next 13 minutes or so will be in a position where they could potentially have a tornado. But the main threat's going to be some winds and some small hail. Let's go back to our observed tornado warning. Now the rotation is not even that evident on radar, and also the reflectivity is a lot less intense than what it was not too long ago. So hopefully, if that was producing a tornado, hopefully it's not anymore. But I mean, who knows? Yeah, I mean, I was surprised that it was producing a tornado when it looked like this. Maybe it still is, even though it looks like this. So stay in your safe spot in Charlestown for the next little bit, okay? Also, this storm to the west of Louisville has the same kind of characteristics. So, maybe they'll issue a new tornado warning for this as it comes out of that polygon for Floyd's Knobs, New Albany, and the North Louisville area here soon. If you're just now tuning in, we are 4 hours and 19 minutes into our coverage today of what is a regional tornado outbreak. We've seen tornadoes today in Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, and as the day goes on, we might end up seeing them in Kentucky as well. So that's what's happening here. If you are behind this line of storms that's kind of developing right in here, that actually let's do it like this. If you're back in this area, you're probably done for the night as far as severe weather goes. We're mostly concerned about the storms that are going to be forming back here and moving into Kentucky as far as the rest of the night goes. And of course, whatever happens with the rest of these as they move more into southern and central Ohio. Additionally, we have some storms back here in Wisconsin as well. These are going to continue to cause problems throughout the night, all the way up towards Green Bay, probably, but they'll weaken over time. And then we still have a tornado warning down here, and we got one in Georgia now. And I don't know. I don't know about it. We've got some rotation, certainly, okay, and we've got some hail and some wind getting ready to move into Tryon and Welcome Hill and Butem in Georgia. However, there's not a lot of commentary I can add on to this just based off of the radar presentation, other than, hey, get to shelter. Respect the tornado warning, and also that specific tornado warning will probably be allowed to expire soon because it's moving out of the warning polygon. They might issue another warning. If they do, get to shelter. We'll come back here and check on you guys in a minute. The biggest problem with these storms, I think, is going to be the prolific lightning. Cloud-to-ground strikes are probable with this. Don't be outdoors, and some 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Jessica says, it's very disconcerting to... Whoa, I lost it. Hold on, Jessica. I lost your comment. It's very disconcerting to be an avid watcher of this live feed and have my little town come up on the map. Blue ash north of Cincinnati. Blue ash north of Cincinnati. Yeah, you guys are definitely about to get in on a pretty big storm. Okay, I definitely wouldn't be too scared or anything. Remember, don't be scared, be prepared. But you're probably starting to feel the energy in the air there as a pretty large storm is going to come through within the next hour or so. I want to say a huge shout out to NSCHAFFEL. I don't know how to say that, but they're an official sponsor, or they've been a member for like more than 2 years, and they just submitted a $49.99 super chat. That's super generous. You didn't have to do that. Katie, thank you. Says, this always eases my anxiety. I'm glad that we can do that for you. I've heard that a lot from people with storm anxiety. Is Imzadi says, thanks for everything that you do. We can't think of a better use. Thank you. Thank you. AEW. Thank you for this. Is Dayton, Brookville, Beaver Creek has PTSD from the Memorial Day 2019 tornadoes that went through here. This is why you see so many Dayton comments. I understand that. I know that we got a lot of people in Dayton that are concerned right now. But once again, it's the same thing for Dayton as it is for everybody else. If I'm not talking about your town, if we're not calling out your town, that's usually a good thing. It's never because we're purposefully ignoring you or because there's something blaringly obvious to you that isn't obvious to us. Okay, like I promise there's gonna be something that draws our attention to you if it needs to happen. There's so many people involved in this. Obviously I've got Andy helping me, I've got myself, but there's even more people than that. So we've got you covered, and it's usually a good thing if we're not talking about you. But anyways, thank you for that. Have a look north of Batesville. North of Batesville in Connersville, you guys are fine. You're good. We might have a couple lingering rain showers come through, but for the most part, the most of the severe weather is going to stay to your south for the rest of the night. Kayla W, thanks for being a member for 12 months. Cameron says, what is the tornado risk for Northeast Maine? It's low, man. It's very low. It's almost non-existent for Northeast Maine today. Just come back tomorrow and I'll give you an update. Bake says, my fiance got stuck near Hamilton for a while and heard sirens. Was there actually a touchdown in Oxford? I don't believe there was a tornado that actually touched down in Oxford, if I'm not mistaken. However, there was a really strong storm that went by Oxford, and it had just recently produced a tornado not too long before it got to Oxford. So I think that it lifted before it got to Oxford, thankfully. By the way, if you're just now tuning in, we do have a couple of ongoing tornado warnings. In fact, we've got quite a few of them. We've got a couple of precautionary warnings in Wisconsin, and if we're in Walworth or Waukesha counties in Wisconsin, we're getting in our safe spots and we're staying there for the next 15 to 20 minutes and hoping that those warnings are allowed to expire. They're just precautionary warnings. There's not a lot I can tell you from the radar presentation of those storms. We also have a tornado warning for Urbana and North Lewisburg in Ohio. That's going to go on for the next 20 minutes. We have a tornado warning for Trenton, Ohio, and that one actually, the rotation there looks like it's actually upticked a little bit in the last couple of scans. So if you haven't got to shelter yet in Trenton, make sure you get there. And we might see that extended out to include Monroe, maybe Middletown here in the next update from the National Weather Service. Additionally, got a pretty interesting signature coming together here for the storm north of Manchester. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, right. I just wanted to talk about that one actually in particular because it is going to go toward the Cincinnati metro, the greater Cincinnati metro here. And if it does continue to look like that from afar, we may see a tornado warning for Cincinnati and Hamilton County in Ohio. So y'all should be ready for that. Right now, it is not producing a tornado at the best of our ability to tell. We have a terminal radar in Covington, Kentucky across the way that we can take a look at there from the airport, and it doesn't look like there's any tight rotation in the lower levels of the storm. However, with this sort of more intense spinning aloft that we're able to see much higher up in the storm, I wouldn't be surprised if there is still a tornado warning in Cincinnati. So y'all watch out for that. out ahead of time. If there is, go ahead and get your tornado safety precaution, ready, have your shoes and helmet and so forth. If nothing happens, still really good idea to practice in these areas, especially since Ohio has been hit pretty hard this year quite a few times. So being ready, being prepared, and eclipsing that panic that could occur is number one thing, and definitely something we want to highlight.
All right. Thank you so much, Andy. This is the area of concern that we're talking about here. If that continues to look like that, by the time it gets to the edge of the warning polygon here, we will probably see a tornado warning issued for the greater Cincinnati area. So y'all get ready for that. We do have a developing hook here. The velocity looks, really convincing. So we might actually have a tornado trying to come together here. So make sure you're in your safe spot in Yorkville, Dover, and Bright as well in Indiana. Let's see here. Additionally, we no longer have a tornado warning in Alabama or Georgia now. Okay, so I'm going to wait to go back and check on those, and that pretty much covers our situation. We've got these two storms are our biggest focus right now, in and around the Cincinnati area. The one up there near Trenton, and then the one back here towards St. Leon. So we're going to heavily focus on those for a little while, but we're also going to keep an eye on all the other storms that are forming as well. All of the warnings around Louisville have been allowed to expire. All the warnings over here in Northeast Kentucky have been allowed to expire. So we're really kind of honed in on the Cincinnati area for the moment. Huge shout out to my wife, Stephanie, for the very generous super chat. Says, I know you're busy, but I wanted to make sure that you saw this. Otto just rolled over from his back to his belly for the first time. Make sure you're taking care of yourself tonight. We love you so much. Did you get a video? Did he do it just once, or did he do it multiple times? That's crazy. Otto is our 4, almost 5-month-old baby. So that's huge news. Please tell me you have a video. Okay, we got a new tornado warning for Champaign, Madison, and Union counties in Ohio. That's going to be for our storm over here to the north and west of Columbus. And, this storm actually looks like it's coming together nicely as well. So Urbana, Ohio, you guys need to take shelter. Valley View, Mechanicsburg, Milford Center, Chuckery, Woodstock, and Irwin, you guys are in a pretty dangerous situation. Please take shelter now. Storm chasers that you're seeing here are in Butler County, Ohio. One of them's in Dearborn County, Indiana. And the main thing that you're noticing is the major lightning uptick there. Man, this is going by so fast. I know I'm missing some of your messages. I'm sorry. So we're going to continue to, watch these storms as they come into the Cincinnati area. We're watching this little dangly bit right here very hard. Rotation continues to look impressive from a distance here. It's probably not telling us the full story because there's a little bit of, contamination there on the scans, but we're definitely seeing a big rotating storm here moving into the Dover and Yorkville area right now, and that might be going towards the greater Cincinnati area over the next little bit, so we're watching that closely for you. I believe, Bryce Shelton is in position right now to potentially get himself into Cincinnati before that storm gets there, so he might be doing that. Casey says, hello in the Kings Mills area. The Mason Supercell's producing tons of lightning. I'm ready to take shelter. I just finished a band concert at the Kings High School. Well, Casey, I hope that you are safe, and I'm glad that you're weather aware. And as long as you take shelter, and you're going to be fine. I can tell. You guys are, anybody that's watching this right now is the definition of weather aware and not scared and rather prepared. So that's always a good thing. Lonnie Mead, thank you for that. Matt Wales says, what's the outlook for, I don't know where Shelbyville, Indiana is. I'm sorry. If you are south of Indianapolis tonight, you've got a chance of seeing some continued storm coverage throughout the rest of the night. In fact, maybe into the early morning hours tomorrow. If you're north of Indianapolis and maybe not near Chicago, I think you're good for most of the night. There's a chance that a couple of storms will move in from the west up there towards northwestern Indiana later tonight, but you're fine. But if you're south of Indianapolis, that's where we need to be paying the most attention to the weather. Did you get your Stream Deck program to change your lights when you are muted? No, I didn't do that because I don't want it to change all of the lights. I want it to change one specific light that I can see in front of me here, because I don't know what they would change. We have so many colors for so many different things. I don't know what they would change to. Like, I don't want them to go red because that's for tornado warnings, I don't want them to go green because then I get confused and think Andy's trying to talk to me. I'm running out of colors. So I'm going to do one light in front of me here, and it's just going to take some extra time to set that up. Also, I'm going to update everybody in Wisconsin. Great news. There are no tornado warnings currently in Wisconsin. I know we got a lot of people over there that are worried, rightfully so. Tornado warnings start getting issued. You hear the sirens. You've seen the devastating imagery on the internet of some of the damage that's happened over the past couple of days. Instant anxiety. I get it. You can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief now that the tornado warnings are being allowed to expire up here. We still got some strong storms getting ready to move into the greater Milwaukee area, West Bend, maybe some gusty winds, some small hail, and a brief spin up tornado is possible. So we don't want to let our guard down, but we also don't want to freak out. So we're just kind of watching and waiting and seeing what's going to happen next with our storm here coming out of St. Leon, moving down towards Harrison and Cincinnati. You're getting ready to get in on a very big storm, I believe, here in Monroe and Lebanon in Ohio. There is not a tornado warning associated with that. However, it's going to be some decent sized hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds and just a lot of lightning. We do have a camera. Oh, my goodness. There's a camera here. And, yeah, you can see that lightning very well through that. There's also one up here near Middletown. It's probably, yeah, we're already getting the rain there. So, yeah, some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some prolific lightning. That's going to be the story with the more outflow dominant portion of this line that's going to be moving through places like Springdale, Mason, Lebanon, Blue Ash, Loveland. This will make it all the way down there to Clarksville eventually. 60-mile-per-hour winds, small hail, all possible. And there it is.
Our new
tornado warning for the rotation that's coming out of St. Leon and Harrison now. It does include a lot of the northwestern side of Cincinnati, but not downtown Cincinnati, okay? You'll probably still hear the sirens if you're in Cincinnati. Mount Airy, Cheviot, Cleves, New Haven, Harrison, Ross, all these places are under a tornado warning now because this area of rotation is suspicious enough to warrant it. The National Weather Service has issued a radar indicated tornado warning for areas just to the north and west of Cincinnati, Ohio. Miamitown, Taylors Creek, Barnsburg, White Oak Meadows, Mount Healthy, North College Hill, Golfway Acres, and Elmwood Place are all under a tornado warning now. And here comes our new scan. Latest scan continues to show a concerning couplet, a velocity couplet, where inbound and outbound winds meet and indicate some sort of counterclockwise rotation here. We also see a very well-defined hook on our reflectivity here. So all things are suggesting that we might have a tornado here. So that's why we've got the warning. The closest places it'll be coming into is like Bright, Logan, and Blue Jay. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I think we've seen a lot of velocity signatures that look like this recently, and so a lot of people might be concerned with this as it heads into their area and they're just tuning in. Maybe this is not in the hook of the storm, these velocities in particular out ahead of it, and are in some clear air, which means that it's a little bit contaminated. So we do see a spinning part of the storm. That's all we can conclude from this. It's called side lobe contamination, because the main lobe of the radar is hitting the storm above it, which has a bunch of higher reflectivity from heavy rain that's up higher in the storm, but down below it there's nothing to hit, so we're just hitting that side right there, and that produces some values that aren't necessarily true where we're sampling the storm here. So we can only conclude a little bit here, but we cannot confirm a tornado at all off of these velocity values. So just want to make sure that we cover this as accurately as possible and nobody thinks that this is like a significant tornado ongoing right now.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Once again, just to kind of go over what he just said, we do see a very, it seems like a huge area of rotation. Basically, what we're referring to whenever we look at it is, hey, we know that there is a rotating mesocyclone here. We know that this storm is rotating, but it's not like, just because it looks like this doesn't mean that it needs a PDS tornado warning or something like that you may be seen in the past with similar looking signatures from the velocity. So, don't freak out. We as any time that there's something like that going on, like you're gonna know from the way that we talk about it. Okay. So as of right now, this is a precautionary warning, but it's still something that we should take seriously in the Cincinnati area. Let's go check in on our warning for Mechanicsburg, Ohio. Rotation looks a little bit more broad now, which is good news, but it's still there. We still have rotation, so we need to stay in our safe spots in Mechanicsburg, Rosedale, and Chuckery. Once again, as we await the storm to come into Cincinnati here, just a reminder, I'm broadcasting to you right now from Eastern Kentucky. The storm that's closest to me is way up here close to Ohio near Portsmouth. And if you watch on our weather house camera here in the app, you can see the lightning strikes from that all the way back here in Pikeville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, and they actually just issued a tornado warning for that storm that we're seeing the lightning strikes from. Greenup County, Kentucky now is under a tornado warning. Take shelter now if you are in Lloyd, Lynn, or Greenup. And yeah, there's actually a decent amount of rotation right there near Truett. That's going to go over towards Beachy, Lynn, Oliver Station, and Lloyd. Take shelter immediately if you live in those towns or close by. Maybe put the weather house in 3. If you're just now tuning in, I know we've got a lot of concerned residents in and around Cincinnati that are pouring in. Areas to the north and west of Cincinnati are under a tornado warning, including North College Hill, White Oak Meadows, and Miamitown. We've been watching an area of rotation near Harrison that looks like it, maybe, try to produce a tornado at some point here in the next 17 minutes. So far, so good. We don't think we have anything terrible going on right now, but we have that precautionary tornado warning in place just in case. And the moment we think that it's a little bit more serious, we'll let you know. But when we let you know, you should already be in your safe spot, because whether we have a big tornado down or not, things can happen so fast that you need to go ahead and get in your safe spot anytime you get under a warning, whether it's radar indicated or observed. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, per that storm, I think there have been a few cases, or just for a few minutes now, a few frames of data from the Covington radar where it does look like that storm is actually outflow dominant. It looks like we have maybe an outflow boundary that's kind of along and south of it that's very faint from that Covington terminal radar. However, if you use the Wilmington radar that we've been looking at here, you can actually see that outflow boundary coming out and around the storm as it approaches the northern suburbs of Cincinnati near Blue Ash. So a bunch of wind is out ahead and pushing ahead of the storm, especially back where we were concerned with any tornadic threat. So I believe that no air is getting into this supercell that's tornado warned at the surface, and we may see we may not see any continuation of the tornado warning with that. So my hope is that this is the last of the warnings that we get for a tornado with this storm, due to it looks like it's a reduced probability for this thing to produce at the moment, given that radar data. So a little bit of the clues that we can look at here on radar to tell us what the current status of the storm is. I think it is less threatening, but still, of course, just like we mentioned before, this was warned for parts of Cincinnati. Great idea to practice getting in your safe spot regardless.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for the great explanation there of what we're likely seeing with our storm here. And this is good news for the residents in north and west of Cincinnati. In order for a tornado to happen, a storm has to have the ability to suck air in and blow it out. All right. Right now, what we're seeing, thanks to this, if you notice this little area of kind of increased reflectivity out in front of the storm, that's a sign that the storm's only blowing. All right, for the most part. If we see this come out in front of the storm, it's going to stop a lot of the warm, moist air from being able to be sucked into the storm, and that might stop the tornado genesis that would happen back here. So we're still under a tornado warning, so we want to wait until that's expired before we give the all clear, but things are looking good. That could mean that there's some pretty intense winds that are going to come down through this area, though. So maybe still get ready for somewhat of a severe thunderstorm, even if they, cancel that tornado warning. I've seen a million times these little signatures right here get a blanket precautionary warning. That might be something that we end up seeing out here and on the forward side of this line that's getting ready to come through Lebanon. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado warning for areas between Lebanon and Wilmington here soon in Ohio. But if you hear that come through, obviously we want you to take shelter, but we don't want you to panic. It's not going to be because we have this big giant tornado trackable with a debris ball or anything, more than likely. So you just get ready for that and get ready to take shelter. The Warren County, Ohio camera continues to show significant lightning, as this is going to be, even if we don't get a tornado warning, this is going to be a pretty strong storm with 60-mile-per-hour winds and a little bit less than quarter-sized hail coming into Blanchester, Wilmington, Harveyburg, and all these places over the next hour or so. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, another good call, Ryan. I do think they'll definitely warn this middle circulation near Hageman or I have no idea. Lebanon and Lebanon here in Ohio. That's right out ahead of Bryce Shelton, so his feed will probably be pretty important here as he's in this warning, or what will become a warning more than likely. Y'all watch out here in Warren County in Ohio. So good call, Ryan. I would be taking shelter in Oregonia, or man, the pronunciations here are wicked. All along Interstate 71, basically through Warren County, Ohio. Looks like spin-up tornadoes are possible with this area of vorticity right here.
All right, thank you, Andy. Get ready for that warning as potentially here. Let's look at that newest scan. And yeah, I mean, that's definitely, something to consider if you're a National Weather Service person that is in charge of making warnings there. You've got to think about how often this is going to happen. Whenever we see storms like this moving through an environment like this, a lot of times we'll see little spin-up tornadoes happen a bunch of times within one county. So like it would be hard to issue little warnings for each little circulation, but we'll probably end up with a bigger blanket warning. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, sorry to keep breaking in, but that middle one also has the beginning stages of a light debris signature here. So I don't think that there isn't a tornado ongoing here despite not being warned yet. This is just outside of Lebanon, Ohio, which I think is pretty populated. So please be taking shelter. Let somebody know in Lebanon, Ohio, you've got a couple of minutes still. So really important information to get out here before they get something on their phones from the National Weather Service, since we're able to quickly react to a situation like this.
Andy, thank you so much. This is telling us that we might have a tornado down here, potentially moving in the general direction of Hillcrest. All right. And also, of course, Lebanon, maybe towards the southern side of town, southwestern side near the Floridaville Historic District. There's not a warning yet, but if you're watching this feed, your goal is to be extra weather aware, right? We're here before the warnings are issued. So why not go get away from windows, get indoors if for whatever reason you're outside, and get into a safe spot there just in case that's a tornado, and we'll get a warning here soon associated with it. And remember, this kind of stuff's going to happen throughout the duration of this storm as it goes all the way towards Harveysburg and Wilmington. So y'all get ready for that as well. Blanchester, Butlerville, my bad. You guys are in the path of this thing as well. The storm that has kind of prompted the tornado warning up here to the north and west of Cincinnati is definitely now outflow dominant. So I would say that they're going to allow this tornado warning to expire pretty soon. Tornado warning in Kentucky is looking less impressive as far as that rotation goes. So they'll also probably allow that one to expire. Warning to the north and west of Columbus. It's not perfect data, but we do see rotation here near Mechanicsburg. Moving towards Rosedale and Chuckery, this warning will probably not be allowed to expire very soon, and we actually will probably get a reissuance of that warning that goes out towards Plain City. David Swinson, thanks for that. New release from Portage, public information officer in Portage. We covered about 5 hours ago a pretty significant tornado in this town in Michigan. They're saying basically we believe that 2 tornadoes have touched down in Portage. We've got significant damage to residential and commercial buildings. Trees are down across the city. We have no reports of serious injuries. However, several individuals have been displaced. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, National Weather Service might be overwhelmed with calls about the metro since that tornado warning is ongoing over there. We've covered that once again for those watching. We believe that storm is outflow dominant, meaning that it can't take in new air at the surface, which is what you need for a tornado to form. So we both think that that's going to be allowed to expire. We can see the outflow boundary very clearly on velocity way out in front of the storm. So that is a sign that it is not going to produce a tornado anywhere in the near term. I think they might be busy, receiving calls and information about that due to the population, and we're not seeing a warning over here in Lebanon. So I'll give you an update myself. The original circulation that is passing between Hageman and Lebanon here in Ohio, I believe is vanishing. Essentially, I think it did produce a small amount of damage with a little debris signature there, but I believe our new area of concern is what Ryan was circling just then in South Lebanon. And I think that is also going to pass due east toward Morrow and Clarksville in Ohio here in Warren County, and then western Clinton County. So these things are going to go quick. Our spin-up tornadoes, we see this quite often. There's a chance that one may even consolidate further to the south of this, since this leading edge here of our sort of mesoscale convective system is oriented more to the north and south, which allows that low-level shear to get in there and efficiently produce tornadoes. So I think our next one here is going to be right as it passes over South Lebanon.
All right, thank you, Andy. So once again, y'all watch out here for everybody to the east of Lebanon, because this storm is looking like it's very capable of producing a tornado. In fact, we think it might have just produced a tornado. So we're waiting for that warning to come through. But once again, if you're watching this stream, just go ahead and get to shelter. All right, and what have you got to lose? Bring us with you. Take us back out whenever you're done. This won't last forever, and we're just going to make sure we're safe. All right. So latest scan on that velocity does continue to show a little bit more rotation there near South Lebanon. It's moving generally to the east. Mathers Mills, Senior, Morrow, Clarksville, Edwardsville. You guys are all places that are downstream and would need to be concerned about this in the near term if this continues to go in the same path that it's been going. All right. Yeah, Andy, I see that most recent little blip there. That might be the beginning of a new tornado debris signature there. So it does look like, maybe another tornado is down here. So hopefully we get a warning soon. Obviously, not everybody in the world is watching this stream right now. So there's people that need that alert on their phones and all that stuff. So, some of the places that'll immediately be, and hopefully this doesn't last long. These kinds of tornadoes usually don't. But some of the places that, if it stays on the ground, let's say for 5 minutes or 10 minutes, some of the places that need to be concerned here are the Shibbs Mill Road area, Senior, the I-71 corridor between Mathers Mills and Rochester. If you know where Brant Road is, north of Rochester, you are potentially in the area where this tornado could be going. Yeah, a consistent signature there. It could have a little bit of debris that's getting lifted up by a tornado as it comes towards the general Morrow and Senior area. So y'all get ready in Wilmington, Clarksville, and Blanchester as well. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, this is a weird break, and I don't know if I've ever said something like this. I think we have 3 tornadoes going on at the same time with the Lebanon storms here in Ohio. Okay, there we go. We got a warning for one of them, but I think there's actually 3 ongoing at the same time. We have a warning for the middle one. I thought maybe National Weather Service in Wilmington here was having an issue, might have to take shelter out ahead of these because this is headed toward their office, or they might be having a communications error here, so we can't fault them for anything. They have to do a lot here, but I would not be surprised if 3 tornadoes were on the ground in a row here from Morrow, Ohio, up to Lebanon, Ohio, and Oregonia.
Wow. All right. Thank you, Andy. Yeah, so we do now have an official tornado warning here that does include Morrow, Senior, Mathers Mills, and Hickoryville. However, on the last couple of scans, we've seen the development of new areas of rotation right over Lebanon, moving up towards Oregonia and Genttown, which are not under tornado warnings. And then we've got just south of the current tornado warned polygon, another area coming together near Morrow, going up towards Rochester and Hicks. So yeah, hopefully everybody is paying attention, and we've got those sirens and going off, and the warning alerts going off on people's phones, and people are getting to shelter because these actually look pretty intense on a couple of these scans. This one is outside of the warning polygon, once again near Wilmington Road, just off of Bypass Road there east of Lebanon. Potentially a tornado causing some problems there, moving towards Oregonia. Yeah, this is, when we first started calling attention to this, we expected maybe a big blanket warning, a big box out in front of it. What we got was a more traditional polygon, and that's fine. People are being warned here, but I just want everybody to know that even if you're outside of the polygon, it's possible that we have a tornado here somewhere between Lebanon and Oregonia in Ohio. This is all coming in the general direction of Wilmington. So y'all get ready for that, okay? Checking back in on you guys in Cincinnati, because I know we've got people who are concerned about Cincinnati. Thankfully, they did allow that tornado warning to expire. All right. So we no longer have a tornado warning. In fact, we don't even have a severe thunderstorm warning associated with the storm that's getting ready to come into Cincinnati. There's still going to be gusty winds. There's going to be a lot of lightning. There's going to be maybe some small hail. And also, due to the way that these storms are oriented, if they continue to maintain their intensity, it's going to take them a while to get through Cincinnati. So we might see some extended periods of rain that lead to flash flooding. We have flash flood warnings that are coming out in Hamilton, Oxford, Batesville, Connersville right now because of that same thing. That could happen again as it moves into Cincinnati. So it's not a tornado that we're going to have in Cincinnati, but an extended period of rough weather is expected here. Okay, and they've added on to that tornado warning. They added on another box on top of our tornado warning, and now Genttown, Oregonia, Wellman, and Harveysburg is included in that warning. We've also got a warning on the northwest side of Columbus. I don't know if we still got Riley with us, but maybe we need another refresh. I don't think we're getting automated pushes here. That might be another problem with the National Weather Service. I don't know. But we do have a tornado warning for the northwest side of Columbus. We've got a decent area of rotation here near Chuckery. All right. We've got a supercellular structure, big inflow area. We talked about Plain City earlier and how we probably would see a new tornado warning for you. Well, here it is, and now we've got a developing tornado coming into the greater Plain City and Amity area, moving down towards Hillard, Amlin, Dublin, and Worthington. This is going to make it into the northern and northwestern portions of Columbus in 30 minutes. Take shelter now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, I think we might be fixed for the most part. Let's go back to our significant situation that's that's happening now between Lebanon and Morrow, west of Wilmington, Ohio. We are seeing now a couple of different areas of debris being lofted into the air as a result of these spin-up tornadoes that are happening down here with these couplets that we've been watching. A little bit of blue right here probably came from Morrow. We might have actually had some damage in Morrow as a result.
New information
of
this
that,
tornado warning has been upgraded.
Tornado couplet that we saw move through there. A little bit of a bigger debris signature getting ready to come over the Interstate 71 corridor. So yeah, once again, these tornadoes that we're watching in this storm specifically are not going to last a long time, but they can still do significant damage. So watch out as this gets closer to Oregonia, Wellman, Hickoryville, and Senior in Ohio. So they did just upgrade this one. The northern one for Oregonia, they upgraded that to a radar confirmed tornado. And that's the I think the only one that I don't see a debris signature for. Well, there was one a few minutes ago. So, yeah, just know that we're probably going to see these little debris signatures actually kind of pop up and go away and pop up and go away multiple times as these little spin-ups cause several disturbances here as they go up the I-71 corridor. And remember, this whole storm is going in the right towards Wilmington. So Clarksville, Midland, you guys also need to get ready for the same kind of thing to happen in your area. Also, we're starting to see on the southern side of that the backward C shape here with the storm as it moves towards Blanchester. That's a sign of strong winds usually. So get ready for very strong winds, potentially in Blanchester, maybe over 60 miles per hour. Checking back in on Columbus. Rotation. More of it. There's more of it. And the storm looks a little bit more organized too as the storm gets closer to Columbus. So this might actually be instead of a spin-up tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
If this storm produces a tornado, this might be a supercellular tornado that lasts a little while and maybe has a little bit more power behind it. So let's hope not, but it's possible here as this storm goes towards Dublin and Hillard. Take shelter now. New tornado warning in Illinois. Oh, man. We've got storms popping up back here, all the way back into southern portions of Illinois now. Velocity. It's velocitying. We've got some rotation there near Lawrenceville. Honestly, the reflectivity is the more impressive part of this storm. We've got a very good hook here. So, if I'm in Lawrenceville, I'm definitely concerned about this and I'm getting to shelter, okay? Russellville, you guys need to get there as well. Jackson, let's get to our safe spots because this looks like a storm that could, similar to our blips that produced the tornado back there near Louisville, these are kind of stronger versions of that. So we might not see a big, giant velocity signature on radar, but that doesn't mean that we're not seeing a tornado. So let's get to shelter right now in Lawrenceville and, of course, Russellville in Illinois. That's going to be moving into Indiana here soon. And just look at all of these storms. Look at all of these storms that have popped up back here. this is just more opportunities for storms to, take advantage of that very favorable environment that is in place. Unfortunately, for the next little bit, let me check in on that environment. So the storms aren't moving very fast, but most of that nadir juice, most of that really good, tornado ingredient concoction is kind of a little bit farther to the south and east, closer to the Ohio River. And, as time goes on, that is it's fleeting, right? So hopefully these storms don't get much stronger and they don't kind of race into that and kind of attack it and take advantage of it. But hey, listen, they could. And that's why we're already seeing tornado warnings back here. And we need everybody to watch out in southern Indiana tonight, as there's plenty of warm, moist air there for the taking. So, yeah, we're going to keep our eyes on that. And we're going to come back over here to our storm that's approaching Wilmington, because we've got a bunch of little naders. Whoa, wait. That might have not have been a little one right there. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Brian, I was actually just going to cue in to express
a new
concern
tornado
for
warning
Morrow.
has been issued.
Morrow, Ohio here. Sorry. That is a debris fallout. I don't think this tornado is ongoing anymore, but that did go right through the town, and it is in fact a little town there on Google Maps. I saw. So I hope that what we were talking about, that was that southern rotation, I think, that hadn't even consolidated yet near Mainville. I hope what we said was a good enough warning there, because we didn't get a warning until it was pretty late. So hopefully that didn't just destroy some of the town there, because those spin-up tornadoes can still be significant and strong. So I'm really, really concerned about Morrow, Ohio, and if we get any information out of that, that would be good to know. Given the nature of it, I wouldn't be surprised if we have to visit there, because that was a little bit more intense than maybe we are initially thinking here. At the same time, looking ahead for the storm, the next notch is now south near Butlerville, to the east of that town. I think it's going to consolidate pretty quickly here in that clear inflow notch, with the outflow boundary leading right into it, which will head towards Midland, Ohio, south of Wilmington and Clinton County. So there is no warning down there on that southern part. We've just got the confirmation out ahead of the northern rotations, but the southern part, I think, is also going to try to come together and produce a tornado. Also, don't forget to unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Yeah, guys, I think that we saw this before we went to look at the other tornado warning, and since then we've just seen this big explosion of debris fallout, probably higher in the a little bit, just spread out through the air. Most of that's coming from the Morrow area, more than likely. So hopefully people were in their safe spots there. That seems like it was probably maybe a little bit of a significant tornado. So we're going to be having our ears open, and we will let you know the moment we hear about what happened down there, if anything. Hopefully that's trees and it missed the town or something, but unfortunately that's usually a sign that some structures got hit maybe a little bit. So let's go back into future mode here. Once again, now that we know that this is capable of, putting debris up in the air, that high, we got to treat every little tiny thing like this with the utmost respect. So if you are anywhere in front of this, which by the way also is not warned, no tornado warning. If you are in front of this little, area of rotation, you could be in the path of a tornado here, and we need to get you into your safe spot in Midland, Pansy, and Cuba. If you know where Second Creek Road is, if there's a tornado that's coming down here, it's going to go right along that there, hopefully between Pansy and Midland, towards Cuba. So please take shelter now if you're in those areas. Additionally, we're going to see little, spots like that pop up again, likely even, in other areas along this storm farther east. So we're going to watch the entire severe warned storm here as it approaches Wilmington for multiple chances of seeing that happen. And look at that. Another little divot there on that last scan to the east of Cuba now. Wouldn't be surprised if, even though we don't see anything on, velocity there, we might see something soon.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, now we've got a warning for Midland, Martinsville, and Morrisville in Ohio. Take shelter immediately. I want to remind everybody, this is what the signature looked like right before it came into Morrow. Obviously, it got a little bit more intense as it went by Morrow. And now we know that probably caused some significant damage in Morrow. This is a very similar looking signature as the storm approaches the area between Midland, Pansy, and Cuba in Ohio. Take shelter and prepare for potentially a significant tornado. So far, haven't heard anything significant out of the Morrow area, but that's a small town. It might take a minute. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Brian, west of Clarksville, and one of our current confirmed tornado warnings is a new couplet and a new area of debris. It almost looks like this tornado is sucking in the debris that was previously fallout back into the circulation as it speeds up ahead here and is kind of occluded back into the storm. So I believe this is a new tornado with old debris from another tornado circulating around it west of Clarksville, Ohio. So I believe that's going to get really close to the town there, unfortunately, but probably go just north, paralleling Highway 22.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Everybody in Clarksville and Vandervoort's Corners, please take shelter. We believe there's a tornado down coming right towards you, and also everywhere in between, including Highway 40, St. George Road, North Clarksville Road, all of these different connectors between Clarksville and Vandervoort's Corners are in the path of a dangerous storm here. A little bit farther down the road, maybe all the way down there towards Sligo and Ogden, Ohio. Additionally, we still believe there's a tornado happening now or about to happen. Tornado happening now just to the south of Pansy. We're starting to see a little bit of the debris come up on the latest scans there. Once again, Highway 730, that's where it is. It's going to be moving up right past Pansy in the general direction of Cuba along Highway 19 there. Next road it would cross, if it's still down, is going to be Shoal Road. And look at this. We've got mobile homes galore along this road. If I'm interpreting this right, that's what that looks like to me. So once again, if you are in the path of any of these storms today, please take shelter in a sturdy building on the lowest floor of that building with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. And just make sure that you have some way of protecting your head. Sometimes the only way you can do it is by, grabbing a helmet or simply getting the pillows and blankets off the bed and bringing that with you into your safe spot. It could potentially really help you out there. Basement or tornado shelter is preferred. So we're starting to see some of the really strong winds make it into the Wilmington area soon here. But the biggest rotation that we're watching right now is down here between Pansy and Midland, Ohio. Central Ohio, yes, I'll go check in on the tornado warning in Columbus. Northwestern side of Columbus is under a tornado warning, and that storm continues to look quite impressive on radar, but it's not confirmed yet. However, I wouldn't be surprised if this actually does produce a tornado at some point, especially here near Kyleville, Amlin, and Dublin. If you guys are in that area, please consider taking shelter if you haven't already. Hopefully you have. This warning's been out for a while. But if you haven't got there yet, go ahead. If this continues to look like this, the storm's going kind of due east. We're probably going to see a new warning for Westerville and New Albany, Ohio soon. So get ready for that. This is a stronger storm overall, so it's also going to have big hail and strong winds. But I think we've got actually a lot more tornadic potential with the storm a little bit farther to the south here coming into the greater Wilmington area. But both places should be in their safe spot. Let's go back to the Illinois warning too, just to check on it. We've still got a little bit of rotation there. Still got a little bit of a hook on our supercell that's now moving into Indiana from Illinois. So things are still looking quite concerning back here, to be honest. Not yet relieved by anything that I see. If you are just now tuning in, we are covering a tornado outbreak that's been occurring all day, well, or at least for the past 6 hours, from Michigan down into Indiana, now portions of Ohio. We currently have technically 5 tornado warnings, but there's 3 different storms that we're looking at. One is up here near Columbus. Okay, Columbus, Ohio. There's a warning for the northwestern side of Columbus, Ohio. Tornado warning for Upper Arlington and Worthington and Dublin. We do believe there is a storm capable of producing a tornado moving in now. Take shelter if you are in northwest Columbus, North Crest, Knowles, West, or Riverley and Worthington right now. If you are in Powell, Lewis Center, and Rathbone, you also need to take shelter, but the tornadic part of the storm is likely going to stay to your south, and your biggest concern is going to be some small hail and some very strong winds and prolific lightning. A little bit farther to the south, we've had multiple confirmed tornadoes lofting debris into the air with this big storm that's coming into Wilmington now. There's a couple areas of interest at this moment. We've got an area of rotation moving in between Martinsville and Cuba in Ohio. You got to take shelter if you are in Cuba, Martinsville, or Morrisville as this gets closer to you, maybe all the way over there towards Wallopsburg. Additionally, we've got maybe it's the closer this gets to the radar, it's going to kind of be harder to tell what's going on here. But just every little blip, every little potential couplet, we've got to watch out for as this one right here gets closer to Ogden and Sligo. And also just the greater Wilmington area overall. Everybody needs to take shelter. You are under a tornado warning. Also Little Center, Gurneyville, all the way up there towards Starbuck Town. Take shelter now. Cincinnati, Ohio has a little storm going through right now. It's not severe warned. Bigger storm to the north up there in Springdale, moving into Blue Ash. Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's our main concern there. Severe thunderstorm warning now for Bloomington, Indiana. Mostly hail and wind, the concern with that. And then we do have a lingering tornado warning way back here in Illinois. We'll see if they reissue that. If not, it'll expire in about 5 minutes. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, we have some damage updates south of Lebanon from the town of Morrow. There's reports of a tree hitting a house with no injuries and just a lot of trees down in general. Also, there has been reports of a structure collapsed. I'm sure that there's still a lot more information to come out of that area, and I bet they've just started to get into where the damage path is.
Thank you very much, Riley. Unfortunately, what we thought was possible there is starting to come to fruition. These storms are causing damage, and maybe significant damage, as they come into the Wilmington, Ohio area. Really concerned about places near Cuba, Martinsville Road, Morrisville. You guys need to get to shelter if you haven't gotten there already. This is an extremely dangerous situation. This kind of signature right here is the same thing that has produced damage in the past, okay? And then once again, the closer we get to the big hole here, this is where the radar is, the harder it's going to be to discern exactly what's going on. But just assume that any of these little disturbances, any of these little couplets here are potential tornadoes, and they could do some damage as they get closer into Wilmington and Burtonville over the next little bit. Take shelter from as far north as Gurneyville all the way down into Little Center, Wilmington, Burtonville, and then of course Morrisville and Martinsville as well in Ohio. Additionally, we're continuing to watch the storm come into northwest Columbus. This one has the most traditional supercellular look to it. And it does have a big rotating mesocyclone. So this tornado warning should be taken very seriously, and hopefully everybody in Dublin is in their safe spot, because if this storm is producing a tornado, it's going to go into Dublin, all right? And then right after that, it's going to go into Worthington. Hopefully it's not, but the storm is certainly capable of that, and we need everybody in those areas to get into their safe spots right now. They just issued a new tornado warning that goes for North Columbus now. So Old North Columbus, Linden, Argyle or Argyle Park, you're under that warning. Also Westerville, New Albany, Jersey, and Johnstown in Ohio. Take shelter now. You're under a radar-indicated tornado warning. As we are watching this big-time supercell work into the area just north of Columbus, Ohio.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
As soon as this thing gets past Columbus, just to the east of Columbus, it's going to be entering a quite a more stable air mass. So hopefully this storm doesn't last too long. But this could go all the way down I-70 towards Newark and Zanesville before it starts really letting up. So you guys go ahead and think about that. We continue to worry about our friends over here in Wilmington. Remember, we've got an observed tornado warning for Wilmington. Everybody needs to be in their safe spots. But the storm's going to be by most of these areas on the other side of the radar within the next 10 minutes. So we'll see what we see when it gets over there, and we'll see if they need to issue a new warning. And it looks like they're not going to issue a new tornado warning for this storm as it goes into Bruceville and Bicknell in Indiana. But they did issue a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible. Let's see here. Trees are down on Wilmington Road in Lebanon. They may be calling electric company to shut the power down. Warren County Route 123, there are trees down. I definitely feel better tonight than I did last night.
A new tornado warning
hopefully tomorrow
has been issued.
Will be completely sniffle free. Davies and Knox counties, Indiana, are under a tornado warning. Right after I said that, of course, they decided to go with the warning. They actually are going to go with the tornado warning over here for Bruceville, Bicknell, Edwardsport, and Wagner Station. The rotation is not that impressive. However, the supercell, the reflectivity, continues to be reminiscent of other supercells we've seen produce tornadoes in the past, so that's why we have the warning. Bloomington, Indiana, you guys are about to get a pretty strong storm, mostly with winds and hail, so just get ready for that. I know whenever we have these live coverage events where we're covering large areas and we talk about tornado damage, anytime anyone anywhere sees lightning or hears thunder, they get super scared. I just want to remind you that if we're not talking about your county, we're not talking about your town right now, it's probably because, it's probably just going to be a regular storm. Supercell up here north of Columbus continues to look more organized. Pretty concerned about our folks here in Worthington and Riverly and Minerva Park and Blendon Corner and Westerville. Please take shelter if you're out here north of Columbus. This is a dangerous storm, capable of producing quarter-size hail, damaging winds, and of course there's maybe a tornado in there. Blue Steel says, do you dream about weather maps and hear tornado alerts in your sleep? Believe it or not, that sound that you just heard, I can't do it because I'm sick. But I actually do wake up sometimes at night and I hear that. I'm not kidding. I've probably heard that so many times that it's like burnt into my brain. And Andy probably dreams about that. Go ahead, Andy. He's probably heard that so many times. Yeah, go ahead, Andy. If you're just now tuning in, we are continuing our coverage here of, hopefully what is the end leg of our tornado outbreak today. And what's crazy is we had a big day yesterday with lots of severe weather. But I actually think today has been more, impactful. And I think today qualifies as a tornado outbreak more than yesterday, even though we had a little bit of a lesser risk. So that just once again goes to show you how important it is to pay attention to the weather, no matter what SPC risk you're under, as long as you're under one of them. Last couple of scans, the rotation with that Dublin Worthington storm has let up a little bit, so that's good news. Checking back in on our storm that's just went through Wilmington. I also think that a lot of the rotating areas in that storm have also let up. So that's also good news. I'm really hoping we can put a lid on the tornado threat in Ohio, at least for a little while. I hope you're taking Mucinex, Ryan. That's the one thing I'm not taking. We've got antihistamines in the system, pseudoepinephrine. What is the other thing? Z-Pack. Go ahead, Andy.
Sorry to interrupt your drug list, Ryan.
It's all good.
I would watch the North Columbus storm from the terminal radar. On the last few scans, we get a scan from this about every minute. Right near Worthington, I think it's starting to actually rotate, and over the last 5-6 minutes or so, that convergence signature has very much increased in magnitude from both sides. So I think that we're seeing the convergence signature do hook echo to a rotation pipeline here as it approaches Interstate 71 and 270 junction. That's the current location of most concern here in Worthington in the suburbs of North Columbus here. So this is, let me get a direction on this. This is traveling east, pretty much due east. And I think it's going to keep doing that, even though you guys are under a tornado warning. This is like the most up-to-date information from the radar closest to you because you're in a radar hole other than that terminal radar at the airport. So I would be watching out and taking cover in Westerville and Huber Ridge and Minerva Park, as Ryan mentioned, as well as New Albany out in front of this, as it actually looks the most concerning it has so far in this tornado warning.
Thank you, Andy. So this right here is the area of convergence that we're talking about. Right near Worthington, we could have, if we don't already have, a storm trying its best to really rotate and produce a tornado here. So we're concerned about you in French Quarter, Northgate, Salem. And I really hope we don't see a tornado come together here because this is, this is just a really, really heavy populated area. Look at all these houses. Sprawling communities for miles and miles. The good news is, at least for right now, maybe for the next 2 minutes, it doesn't look like there's a tornado down, but that could change quick, and we're going to learn more whenever the next scan comes in. If we do have a tornado that comes down here, it's going to go between Minerva Park and Westerville, over there towards Central College and the Jack Nicholas Freeway near Huber Village Boulevard. So just get ready for that, okay? We're going to wait for that scan as it comes in. By the way, if you want to keep up with the progress of, when is the scan coming, focus on this down here. What you're seeing is the progress bar that shows all of the different heights. Sometimes I think probably we have to be on one of the main radar sites, but you'll see it say starting, and then you'll see the sweep go around, and that's going to be the new scan. But we just got the latest scan there on this, and we continue to see the convergence come together between Worthington, Flint, Far North Columbus, Westerville, Northgate. If you know where the 270 I-71 exit ramps are, where they intersect, and it's between Worthington and Westerville, then you know around where this tornado is trying to form right now. Reports that near US 22 in Morrow, Ohio, that we've got 2-story structures with heavy damage. Also, you know, I haven't had the graphic up for a while, but and we've got an ongoing dangerous situation. But I quickly want to say thanks to the Y'all Squad. We've raised almost $80,000. We're getting to the point where almost every time there's a tornado situation, we raise $100,000, which is nuts. It's unbelievable that we're able to do that. I can't think of another organization that does that specifically for tornadoes and severe weather that can do it that quickly. So, just thank you all for being so generous. And, of course, we're going to post videos and updates to let you know what we're doing with that. And we're putting it to good use out there, helping people that have been impacted by severe weather. If you're just now tuning in, we are continuing to watch this storm as it tries its best to wrap up and maybe produce a tornado near Westerville, Ohio. There are other storms going on right now. We only have one other tornado warning. Let's go check it out real quick. Oh, it is. It's having some trouble. That storm is having some trouble. So I would say that they're probably going to allow that one to expire, but let's still stay in our safe spots in Bicknell, Edwardsport, and Plainville in Indiana for at least the next 20 minutes or so. Just in case. Better safe than sorry. So really our most concerning storm right now by far is the one up here near Columbus. That's why we are hyper focused on it. By the way, there is currently no tornado warning for Wilmington. I just saw somebody in the chat saying there's sirens going off in Wilmington. No, there's no tornado warning for Wilmington. That has been allowed to expire, and actually the storm has already passed Wilmington. There's some severe winds maybe and some hail coming towards Buena Vista, Good Hope, Greenfield, and South Salem. And St. Martin and Fayetteville. But Wilmington, the worst of the weather is now to your east and to your south. Debbie Moore, thank you for that. As soon as this storm looks a little bit less impressive, hopefully that happens soon, we're going to take some time to look at the forecast for tomorrow. First of all, because I know a lot of you are interested in that, and second of all, because I need to. That's a big part of my day tomorrow. I've got to figure out when we're going to go live and all that kind of stuff. So stick around if you want to see that. There's another big severe weather event probably going to happen tomorrow. We're going to be here for that, and we're going to look into that right here in a moment. AJ Miller says you got an update for west of Cincinnati. Yeah, there's a storm. It's not severe warned. It's got some heavy rain with it, and we're starting to get some more flash flood warnings out here in the greater Cincinnati area. That's about it. There's not much else to it. Lots of lightning, maybe some wind, and honestly, the flooding problem could be a pretty big problem, as we have almost a a perfectly straight line of storms, moving west to east. There is a tiny bit of a southward component to that motion, so hopefully this won't happen all night and it won't be some sort of really bad flash flooding situation, but certainly flash flooding is going to be possible. Want to remind everybody that we're zoomed in here on Westerville because we have a little bit of a concerning signature on velocity there. Could have a tornado trying to come together between Westerville and Central College, moving towards Maxtown, Harlem, and maybe Center Village and New Albany in Ohio. Riley, go ahead.
Hey Ryan, just an update from NWS Tulsa as they have almost completed the storm survey in Barnsdall. They ended up finding multiple instances of high-end damage, including quite a few houses and metal framing buildings indicating 150 to 165 mile per hour winds, and one home suggested an estimated wind speed of 165 to 175, which is solidly in the EF4 category. They also noted that there was a lot of trees that were snubbed in the range of high or in the area of highest wind speeds. Other than that, that's about all we have for the tornado in Barnsdall. They do also acknowledge that there were many other tornadoes that could have spun up, and they are going out to survey those tomorrow. All
right. Thank you, Riley. So we're learning a lot about the tornadoes that happened yesterday. And I'm assuming tomorrow and the few days following that, we're going to learn a lot about the tornadoes that happened today. It's going to take a while to survey all the tornadoes that happened today. So yeah, and then unfortunately more tornadoes probably tomorrow, which we're going to talk about right here in a moment. In fact, we're probably going to go ahead and start on that, and then Andy, feel free to interrupt me if there's any major developments on our storm here in Ohio. Just remember, New Albany, Johnstown, Maxtown, Harlem, Center Village, and everywhere in between needs to take shelter. You are under a tornado warning in Ohio. One second. All right. This is the severe weather outlook for tomorrow. This will update. When will this update? 2 a.m. We'll get a new day one outlook at 2 a.m. Eastern, I believe. This is likely going to be a little different as we go into tomorrow, but this is what it looks like right now. Wednesday, May 8th, 2024, we've got a huge enhanced risk of severe weather from northeast Texas up to eastern Kentucky. All right, so Ohio, it doesn't look like you guys are going to be the main show this time. However, but some parts of Kentucky and Indiana that have been, talked about today will be in that greatest risk area. The enhanced risk is actually mostly driven by a hail outlook for tomorrow. We've got large hail possible from, once again, eastern Kentucky all the way back into St. Louis, Cincinnati, Louisville, down into the Boot Heel of Missouri, Nashville, almost to Memphis, Little Rock, back down into northeast Texas. But outside of the hail, we also have a pretty significant tornado risk tomorrow. Right now, it's a 10% hatched risk of tornadoes from central Missouri up through St. Louis, down into western Kentucky, middle Tennessee, central Kentucky, a little bit of southwestern Indiana as well. That's where we have a potential for seeing some maybe significant tornadoes tomorrow. EF2 or greater. The brown is going to be a 5% probability of tornadoes, and the green is going to be a 2%. A probability of seeing a tornado within a 25 mile of any given point within that zone. So that's what we're doing tomorrow. And hopefully you know how to find your location on a map. Because I know there's a lot of people asking right now, like, what about this town? What about this town? Unfortunately, I don't have time to talk about all the towns. There's 75,000 of y'all in here, and there's almost only so much time. But this answers most of your questions. This graphic. Just pick out where you live. Are you in the orange? Then you're probably certainly going to get some big storms tomorrow. You got a chance of some large hail, some tornadoes. Same thing in the yellow, but maybe a little bit less of a chance. And we're talking about being on the periphery there in the dark green, but it's still something you need to pay attention to, because as we saw today, in Michigan, you don't have to be in that greatest risk area to see significant severe weather. So if you're in the green, you could have some severe weather as well. But the areas we are most concerned with are certainly in that dark orange area. And this is for tomorrow. Just a quick update on our storm here in Ohio. Last couple of scans do look a little bit less concerning, but there's still some concern for rotation here, and we're still under a tornado warning in New Albany and Johnstown. Stay in your safe spots. All right, let's look at the HER. Wow. Okay. I think I'm going to want to do this on Pivotal. Give me just a second, y'all. We're going to look at the simulated radar for tomorrow. Because I know a lot of you will be interested in that. Wow, there's going to be some crazy storm interactions. Tomorrow's a pretty unique setup. Okay, let's come over here to Pivotal Weather. This is the HRRR model, the High Resolution Rapid Refresh. We're going to be taking a look at what the radar could look like as we go into the future. It's hardly ever right. It's hardly ever accurate, but what it does a good job at is kind of pointing your eyes in the right direction of maybe the general areas you should pay attention to. I wouldn't get too caught up in like, oh, look, there's a cell that goes through my county. No, that's not going to happen. Just let's look at the general pattern based off of what we see here, okay? So later tonight into the early morning hours tomorrow, we are going to continue to see the storms that we are experiencing right now move into West Virginia, Kentucky, a little bit of Tennessee, but they're going to be much less, intense than what we've seen throughout most of the night. Okay, lightning, thunder, wind, it's all possible, but for the most part, it's going to be pretty tame. As we get probably about 4 or 5 hours from now, as we get deep into the morning hours there, we are going to see maybe a couple strong storms form out here in Arkansas. But once again, I think that for the most part, we're going to be all right. Once we get closer to noon and especially afternoon tomorrow, we're going to see the warm front here really start to light up with a lot of convection in Tennessee up into Missouri. All right, and we're going to see a really big uptick in storms forming along that warm front and then sliding north of it and just becoming big rainmakers throughout the day tomorrow. So we're going to probably see a lot of flash flooding problems in Missouri, Illinois, Kentucky, and Tennessee. But when those storms first pop up out ahead of the warm front and before they cross that boundary, I think that those storms are going to be quite severe and also capable of producing tornadoes. We're going to have a lot of storms that start off moving off to the north and east, and then start moving directly to the east, and then eventually dip off to the south and east. This is this is a crazy thing to mention right now. I don't know if any of you remember it, but this is a very similar setup to the warm front boundary that was in place for a lot of us in this same area during the May 30th, 2004 severe weather outbreak. That was a big tornado situation back in the plains, but for us over here in Kentucky and Tennessee, it was mostly a huge hail and a prolific flooding problem. I think the tornado situation is actually going to be quite significant tomorrow with these as well, though.
A new tornado
unlike
warning
that situation
has been issued.
But we are going to see lots of storms pop up along that warm front, and then we're going to start to see storms convect along the more cool boundary back here from Texas up into Missouri, and then that's going to kind of sweep everything out. There's going to be tornado chances with those. There's going to be lots of different rounds of storms for different areas. But basically, what I'm seeing here from the HRRR is things are going to be quite chaotic tomorrow. There's not going to be one specific storm mode that we're paying attention to. There's going to be a lot of different areas where there's a mesoscale system moving over here. There's a little bow echo that's moving in Illinois. Now we've got a supercell in Tennessee. Oh my goodness, is that another supercell in Texas? Like, it's going to be one of those kind of days where we're a little bit of everywhere. And also, the exact placement of these storms is going to change so much whenever we actually look at the radar tomorrow. This arc of precipitation could be 100 miles north of where we see it here or 100 miles south. So don't get too caught up on the exact placement. Just know that it's going to be a long day tomorrow of several rounds of storms, and we are definitely capable of seeing some tornadoes as they interact with a favorable environment. Let's look at that, by the way. I'm using the cheat code here, the significant tornado parameter, just to get a little idea of where I should click. Some of these storms might be interacting with an environment like this, right along that warm front. If we get a big supercell that forms here and starts, interacting with this kind of thermodynamic and kinematic profile, we could definitely see a tornado or three, maybe more, anywhere from Missouri down into Tennessee, maybe a little bit of Kentucky too, and southern Illinois, because what you're looking at here looks very complicated, but it's simple. We've got a lot of wind shear. We've got the sickle-shaped hodograph there. We've got turning winds. We've got wind shear vectors increasing with height. We've got low cloud bases. All right, convection is going to be happening low to the ground, so spin is not going to be interrupted if there is some spin that's happening there. And then we've got our, just everything is kind of lining up here in this specific sounding to promote the idea that we might have some tornadoes. Maybe even more so lined up to tomorrow than they were today. So keep that in mind if you're in Missouri or any of the 10% hatched areas for tomorrow. So yeah, it looks like it's going to be a busy day. We're going to be live probably. Let me go back to Weather Bell real quick. If I had to guess when we're going to go live, man, I don't know. Because these storms, as early as around 11 a.m. to noon tomorrow, the storms up there in Missouri could be causing some problems. But the big uptick in convection for everyone, where we're going to have the biggest widespread severe weather situation, is going to more than likely be happening between like 5 p.m. and midnight. So you could see us as early as noon tomorrow, maybe as late as 5. I don't know. Just turn notifications on. Somewhere in there, we're going to go live. Turn notifications on. You'll get a notification for that. I didn't do a members-only pre-stream today because I wanted to preserve my voice. I'm sick. I'm on all the medications. It's not getting better. I don't know. But I didn't want to talk too much before the live stream started. I might do that again tomorrow. It depends on how I feel. But if I feel better, if I feel fine, then I am excited and I'm ready. And I want to do another members-only pre-stream where we just kind of do a Q&A. We maybe talk about some educational stuff. Maybe we talk a little bit more about those photographs. Maybe we talk about, previous events and recaps and stuff like that. I don't know. Today, we didn't get to do any of the stuff that I planned on talking about because we had to jump immediately into the severe weather coverage. So the idea with the members-only pre-stream is to get in there before the storms really get going and, answer those questions and talk about the EF ratings of the previous day and talk about what the Y'all Squad is doing and talk about photographs and learn about, weather models and whatever it is that you guys want to talk about. Because a lot of times when we're live, we don't have time to interact in that way. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, looks like per chat, there's a ton of ill-placed sirens going off. So we should cover the areas that we're actually concerned about in depth here. I don't know why the northwest side of Columbus would have sirens right now. The areas of concern really are just near Johnstown and Alexandria in Licking County, Ohio here. So basically all of the Columbus metro is already done with this tornado warning storm. The area of concern is moving well out of the northeastern part of the metro. If you're hearing sirens, those are very much delayed, and I don't know why they would be ongoing. So there's your latest update there. Hopefully local emergency managers fix that up. And then it doesn't stop there. I'm hearing reports of sirens in Bloomington, Indiana. You guys are under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This storm produced golf ball size hail near Ellettsville to your north and west. The tornado warning, it does include Monroe County, but it's only the southern sliver of it near Harrodsburg. So if there are sirens going on in Bloomington, I guess it could be for the considerable severe thunderstorm. Any tornado threat, any rotating storm is well off to your south, like 10, 15 miles. So just to clear that up, since I'm seeing reports of you guys reporting the sirens going off in chat. Thanks for that. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Andy, for clearing that up. Currently, we have 2 tornado warnings, both radar indicated a rotation. If you're in Greene, Lawrence, Martin, or Monroe counties in Indiana, that's one of those warnings, but more specifically, it's going to be for Guthrie, Harrodsburg, or Bartlesville, Bartlettsville and Chapel Hill in Indiana. And then that storm over here in Ohio that's going to be Delaware, Franklin, and Licking counties, more specifically for you guys who are up there closer to Johnstown. In fact, once that area of rotation gets past Jersey and Johnstown, they might wait. Oh, they did. They just allowed that to expire. We might get another one though. Yep, there it is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We've got a new tornado warning now for Johnstown, Alexandria, Granville, Newark, Utica, and Hanover in Ohio. Okay, so this is way past Columbus now. Columbus, you're hearing the lightning, you're hearing the thunder, you're seeing the lightning, you're getting a storm, but it's mostly below severe limits, and the tornadic concern is well off to your north and east, mostly now for Johnstown, Alexandria, Granville, and Hanover. You guys need to take shelter over there as you are under a tornado warning, at least for the next 30 minutes. South of Bloomington, Indiana, there is a tornado warning that is going to last for another 30 minutes. There's a little bit of rotation here near Owensburg, so Red Hill, Avoca, Ulitic. Sorry. You guys need to also take shelter. Cincinnati, lightning, thunder. It sounds. I'm sure there's a big storm going on there. It's below severe limits for the most part, so we're not experiencing any major hail or wind or anything like that. It's just a lot of rain, lightning, and it's probably pretty loud. But I think your biggest problem in Cincinnati over the next little bit is going to be rain. It's very possible that you guys could see some flash flooding as a result of the training thunderstorms that are going over your area. So that's pretty much what's going on right now. Tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings will likely continue throughout the evening. Throughout the evening into the early morning hours tomorrow. Remember, these storms are going to completely clear the entire state of Ohio. They're going to make it all the way across Kentucky into my neck of the woods. I'm way down here. They're going to make it to me by probably 6 or 7 a.m. Eastern. It's currently 11:17 p.m. So we've got a long time before these storms die out. But the overall, the main severe weather threat associated with these storms it's probably going to be mostly over. Outside of flash flooding and the occasional tornado situation here and there, it's going to be mostly over within the next hour. But damaging winds, some hail here and there, that's also going to be possible too as they race to the south and east. I don't know. Hold on one second. Oh my God. I just looked at the chat and somebody said muted, and I just about freaked out, but you got me. You got me. Here's NATO cast for tomorrow, if anybody's interested in that. This is not representative of what we're likely to see from the actual Storm Prediction Center outlook tomorrow, but NATO cast is picking up on some maybe increased, tornado parameters down there around Nashville tomorrow. Based off of what I just saw off that one run of the HRRR model, I did not see that much. But hey, I was just looking at one model, okay? So we're going to use a lot of different things to determine the forecast for tomorrow. SPC will likely end up maintaining that 10% hatch, or maybe doing something a little bit above that if they feel like it's necessary. Regardless, if we've learned anything over the past couple of days, it's to not care too much about that. Just everybody in that big risk area that we've been watching over the past couple of days, and now we're seeing that big enhanced area. Everybody just needs to be hyper weather aware tomorrow and paying attention to the warnings as they come out. A pretty strong gust of wind is about to come in through Hollowtown, Newmarket, Marshall, and Bainbridge, Ohio. That's not warned for severe winds or anything, but probably wouldn't be surprised to see some 40, maybe 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts with that big outflow boundary coming out from underneath that very strong storm there. So just get ready for that. The rotation associated with our storm that's got the tornado warning on it, moving now towards more Cokesbury corners, Fredonia, and Decro corners. It's still there. Okay, we still have rotation. Still something to watch here near Johnstown. But I'm holding on to hope that at some point here we're going to be able to say that for the most part the storm has stopped rotating, but it's not right now. So Newark, you guys need to get into your safe spot. I saw some people in the chat saying that the sirens are going off in Newark. That makes sense. You're under a tornado warning. You got a big storm coming, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe even a tornado. Same thing for you guys in Utica and Hanover and Hickman. Yeah, it looks like we are officially over $80,000 now raised for the Y'all Squad. Just in the, just between yesterday and today, probably at this point, just a little over 24 hours. Just to, as we wait on the next scan here for this, storm, just to give you an update on what's going on there. Before this string of severe weather started, we were working on distributing the Y'all Squad funds for the Sulphur, Oklahoma tornado, and then of course the Iowa and Nebraska tornadoes up there, leading up to this severe weather situation, which of course we've had to take a brief break from our Y'all Squad mission for that. We had already given out close to $100,000 in either financial assistance directly to people, or free food, free water, free meals, free assistance like that in those places, just based off of the last fundraiser that we did with those tornadoes. Now we have a whole new $80,000 on top of what we already had to go help the people potentially. We don't know exactly where we're going to go. We don't know where we're needed yet, of course, but we're likely going to end up in Michigan for those tornadoes that happened today. We might even end up in some of these places in Ohio for some of the damages that happened today. And then, of course, we were already in Barnsdall, Oklahoma today, dropping off tens of thousands of dollars worth of supplies to emergency managers so that they could, distribute that how they see fit. That's not all we're doing. We're going to be, finding people with unique stories where they don't have insurance or they don't have, federal assistance in some way. And we're going to find them and we're just going to write them a big check and say, hopefully this, helps them, find a place to stay for maybe 6 months to a year. There's a lot of stuff that we can do, and you'll hear about all of that in our upcoming videos on the Y'all Squad channel. If you guys aren't subscribed to that, you should subscribe to it, because especially if you've ever contributed to the Y'all Squad, because by watching that channel, you can really see exactly what's going on and what we're doing with all the contributions and stuff. Another way to keep up with that kind of stuff is by following us, the Y'all Squad, on Twitter and Facebook. So that's a good way to do that. Let me come over to this base velocity. Velocity continues to not look any more concerning. It's equally as concerning as it was before. So that's good news, because I haven't heard any reports of a tornado down yet. But Fredonia and Highwater, Chatham, Venata, St. Louisville, you guys need to take shelter in Ohio, at least for the next 20 minutes. And hopefully they are going to allow that warning to expire when that 20 minutes is up. Same thing over here for you guys in Bartlesville and Heltonville. 20 minutes. We got a tornado warning. Please take shelter now. This one's rotating. We're near Needmore. Get to your safe spot. But anyways, yeah, on top of that, we've just recently acquired an 8,000 square foot facility in Fort Dodge, Iowa, to house some equipment and supplies that we're going to be able to, get to people quicker without having to go to a Home Depot or a Lowe's to buy the stuff to then get it to people. That way we can receive donations from companies that want to give us, a semi-truck full of generators, or we can purchase those generators at a discount pre-negotiated before the next tornado or hurricane happens. You know what I mean? So it's a big step forward, and it's another way that we're going to allow your dollar to stretch farther whenever we help people that get impacted by severe weather. We're planning on possibly getting more big warehouses like that, maybe around Dallas, Texas, maybe another one around Atlanta, Georgia as well, just so we've got all of the hot spots covered within a 6-hour drive of any one of our warehouses. We'll be able to get whatever we need to wherever we need. Levi says, thanks for the early call on the tornado near Morrow, Ohio. I'm out of town, and I was able to let my wife know. Multiple trees down and structures damaged. Still not sure how bad. Thank you again, Levi. Thank you for that. And Andy has done a great job today calling out multiple storms well beforehand. As always, hats off to Andy, and I'm so thankful that we have him on the team here. Steven, thanks for becoming a slight risker. Hannah says, thanks for everything y'all do. I'm not sure what we would do without you. Bailey, thanks for becoming a member. Steven, guys, I know I missed a lot of these today, and I'm sorry about that. But today's been wild. We still have 2 ongoing tornado warnings. They both got about 15 minutes left on them. I don't have any sort of groundbreaking additional information to give you about them at the moment. So, but maybe Andy does. Go ahead, Andy.
I do not, thankfully, Ryan. I was just going to say maybe we could chill a little bit after today's coverage. 2 totally different types of coverage between yesterday and today, and perhaps we could watch what were those brothers' name? We could watch that video. We could also watch the clip compilation that Kinsey made of our my early callouts for the Barnsdall tornado yesterday. So we have some things we can share, just and we can talk about the Y'all Squad too, and how much money we've raised recently through that will be good for Portage, areas to the south and east with the tornado emergency, and maybe even Morrow, Ohio, the places that took a harder hit today. So I think we can definitely chill a little more this time around as we wait for these warnings to go away.
Yeah, absolutely. That sounds good to me. I definitely want to watch the compilation. I don't know, has anybody watched the Nelk Boys, the video yet about the tornado? The last time I watched a Nelk Boys video, it was rated R, big time.
Yeah, I watched it, and it's a great video, but there's a lot of swearing in it, so I think we're going to opt not to show it on this stream because we keep things family-friendly around here, and the
Right.
Nelk Boys are far from family-friendly. But if you don't care about that, I will post the video in the chat. You can go take a look at it. Just be advised that they swear a lot.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch that as soon as I get home. They went storm chasing with Reed Timmer, so it should be on the Nebraska and Iowa tornado day. It's an insane tornado day, so that's probably going to be a really interesting video, to say the least. Quite the odd collaboration, but we love to see it. But yeah, we'll definitely talk about that kind of stuff for sure. And that compilation, I might as well go ahead and roll it. Excuse me.
Of Tulsa, the super.
Sorry, hold on. All right, this is from yesterday. This is from yesterday, and this is I just retweeted it. If you want to interact with that on Twitter, Andy said yesterday we had amazing coverage. The video is a clip of our advanced warnings for the storm that would impact Barnsdall and Bartlesville, Oklahoma. A concern for the county before a tornado warning, and immediate coverage as soon as it was evident that it would that a tornado would touch down. So here's a clip from yesterday.
Yeah, Ryan, I think the latest scan on this storm that is west of Tulsa.
Sorry.
The supercell that you pointed out, that might prompt a tornado warning. It's looked like that a couple of times, but it's been in a little bit of a disorganized side-lobed area where we're not really sampling the storm at the main lobe of the radar. So I think now we kind of are, and I wouldn't be surprised with a tornado warning that is in eastern Pawnee County, southeastern Pawnee County, and into eastern and southeastern parts of Osage County here for Hominy and Cleveland and Peru in Oklahoma. So I think that might be the next warning we see, but it does look like this is at its point that it would be most likely to produce a tornado here. Not a confirmed warning, still a radar indicated warning, and has been for a while. I've just been eyeing it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The newest on it if it does produce a tornado.
All right, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. This supercell continues to look really impressive on radar, and you can see that very visible hook, and now the rotation that's also very visible here. So everybody between Hominy and Barnsdall up here in Osage County needs to be taking shelter.
Okay, now Ryan, I'm glad I was talking about this Hominy storm, because now it looks quite significant. Again, no debris yet, but I'm looking about 3,100 feet above the surface here, which is just about a kilometer. So it takes a little bit of time for that, if there is any debris from an ongoing tornado, to reach that height. But I just about bet with a signature like that we are going to see something going on here. And so if a confirmed warning comes through for Barnsdall and Avant in Oklahoma here, that would be the reason why, and we'll have to do a mesoscale on that. So watch that one really closely with each new scan, Ryan.
All right, thank you so much. And production, keep an eye on Nick Smego. He's going to be pretty close to that storm soon, up here to the north and west of Tulsa. This is an incredibly concerning look to this storm here near Hominy. We've got a big time hook, and now the velocity signatures are just off the wall here. We've got a
new information.
Tornado warning now associated with this. Okay, so yeah, once again, I've retweeted that over on Twitter, and that just shows the honestly, that was a while before it actually got to Barnsdall, and it shows the conversations that we were having leading up to that, and just another reason why I think it's a unique aspect to what we do here, and why I think it's important that we start significantly before some of the storms get going. I think today we got started right on time, but a lot of these days where we have big tornadoes, we're on the air hours before that storm even forms, and we tag it and we track it all the way until it gets to where it ultimately does big damage. And a lot of times we're talking about the towns that the storm's going to for a significant period of time before the storm gets there, especially in a situation like that where it's a supercell, and we can track it like that. Fredonia, Ohio, the last little bit of rotation that exists with this storm is coming by your area now. We still got a tornado warning. It's gonna go for 9 more minutes, so we'll see what happens with that. This one's got 8 minutes on it down here near Guthrie and Bartlettsville and Heltonville. We'll see if they reissue that one. I don't know for sure if they're going to, but so far it seems like things are calming down quite a bit tonight so far. And just to touch on, well, we already talked a lot about the Y'all Squad and how much we've raised and what we plan on doing with that. So I've got my eyes on the chat. If you guys have any questions for me, any questions that can't be answered by this map. Hold on, wait. Let me pull it up. Any questions that can't be answered by this map, let me know in the chat. By the way, this is the severe weather outlook for tomorrow. You are expecting severe weather if you are in the dark green, yellow, or orange areas on this map tomorrow. And we do expect maybe some more significant severe weather in the orange area. There it goes. I'm trying to latch on to a question. Is tomorrow going to be worse? Yeah, we can't say that. That's impossible to answer. Tomorrow could be more widespread, maybe. There's larger areas, more people potentially impacted by severe weather. But I certainly don't know for sure if we're going to have worse storms on an individual, storm and town level. That will be left to, I'll let you know at the end of the day tomorrow. How about that? Cleo said that Nelk Boys video is definitely not a family-friendly video. I'd imagine it's probably pretty intense. I bet those guys were scared. I bet those guys were scared because you say you're going to go storm chasing with Reed Timmer. That sounds fun. That's awesome. It's going to be a little intense, but you don't expect it to be that day. That's one of the more intense storm chase days, even for Reed Timmer. Can I get a hallelujah in the chat? Well, our tornado warning in Indiana is gone. We're down to 1. 5 minutes left on that. We'll see if they reissue that warning. And they might. But down here for Newark and Hanover, there's 5 minutes left on your tornado warning. Not seeing anything new, anything developing on radar to break to you. So that's why we're not too hyper focused on it. Aiden? Sorry, Aiden says, hey Ryan, it's my birthday tomorrow and it seems like it's going to get ruined by the weather. And then he just says, thanks for your content. Well, I'm sorry your birthday's going to get ruined by the weather. I feel like you think that's my fault. And it's not. But happy birthday. Kindly Kevin with the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you, Kindly Kevin. Everybody say thank you to Kindly Kevin and Debbie Moore, who has submitted several super chats today and has now also gifted 20 Ryan Hall Y'all memberships. I hope I feel better tomorrow and we can do a members only pre-stream. I really enjoy those, especially since we've got so many members now. Well over 6,000 members on the channel now. Race, thank you for that. Now here in South Dakota, not in the risk area, but watching. There's a lot of y'all who are not in the risk area for, but you're still watching. Megan, Julian, Bilal, thanks for becoming members. The Mike, I don't know what you're talking about, but thanks for that. Eiderfire, thank you. All right, I'm reading just the chat here. I'm trying to, anyways. Yeah, don't crack your windows. Don't leave your windows open if you're under a tornado warning. That sucks. That's not going to help you. That's going to make it worse. That is not smart. Country says, thanks for all you do, especially while sick. Thanks to you and Andy and all of the Y'all Squad. I definitely am feeling remarkably better tonight than I did last night. So we're on a good trend here. There's no way I would have sat here and you know, after if we have no tornado warnings here in 1 minute. Last night I was feeling so bad I had to bolt out the door and go right to sleep because it was honestly one of the I felt worse last night than I almost ever have. But yeah, we're doing much better now. Race, thank you for the 10 gifted. Springfield, Missouri is in that orange area that you see here on the map. So there is an elevated risk for severe weather tomorrow, including tornadoes. Rachel, we don't have anything set up for volunteer work right now, but we're working on it. Dom, thank you for that. NHC, thank you for that. He says, how many outbreaks are left this year? There's no way I could tell you that, man. We're probably going to have a little bit of a break next week. However, after that, it's hard telling. All right, y'all, we have no tornado warnings. Let's get a round of applause. Let's get claps in the chat. We are going to end the stream now because we got to go to sleep and get rested up for tomorrow. Big day tomorrow, severe weather possible in the orange, yellow, and green. Tune in, spread the word, tell your mom, tell your friends. We'll see you here. I don't know what time. Turn on notifications. Subscribe, turn on notifications, and you will get notified. Good night.